Chapter 1600. Dragon Slayer title. Increase all attributes of the host by 30% and double the damage to dragons. This effect was very good. Not only was the damage to dragons doubled, but there was also a 30% increase in all attributes. This was enough for Yi Xian to do his best. But where the hell was he going to find 10,000 dragons of the same level? But at this time, he realized that it was not necessary to kill 10,000 dragons of the same level. If he killed high-level dragons, then the number would be reduced. He was currently at the second stage of the Undying Soul Realm. If he wanted to kill a second stage Undying Soul Realm dragon, he would need 10,000. But if he wanted to kill a third stage Undying Soul Realm dragon, he would only need 2,000. Fourth level of the Undying Soul Realm 400. Fifth level of the Undying Soul Realm 80. Sixth level of the Undying Soul Realm 16. Anyway, it was one level higher, so it was equivalent to 5 times the lower level. This way it was much simpler. It doesn't seem too difficult. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then directly took out his weapon. More than 10 days had passed since the last battle, and his hands were already itching. At the same time, Old Tree and the other two were the same. They had been rubbing their hands, waiting for Yi Xian's order. Target all dragons, kill. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly shouted in a low voice, and then his whole body burst out. After Old Tree and the other two received the order, they followed closely behind Yi Xian and killed their way out. Unfortunately, the fourth level of the Undying Soul Realm did not attract much attention. There were more than 100 people participating in this battle. If the corpses on the ground were included, the total number was more than 500. Their lowest level was the fourth level of the Undying Soul Realm. What difference would it make if there were more? However, Old Tree and the other two's strength could not be described as normal. The aura of dragons and heavenly dragons was very similar, but relatively speaking, when dragons transformed into human form, their aura was more violent than heavenly dragons. In addition, both sides had differences in clothing, so Old Tree would not kill the wrong person. Canyon. Old Tree was the first to charge in. He flashed to the back of a giant dragon's head and punched out. The Old Tree, who was at the fourth stage of the Undying Soul Realm, coupled with the buff from Remnant Flame, was able to explode the head of a giant dragon with a single punch. Bang! The dragon's head exploded, and it died on the spot. The monsters were different from the heaven-span beasts. When the heaven-reaching beasts died, their souls would directly dissipate. However, when the Yao clan died, their souls would only leave their bodies. If they didn't have the means to erase their souls, they could still turn into wandering souls and escape. However, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple was a growth-type sacred art. Even though he was only at the second level of the Undying Spirit Realm, it was enough to obliterate a 6th-level Undying Spirit Realm soul. Of course, if the Soul Realm was higher, for example, the 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm with Yi Xian's current realm, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Who is it? Seeing Old Tree blow up the head of a giant dragon of the same level with a single punch, a nearby sky dragon widened his eyes, not understanding the situation. However, since Old Tree had killed a giant dragon, he should be helping the sky dragons. At this time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had also entered the battlefield. The two of them cooperated and directly killed a 5th-level Undying Spirit Realm giant dragon. The 6th-level Undying Spirit Realm expert on the giant dragon's side was held back by the sky dragon's old man. Therefore, Yi Xian and the rest didn't need to help for the time being. They would kill the majority first. At the same time, Yi Xian also allowed Ghost Dome Great Emperor to activate his Undying Battle Soul, increasing all his attributes by 2 times. With Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian joining the battle, the situation instantly changed. The sky dragons, who were originally suppressed, directly felt the pressure reduced by more than half. Not only that, in just a short 5 seconds, dozens of giant dragons had fallen, including 3 5th-level Undying Spirit Realm giant dragons. Who is it? The 6th-level Undying Spirit Realm expert on the giant dragon's side had a gloomy expression. He suddenly had a bad premonition. If these mysterious forces attacked him, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Go! This expert made a prompt decision. After roaring to the sky, he directly transformed into his giant dragon form. Want to leave? Kill him. Yi Xian immediately transmitted a message to Ghost Dome Great Emperor. After activating his undying battle soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor's strength couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, this giant dragon at the 6th level of the Undying Soul Realm was equivalent to more than 600 giant dragons at the 2nd level of the Undying Soul Realm. In addition, Yi Xian had already completed a quarter of the title quest. Xiu! Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian directly flew towards the 6th level Undying Spirit Realm giant dragon and instantly intercepted him. Get lost! This giant dragon roared to the sky and directly spat out a dragon breath towards Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This giant dragon was a fire dragon of the giant dragon race. With his cultivation realm, the dragon breath he spat out was enough to kill a 5th level Undying Spirit Realm expert. However, Ghost Dome Great Emperor directly rushed towards the dragon breath with his sword and actually cut it in half. Hoo. Ghost Dome Great Emperor directly rushed into the giant dragon's mouth. After that, a crisp sound was heard as he killed his way out of the giant dragon's head. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heard the system notification sound from afar. Immediately after, he quickly added a few more slashes. This giant dragon's soul was obliterated, but the elegy of soul's amplification increased by a little. Now that their leader was dead, the rest of the dragons were without a leader, and they immediately dispersed. Unfortunately, how could Yi Xian let them off so easily? In less than a few seconds, all the giant dragons were killed. Yi Xian glanced at the Dragon Slayer title mission and noticed that he had already completed a quarter of it. As for these giant dragons' corpses, Old Tree couldn't refine and Yi Xian couldn't devour them because they were from the demon race. Hence, they were too lazy to care about them. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss out on their yin and yang rings. Many thanks for everyone's help. This old man is Kuboan. The Heavenly Dragon Race's 6th stage Undying Soul Realm old man came forward and cupped his fists towards Old Tree. It's fine. He's just a passerby. Yi Xian said slowly and continued to collect the yin and yang rings. This made Kuboan a little surprised. He immediately realized that the one in charge wasn't the Old Tree, but Yi Xian. Your Excellency's strength is amazing. This old man earnestly requests that Your Excellency escort us back to our race. Kuboan went straight to the point. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Kuboan as he said, I don't do things without a reward. Unless you can take out something that interests me. Kuboan paused for a moment. He recalled that he had to inform his superiors as soon as possible. Hence, he gritted his teeth and took out an item from his yin and yang rings. This item was the strange flame lantern that Yi Xian once possessed. Within this strange flame lantern was a red lotus-shaped flame. Chapter 1601. Previously, Yi Xian had also obtained quite a number of deviant flames. However, most of them were devoured directly. The higher-ranked deviant flames would overshadow the lower-ranked ones. At this moment, the heavenly flame within Yi Xian's body was only ranked 41st. The difference was too great. Moreover, devouring the deviant flames did not benefit Yi Xian much. However, to the Old Tree the benefits were significant. The Red Lotus Hellfire, ranked 33rd, was extremely precious. Who would have thought that Kuboan, who was only at the 6th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, would be able to obtain it? Before Yi Xian could speak, someone stepped forward and said, Grandpa, didn't you say you would give it to me? Shut up. If not for these people we would all be dead today. What's more, this Red Lotus Hellfire? Kuboan rebuked angrily. Yi Xian glanced at the disgruntled youth and nodded. Alright, I accept. Although this was not a random mission, the Red Lotus Hellfire was indeed a good one. Of course, Yi Xian guessed that these heavenly dragons were being hunted down. Perhaps some giant dragons would appear along the way. This would save him the trouble of looking for them. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Kuboan's eyes lit up. He threw the deviant flame lantern containing the Red Lotus Hellfire to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian received it, he devoured the Red Lotus Hellfire without hesitation. This kind of flame greatly increased Old Shu's strength, increasing his strength by quite a bit. Our tribe is nearby. We can reach it in about 3 days. However, we may encounter some giant dragons along the way, Kuboan said. 3 days? Sure. Yi Xian nodded in response. Kuboan transformed back into his original form and let everyone sit on his back. Then they continued on their way. Yi Xian and the rest also leaped onto his back and sat quietly. He had gained a lot from the battle just now. If he could do it another 2 times, he would probably be able to break through. However, he was thinking too much. The rest of the journey was very smooth. There were no obstacles. During this time, Yixian also learned about the situation in Penglai Central. The center of the Penglai sacred land was originally dominated by the Penglai demon tribe. However, after the demon emperor of the Penglai demon tribe fell, the demon tribe began to fight for the position of demon emperor. During this time, the giant dragon clan betrayed the Penglai demon clan and established their own faction, which was named the Demonic Dragon Palace. Following that, the people from the other sacred grounds entered the Penglai sacred ground, preparing to fight for the rights to the Penglai sacred ground. Therefore, the center of the Penglai sacred land was now divided into 2 camps. One side was led by the Glazed Knights, the Penglai demon race, and the Tianjue Palace. The other side was led by experts from the Blood Fiend, Xieyang, and Shirgu Holy Lands. Among them, the colossal dragon clan had rebelled and joined the Blood Fiend Holy Land. And this time, the Heavenly Dragon clan found out about the enemy's strategic distribution. That was why they were hunted down. If this news were to spread, the higher-ups would send experts to uproot these strongholds, which would kill many enemies. Yixian was not interested in the power struggle of the Penglai sacred land, but when he heard the names of the Glazed Knights and the Tianjue Palace, he could not help but tremble. He suddenly recalled the glazed mirage that day. The mini heavenly dragon came out of that glazed mirage. Was the owner of the glazed mirage fairy glazed, related to the Glazed Knights? After all, the glazed mirage was also in the Penglai sacred land. As for the Tianjue Palace, was it related to old immortal Tianju? Thinking of this, Yixian could not help but gulp. He did not expect to have come into contact with such an expert. It was really incredible. I wonder if Senior has heard of the Life Sacred Land? At this time, Yixian suddenly asked Kuboan. Life Sacred Land? That is one of the 4 largest sacred lands in this world, and its ownership is in the hands of the Life Sacred Sect. Kuboan replied. One of the 4 largest sacred lands? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The mini heavenly dragon from before was going to the Life Sacred Land's Life Sacred Sect. He did not expect the mini heavenly dragon to have such a background. Then Fairy Glazed, who had beaten him back to his original form, naturally had a background, so Yixian guessed that Fairy Glazed was most likely related to the Glazed Knights. Immediately, he asked about the Glazed Knights and the Tianjue Palace, but although Kuboan had lived for 10,000 years, he did not know much about these 2 forces. He had only heard of their names. These forces were not to be underestimated. They were all transcending heaven forces, so it was understandable that he had not come into contact with them. Very quickly, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yixian successfully escorted the Heavenly Dragon clan to his clan. It seemed that Yixian's escort mission was completed. He originally thought that he would encounter the Dragon clan, then he could go on a killing spree, but he did not expect that it would be peaceful. Since that was the case, Yixian was ready to leave and look for the Dragon clan himself. Senior, since you have returned, I will leave first, Yixian said to Kuboan. This? Kuboan paused, but after seeing Yixian's solemn expression, he could only cup his fists and say, Thank you for the journey. Farewell. After Yixian finished speaking, he directly left with Old Tree and the other 2. During the escort, he also took a map of the Dragon clan's base distribution from Kuboan, preparing to personally enter the opponent's territory to level up. Although this distribution map was obtained by Kuboan and the others with great difficulty, it did not matter if it spread. After all, they had been spreading this distribution map along the way to warn the other monster clans to be careful. However, not long after Yixian left, an army of dragons suddenly approached Kuboan's Heavenly Dragon clan. This army of dragons was not large. Although there were only 1,000 of them, each of them was an expert at least of the Undying Soul Realm, and the leader had reached the Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm. As for Kuboan's Heavenly Dragon clan, the strongest was only at the Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm. In addition to Kuboan, there were 2 other experts of the same level. After learning this news, Kuboan's expression changed, and he quickly distributed the distribution map. That's a good trick, you actually got our strategic base map, but so what, none of you can leave today. Kill, don't let a single one go. After the leader of the dragons finished speaking, He directly transformed into his original form and rushed towards the Heavenly Dragon clan. Facing such a strong opponent, the Heavenly Dragon clan's clansmen all showed a look of despair. Although their clan had a total of more than 100,000 heavenly dragons, there were only 500 of them with Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm and above, and there was not a single one with Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm. Today they were finished. Go, we must spread the map. Kuboan shouted, and together with the other two experts of the same level, they charged towards the opponent. Humph, if I let you spread the news, I'm afraid many of my dragon clan will die. I can't let you succeed. The flame dragon opened his mouth and directly spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. Chapter 1602. Block it! Kuboan shouted. He had already transformed into his original form. Facing this powerful dragon breath, he mustered all his strength and spat out a mouthful of heavenly dragon's breath. Giant dragons and heavenly dragons were the two top branches of the dragon clan. Their strength was equally matched. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon clan's combat power was insufficient. After a wave of Heavenly Dragon's breath attack, groups of Heavenly Dragons fell. The commotion was so great that it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Yi Xian, who had just left, also heard the loud rumbling. Young master, it seems that something has happened to the Heavenly Dragon clan. Old Tree reminded him. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and pondered in his heart. Although his escort mission was completed, the huge commotion coming from behind at this time was very likely to be caused by the giant dragons attacking the Heavenly Dragon tribe. Perhaps he did not need to find the giant dragons personally. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately led Old Tree and the other two toward the Heavenly Dragon clan. When they arrived, they found a large number of corpses on the ground. Almost all of them belonged to the Heavenly Dragon clan. Thousands of giant dragons. That's enough for me to kill. Go. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He estimated that this time, he could at least complete the first round of the title mission. At the same time, he could definitely break through to the Undying Soul Realm. Undying Fighting Soul. Sword Blade Storm. Killing Feast. Yi Xian and the others went all out and killed their way into the enemy's territory. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who had activated their Undying Fighting Soul, had their attributes doubled. In addition to the Sword Blade Storm and the sneak attack, when the blood sword swept over, they instantly took the lives of thousands of Undying Soul Realm giant dragons. Their killing intent soared instantly. At the same time, the Killing Feast's amplification had also doubled. One had to know that the Killing Feast's amplification had an effect on the Sword Blade Storm. The power of the Sword Blade Storm had doubled in an instant. Whoosh! 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 In the air the wind whistled. The Sword Blade Storm had just swept into the Heavenly Dragon clan and killed more than half of the enemies. It was fine if these monsters did not transform into their original forms. But once they did, Yi Xian's attacks would deal double the damage. What? The leader of the giant dragons was shocked. What the hell was this? How did they kill so many of his subordinates in an instant? Not only that, but the blood swords also posed a threat to him. Go. He didn't dare to slow down and immediately turned around to leave. However, two figures blocked his path from behind. These two figures were the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Gang fights are my favorite. Die. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In the next moment, the group of blood swords gathered towards the giant dragon in the lead. Countless blood swords flew out, instantly obliterating the leading giant dragon as well as the several powerful giant dragons beside it. This battle ended too quickly. The Heavenly Dragon clan's people did not react in time. Thousands of giant dragons were enough to annihilate the Heavenly Dragon clan of close to 100,000 people. But now, thousands of giant dragons were annihilated in less than 10 seconds. This change was too big. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they looked at the giant dragon corpses. At this moment, the eye of all things suddenly condensed in the sky. Then, the universe rings and the giant dragon corpses all gathered in Yi Xian's direction. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 3rd stage. Ding! Spirit of Hui Jin has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 5th stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 5th stage. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 5th stage. 4 consecutive system notifications rang. Yixian and the rest broke through. At this moment, Yixian's Killing Feast's amplification had increased by more than 4 times. With their current realm, they could already kill an Undying Soul 8th stage expert. With the addition of the Sword Blade Storm, they could even fight with a 9th stage expert. It was a pity that the duration of the Undying Battle Soul, Sword Blade Storm, and Killing Feast would soon expire. Their strength was only temporary. I really hope it comes a few more times. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. He couldn't help but take a glance and found that the amplification of the Elegy of Souls had increased to 100. This battle was a big win. At the same time, the first round of the Dragon Slayer title mission had been completed. Moreover, it had greatly exceeded the requirements. Just now, Yixian's mind was filled with the notifications of the increase in killing intent. The notification of the completion of the first round of the title mission was naturally overshadowed. However, the second round of the Dragon Slayer title mission had yet to appear. When the group of Heavenly Dragon clan members saw that the crisis had been averted, all of their gazes gathered on Yixian. This time, if it weren't for Yixian and the rest, they were afraid that their entire clan would have been annihilated. However, even so, the clan leader of the Undying Soul 6th stage had fallen. Only Kuboin and another expert of the same level were left. At this time, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They didn't know what words they could use to repay Yixian. Your Excellency, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Please accept this old man's bow. Kuboin paused for a moment, then directly knelt on the ground with one knee. Although many people in the Heavenly Dragon clan had soul seeds, if they were all killed at once, the Heavenly Dragon clan would be considered extinct. Even if they were resurrected, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, many people had not condensed their soul seeds, or were still condensing their soul seeds after being resurrected once. Senior, you seem to have gotten into big trouble. You should quickly migrate the entire clan and leave. Yixian said to Kuboin, at the same time using the power of all creations to help him up. Yes, we're preparing to migrate to a nearby city. That way, the giant dragon clan won't dare to come so easily. Kuboin nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, an arrogant and unruly voice sounded. Migrate? Today none of you can leave. When the voice fell into the ears of Yixian and the others, they couldn't help but turn to look, only to see a black-robed youth standing in the air. When the voice sounded, Yixian also sensed the aura of this black-robed youth. He was at the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. What a joke! The leader of the giant dragons just now was also at the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. But hadn't he also been killed by Yixian? However, Yixian could sense that this youth couldn't be compared to that person just now. What a strong aura of death. This person is not simple. Yixian raised an eyebrow. At this time, the effects of Bladestorm and the other skills had already passed, and so had the Killing Feast's 4-fold amplification. Otherwise, Yixian would have directly ordered Wei Zhentian to kill this youth. However, at this moment, Di Hui, he's Di Hui, ranked 109th on the Dragon Demon list. Chapter 1603. Demonic Dragon List? When these 3 words fell into the ears of the others, their bodies suddenly trembled. The Dragon Demon list recorded the rankings of those bloodthirsty colossal dragons below the Heavenly Completion realm. Every single person on the list was from the Colossal Dragon clan, and they were all infamous. Although this Di Hui was only ranked 109th, he could not be underestimated. This Di Hui had once slaughtered countless heavenly dragons and other monster tribes. Although his realm was at the 7th layer of the Undying Soul realm, his strength was comparable to an 8th layer Undying Soul realm expert. He was very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, he had a pair of eyes of death that he had cultivated for many years. Ding! The second round of the Dragon Slayer title mission has been triggered. Kill Di Hui. In Yixian's mind, a system notification suddenly sounded. The mission had finally come. I didn't expect to be recognized. The corner of the black-clothed youth's mouth slightly raised. Even experts of the same level weren't worth mentioning in front of him, let alone heavenly dragons who were only at the 6th layer of the Undying Soul realm. When his voice fell, a huge eye suddenly condensed in the sky. This was the eyes of death. Huh. Yixian raised his eyebrows. Before he could react, the dragon corpses on the ground all stood up. Some were giant dragons, but most of them were heavenly dragons. The patriarch of the heavenly dragons stood up, and even the giant dragon who was at the 7th layer of the undying soul realm stood up. Fuck! Yixian jumped in fright and hurriedly ordered Ghost Dome Great Emperor to use the Will of Death. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was at the 5th layer of the undying soul realm, but the giant dragons and heavenly dragons below that fell to the ground again. As for those above the 5th layer of the undying soul realm, there was no way. Oh? Will of Death? The black-clothed youth Di Hui didn't dare to believe it. With his realm, someone could actually seize control of the battle corpses from him. They had some ability. At the same time, he knew that this was done by Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Tear them apart. Di Hui directly ordered the dragon corpses above the 5th layer of the undying soul realm. Although he didn't know how this dragon army was destroyed, it didn't matter. Anyway, these people would die in his hands. Damn it, kill them again. Yixian immediately gave orders to Old Tree and the others. Although the Massacre Feast, Undying Fighting Soul, and Sword Blade Storm could no longer be used, it was fortunate that the few of them had broken through. At that moment, the Old Tree who was at the Undying Soul Realm charged into the group of dragon corpses. As for the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, they charged towards Di Hui. You want to fight me? Your realm is not high enough. Di Hui snorted and took out a dragon bone from his Qian Kuan ring. Then he used the Will of Death to awaken it. This dragon skeleton was also at the 7th stage Undying Soul Realm. But because it was an 8th stage Undying Soul Realm giant dragon when it was alive, its defensive power was extremely astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian clashed with the dragon skeleton. As for Di Hui, he was standing in the air, overlooking the battle below him. No, it was not that he did not make a move. Instead, he controlled the Eye of Death and stared at those heavenly dragon people. The bodies of these heavenly dragon race people started to decay, and 10,000 people died in an instant. Bastard, see if I don't kill you. Yixian widened his eyes and marked Di Hui with the death hunting order. Then, he used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind Di Hui. Killing Intent Explosion. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Yixian personally moved out to attack Di Hui. Di Hui was slightly surprised. When he sensed the danger behind him, he did not turn his body. Instead, he activated his genuine chi and condensed a genuine chi shield on his back. Bang! The Nihility Flame Sword Wave blasted on the genuine chi shield, but was unable to break it. The 3rd level of the Undying Soul Realm and the 7th level of the Undying Soul Realm were 4 realms apart. In addition, Di Hui wasn't an ordinary person to begin with, so Yixian didn't succeed this time. The corners of Di Hui's mouth slightly curled up. Although he didn't know how Yixian was able to silently appear behind him, he didn't think much of it. After all, Yixian was only at the 3rd level of the Undying Soul Realm. He was not even afraid of the Undying Soul Realm. Why would he be afraid of Yixian, who was at the Undying Soul Realm? What a joke. Let's see how you block it. Just as Di Hui was feeling disdainful, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed. A spatial crack was torn diagonally beside Di Hui's head. After feeling this aura, Di Hui's body suddenly trembled and he quickly retreated in fear. Rip. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. With a crisp sound, his shoulder and arm were torn apart by the spatial crack. Black blood spurted out. Now Di Hui knew how Yixian managed to appear behind him. It must be the Eye of Space. So you have the Eye of Space. I have underestimated you. You're the first person to injure me in the past 1,000 years. Di Hui's expression turned solemn and ashen as if he had eaten poison. This was because Yixian was only at the Undying Soul Realm. This was his realm 10,000 years ago. Not only can I injure you, I can also kill you. Yixian's eyes flickered. In an instant he slashed out several void flame sword ripples. At the same time he activated the Eye of Space and tore apart 4 spatial cracks. However, this Di Hui wasn't an ordinary person. He who was at the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm could jump ranks to challenge an 8th stage Undying Soul Realm expert. How could he die here? Traceless Devil Shadow. Di Hui's figure instantly turned into a black flash and dodged Yixian's series of attacks. However, He could not avoid the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's move. Grip of Hell. When Di Hui stabilized his body, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly pulled at the void. A surge of energy firmly locked onto Di Hui. What? Di Hui was shocked once again. He felt that the tearing force was extremely powerful, and he seemed to be unable to break free. One had to know that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was already at the Undying Soul Realm. He was only 2 realms away from Di Hui. At this moment, Di Hui was already pulled towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor by the grip of hell. As for his dragon bone, it was intercepted by Wei Zhenqian and the old tree. As for the resurrected battle corpses, Kuboan and the others naturally helped them. You're indeed capable. No wonder you could annihilate a giant dragon legion. It seems that if I don't show my true strength today, I will be looked down upon by you all. After Di Hui finished speaking coldly, his body suddenly expanded rapidly and finally turned into a huge black dragon. He was the death demon dragon of the giant dragon clan. He was born with a pair of eyes of death. His battle strength was extremely powerful. At the same time, this was the first time in 1,000 years that he was forced to transform into his true form. When the Death Fiend dragon appeared, a deathly aura spread out, and the battle corpses and bone dragons suddenly became stronger. This will of death can not only resurrect corpses, but it can also increase strength. Do you want to see how I'll deal with you? Chapter 1604. Yi Xian was already prepared to use his trump card. Now that the deathly demon dragon appeared, its huge body made it a huge target. Moreover, Di Hui could no longer use his true qi after transforming into his true form. Yi Xian also had Unicorn's Deterrence, which doubled Di Hui's attack. Although Di Hui managed to break free from the grip of the underworld, what awaited him next was Yi Xian's trump card. Unicorn's Descent. Unicorn's Third Stomp. Let's see how you're going to survive this. Yi Xian immediately used his trump card. In an instant, a flaming hoof condensed in the air. Before the deathly demon dragon could react, the hoof stomped on its back. Bam! A huge muffled sound was heard as the deathly demon dragon's body fell from the sky. At the same time, its back was on fire. That was the flame formed by Unicorn's true qi, which had the effect of incinerating everything. Roar! The deathly demon dragon was severely injured. It roared at the sky, and its pained voice fell into everyone's ears. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian once again used Unicorn's Descent for the second time. Unicorn's Descent had now evolved twice. Each time it evolved, its power would increase, and it could use 3 stomps in a short period of time. The first Unicorn's Descent severely injured the deathly demon dragon. After the second Unicorn's Descent, the deathly demon dragon would be crippled even if it did not die. Bam! The flaming hoof landed on the same spot. This time it stomped directly into the deathly demon dragon's body. The deathly demon dragon's body was also on fire. Next was Unicorn's Descent's third stomp. Die! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the air, the third flaming hoof had already condensed and was about to land on the deathly demon dragon's head. Bam! Gotcha! The deathly demon dragon's head exploded, and Unicorn's flames instantly enveloped its entire head. Fortunately, Yi Xian used the power of all creations to envelop the deathly eyes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification rang out, the deathly demon dragon had already been stomped to death by Yi Xian. The arrogant person from before had now become a corpse that was gradually turning cold. This was retribution. After Death Demon Dragon Di Hui died, his soul flew out. Yi Xian took a big stride forward and obliterated this soul. If Di Hui did not have a soul seed, he would have truly died. Even if he had a soul seed, it would take him 100 years to revive. Then Yi Xian prepared to dig out his eyes of death. However, just as he was about to attack, the pair of eyes of death suddenly turned into 2 wisps of death will and rose into the air. What's the situation? Yi Xian did not react in time. Originally, he wanted to pluck the deathly demonic dragon and see if he could devour it. After all, this deathly demonic dragon Di Hui was a demon. Who would have thought that these 2 eyes of death would actually transform into the will of death itself and rise into the sky? Although it was a pity Yi Xian also had the eye of death. He could also absorb the will of death. However, at this moment, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the eye of death. However, it was not condensed by Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the 2 wisps of death will rose into the sky. F***ck, how dare you touch my things? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly used the Eye of Death to guide the 2 wisps of death will. This Eye of Death had a strong background. It directly absorbed the 2 wisps of death will. Yi Xian could only watch as the 2 wisps of death will were absorbed. He felt that he was in big trouble. This Eye of Death was not so easy to deal with. After the Eye of Death absorbed the will of death, its gaze fell on Yi Xian. Then its eyes flashed. F***ck, you really want to attack me? You? Yi Xian was furious. Although he felt that the Eye of Death was not to be trifled with, he would not fall so easily. Last time he was almost killed by the Eye of Death. This time he also had the Eye of Death and the immortal Phoenix bloodline. It would not be so easy to kill him. The Eye of Death was surprised when it saw that it was ineffective against Yi Xian. Then it condensed a shadow in front of the Eye of Death. It was a masked young man with long hair. It was unknown whether he was a human or a deathly demon dragon like Di Hui. You're only at the Undying Soul 3rd level and you're still alive. You're considered a top figure. However, you dare to steal my will of death. You're quite bold. The long-haired young man snorted and focused his attention on the dragon skeleton. Originally, this dragon skeleton was controlled by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, after the death of deathly demon dragon Di Hui. But now, it was seized by the long-haired young man. Moreover, the long-haired young man was like Di Hui. He had the ability to raise the strength of the dead object under his control. The strength of this dragon skeleton was directly raised to the Undying Soul 8th level. If it had to be compared, it was now stronger than it was when it was alive. You want to kill me with just this bone dragon? Yi Xian swallowed all the things he got from Di Hui. His aura suddenly soared. In the next moment, the figures of the old trees trio flashed and began to besiege the bone dragon. However, Yi Xian was afraid that Kuboan and the rest of the heavenly dragon tribe would be killed by the long-haired young man. What should he do? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had to destroy the Eye of Death. As long as this Eye of Death was destroyed, the long-haired young man would not be able to locate them. However, at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly swept over from afar. A wave of harmonious aura suddenly spread and enveloped everyone. In an instant, the bone dragon fell from the sky and was out of control. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately went over and kept the dragon skeleton. It might be useful in the future. At this moment, the ray of white light arrived. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was a white-haired young man. The aura of death is the most annoying. Disperse. The white-haired young man snorted coldly. White light suddenly bloomed from his body and pierced the clouds. In an instant, the long-haired young man's phantom and the Eye of Death collapsed. Today's events were really one after another. As soon as Yi Xian left, he encountered the giant dragon army attacking the heavenly dragon tribe. Then the deathly demon dragon Di Hui appeared. After the deathly demon dragon Di Hui died, a long-haired young man with the Eye of Death appeared and stole the will of death. Finally, it was this white-haired young man. After the white light shone for 10,000 zhang, the Eye of Death collapsed. Yi Xian did not understand who this long-haired young man was, but he had a strange feeling about this white-haired young man. At this moment, the white-haired young man's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian. His eyes flashed with surprise. Chapter 1605. You are, Yi Xian frowned. He was sure that this was the first time he saw this white-haired youth. Moreover, this white-haired youth's realm seemed to be very high. He was probably an Undying Soul 9th stage expert. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a level. You don't even remember me? We were teleported from Penglai Sacred Land to Lu Guang Sacred Land together. The white-haired youth laughed. The moment he said that, Yi Xian immediately reacted. Previously, he had been teleported together with a person, no, a dragon. It's you? Yi Xian instantly recognized him. This white-haired youth in front of him was the mini heavenly dragon that had saved his life several times. Yi Xian was very ashamed that he didn't even recognize his benefactor. However, he couldn't be blamed. After all, this white-haired youth was now in human form. Even if the Eye of Revelation had been upgraded to the Immortal Eye level, He still couldn't tell if the other party was a human or a demon. Therefore, it was understandable that he didn't recognize him. Haha, I didn't expect you to grow to such a stage in just a few years. Come, let's catch up. The white-haired youth laughed and turned to leave. Yixian glanced at Kuboan and then quickly followed. There were too many people here and it wasn't a good place to talk. Anyway, the matter had been resolved, so Yixian wasn't worried and left directly. On the way, the white-haired youth said to Yixian, "Kid, I'm called Capricious. My original form is a platinum holy light dragon." Capricious? What a good name. Yixian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. However, he always thought that Capricious was a heavenly beast. He didn't expect him to be a demon. Now I'm here on a mission. Don't tell anyone about me. Capricious said to Yixian. Is it related to Fairy Luli? Yixian suddenly recalled this matter. Previously, wasn't the platinum holy light dragon beaten back to its original form by Fairy Luli, and then placed in the glazed mirage? That woman has some background. Later on, she probably found out about my identity. That's why she placed my eggs in such a broken place and you saved it. He snorted coldly and said, My return to the Penglai divine land this time is indeed related to this woman. As he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yixian. What are you doing? Yixian raised an eyebrow. He felt that Caprice's current expression was very wretched. Something bad must have happened. I've saved you a few times before. Are you going to repay me now? The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. That's right. You've saved me a few times. As long as you ask, I'll do my best to help you. Yixian's expression suddenly turned serious. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, but at the same time, he also knew how to repay kindness. The first time he encountered Death's Eye, willfulness saved him. After Emo Shui massacred the Zhao family, he was almost killed by Emo Shui, but Caprice saved him. That was why he owed him twice. Now that the two of them had met again, it was time to pay him back. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. Caprice smiled and said, It's a miracle that you can break through to the Undying Soul realm in such a short time. Even the elites of my Life Saint sect can't compare to you. Next, I want you to help me complete a mission. What mission? Yixian raised an eyebrow. The first step is to join the Glazed Knights. Caprice replied. Glazed Knights? Hearing this name, Yixian immediately reacted and said, Is this Glazed Knights related to Fairy Glazed? That's right. This Glazed Knights was established by that woman. I'm going to disguise myself and get close to her. Caprice nodded. What mission is it? Yixian asked again. I got news that she has a map on her, so I came to investigate. She has only seen my original body, so this time I'm going to disguise myself and join the Glazed Knights. Caprice replied. A map? A treasure map? Yixian asked curiously. Yes, it should be. I'm not sure. After all, it's just a rumor. Caprice shrugged. Yixian thought for a moment. Since Caprice asked, then he had to help. Okay, but how can I join the Glazed Knights? I'm just the Undying Soul Realm weakling. Yixian said with some self-mockery. As long as you're not over 1,000 years old, you can sign up. You just need to pass the test. No problem, I'll take you. Caprice suddenly rushed to Yixian's side and patted him on the shoulder, acting like a big brother. However, what surprised Yixian was that this platinum holy light dragon Caprice was actually not over 1,000 years old. His aptitude was really good. After all, before he was beaten back to his original form by Fairy Glazed, the platinum holy light dragon was in existence that could fight with Fairy Glazed. By the way, what's Fairy Glazed's realm? Yixian asked again. She's already surpassed the connecting heaven realm. She's a loose immortal. Caprice replied casually. Loose immortal? When Yixian heard this unfamiliar term, he was slightly surprised. In his memory, the connecting heaven realm was the last realm of the connecting heaven 9 realms. After reaching the peak of connecting heaven realm stage 9, as long as you pass the immortal tribulation, you can ascend to the immortal realm. However, the passage to the immortal realm here has been closed, so no connecting heaven realm cultivator has been able to successfully ascend. Therefore, you can only break through and become a loose immortal. Caprice explained to Yixian. Ascend to the immortal realm? Immortal? Yixian stared with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. Yes, the immortal realm means becoming an immortal. The immortals we're talking about now are loose immortals. That glazed woman is a tribulation loose immortal. Caprice nodded. After breaking through and becoming a loose immortal, you'll face a tribulation every 1,000 years. If you fail to pass the tribulation, you'll be struck by the tribulation and your soul will scatter. Scatter the soul. Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but gulp. Although Undying Realm cultivators could be revived with a soul seed, it didn't seem possible for Connecting Heaven Realm cultivators. Not to mention loose immortals above the Connecting Heaven Realm. Old Immortal Tianju also had the word immortal in his name. It seemed that he was also a loose immortal. Previously, he had thought that Old Immortal Tianju was a Connecting Heaven Realm cultivator, but it seemed that he had guessed wrong. You were able to fight Fairy Glazed Glass before, so you're also a loose immortal? Yixian suddenly asked. Yes, but at that time I had just broken through and was relatively weak. That was why Glazed Glass Woman took advantage of me. When I returned to the Life Sacred Land this time, I originally wanted to find that Glazed Glass Woman for revenge, but I didn't expect her to have the backing of a Buddhist sacred land, so I had to compensate her, Caprice said helplessly. Then what if you're discovered by joining the Glazed Glass Knights that she established? Yixian was somewhat worried. After all, Caprice had fought Fairy Glazed Glass before. Chapter 1606. Willful said confidently. Then he looked at Yixian and said, she might recognize you, but it doesn't matter. You don't belong to any faction, so you might be able to gain her trust. Yixian had met Fairy Luli once before. It had only been a few years, so Yixian felt that Fairy Luli should remember him. Then where are we going next? Yixian asked. We're going to a branch of the Glazed Knights to participate in the assessment. It's about a day's journey. After Willful said that, he asked, by the way, where did you put those people just now? You mean Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the other two? I have an independent space. They signed a master-servant contract with me so I can put them in there. Yixian replied. Can you put people in there? Willful asked in surprise. Yixian shook his head and said, not at the moment. Connecting Heaven beasts can, but they can't surpass me by 5 realms. He was now at the Undying Soul Realm 3rd stage, and the planting space had been upgraded to the 5th stage, so it could accommodate Connecting Heaven beasts at the Undying Soul Realm 8th stage. As for humans, it was still not possible. Not at the moment. What do you need? Willful asked again. Some heavenly treasures that can increase the density of yuan qi of heaven and earth. Yixian said what he needed. That's a small matter. Willful said, then took out a sapling from his yin and yang ring and said, this is my Life Saint Sex Flower of Life, but it's still a sapling. You're giving it to me? Yixian was shocked. He felt that this Flower of Life was not an ordinary thing. If he devoured it, he might be able to break through once or twice or even continuously. Take it. It's just a material for alchemy. I originally wanted to find a place to plant it and cultivate. If your space is good, then I'll stay in there and cultivate. It'll make future missions much easier. Willful threw the Flower of Life to Yixian. Thank you very much. Yixian's eyes lit up. He directly caught the Flower of Life and threw it into the planting space, then planted it next to the heavenly treasure tree. When he planted the seed, he heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! The level of the planting space has increased. It is now level 6. This Flower of Life was very valuable, and it directly increased the level of the planting space. Now Yixian could store the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Tong Tian beast. No, not only that. After the planting space was upgraded to level 6, it could actually accommodate humans. Haha, as expected. Yixian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He remembered that when the planting space was upgraded to level 3, it could accept heavenly beasts. Now that it was upgraded to level 6, it could finally accept humans. This way it would be much more convenient for him. You can start recruiting now. Anyone under the Reaching Heaven state is welcome, Yixian said to Wayward. Oh? Let me go in and have a look. Headstrong's eyes lit up. He was currently only at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, which just happened to be at the Yixian point. Alright. Without another word, Yixian took Wayward in. Wayward did not resist and went straight to the planting space. The chi of heaven and earth is too scarce, but this place is not small. Some reaching heaven state powerhouses with the eye of space can also open up a small space like this, but it's only hearsay. No one has ever done it before. In the planting space, Wayward said. After seeing Wayward, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't help but distance himself a little, because the latter's aura made him feel fear. Wayward was a platinum holy light dragon, so he naturally didn't like the aura of death. However, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Yi Xian's treasure, so Wayward naturally wouldn't attack him. Ouch, your heavenly treasure tree has withered. Suddenly, he said willfully. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the planting space and found that the heavenly treasure tree and the other heaven and earth treasures had all withered. Not a single one was left. All the nutrients had been absorbed by the flower of life. After absorbing so much nutrients, the flower of life had also grown a little. Holy shit! These are heaven and earth treasures for father and the others. Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, this flower of life clearly wasn't that simple. As long as it was here, the chi of heaven and earth would probably increase by a few levels. At that time, the heaven and earth treasures would grow several times faster and better. At this moment, the flower of life suddenly released a white light that illuminated the entire planting space. One had to know that the planting space had already surpassed the land of reincarnation before leveling up. After leveling up, it had nearly doubled in size. This light shone on the heavenly treasure tree and the other heaven and earth treasures, and they instantly regained their vitality and actually recovered. The flower of life is the main ingredient for my life saint pill. It has extremely strong healing abilities. Although the chi of heaven and earth here isn't as good as the outside world, it should be after a while. You're in charge of traveling, I'll cultivate to the peak of the imperishable realm first. After saying that, Wayward sat down beside the flower of life and started cultivating. This time their destination was Blazing Sun City. There was a branch of the Glazed Knights there, but with Yi Xian's speed it would probably take 1 or 2 days. During this day, Yi Xian's clone didn't just sit around. Now that the planting space could accommodate humans, he directly opened up an area in the east of the planting space, and then opened a teleportation gate in Lianyun City that led to the planting space. From now on, the people of the eastern continent could enter the planting space to cultivate at any time. The planting space was an independent space opened by Yi Xian, and he was the owner of the planting space. Even if a Heaven Ascension Realm expert entered, they would probably die in there. Hence, Yi Xian's second clone went to capture a large number of Heaven Ascension beasts, and set up various dangerous areas in the east for the Yi family disciples to cultivate. One had to know that the Blood Rock continent and the land of reincarnation were thousands of times apart. Since the planting space wasn't small, Yi Xian asked Yi Chong and the others to call in other factions, such as the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Chaotic Astral Ocean Pirates, etc. Although these places were personally set up by Yi Xian, the Heaven Ascension beasts in there weren't high realms. They were all below the imperishable realm. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Blazing Sun City. Blazing Sun City wasn't bad. The city lord was a Heaven Ascension Realm expert, which was already very strong for Yi Xian. Kuboan's heavenly dragon tribe was actually preparing to move to Blazing Sun City. Although they weren't going to move to the city, they were going to be in the vicinity. That way, the giant dragon tribe wouldn't dare to act rashly. Since he had already saved the heavenly dragon tribe, Yi Xian played the good guy again and brought them all to Blazing Sun City. Chapter 1607. Alright, let's enter the city, urged Headstrong, who had already come out of the planting space. He was actually also a member of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, but not from the Penglai Sacred Land. He belonged to the Life Sacred Land. The Life Sacred Land was much stronger than the Penglai Sacred Land. Kuboan was also about to enter the city, so he gave the strategic information they had gathered to the Blazing Sun City Lord, so they went together. After entering the city, he parted ways with Yi Xian. He went to the City Lord's mansion, while Yi Xian and Headstrong went to the Glazed Knights branch. The Glazed Knights recruit a group of people with potential every once in a while, but they can't be more than 1,000 years old. You're lucky to have run into them. On the way, Headstrong emphasized again. Will there be any Ascension Realm experts? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Maybe, but Blazing Sun City is so small. Those with talent have probably gone to the big cities. We probably won't run into any here. At most, the 7th or 8th Undying Soul Realm experts will be hard to find. Headstrong shook his head. Soon they arrived at the Glazed Knight's branch and went straight in. A man in silver armor sensed the capricious aura and immediately came forward. Yixian was startled, because this man's realm was even higher than Headstrong's. That meant he was in the Ascension realm. Registration for the test. Headstrong glanced at him and said directly, "It's rare for a genius like you to appear here. Let's see if you meet the requirements first." The man in silver armor took out a purple crystal without hesitation. Headstrong put his hand on the crystal, but there was no reaction. No reaction. Your age meets the requirements. Gather outside the city in 3 days and send you to the test site. The man in silver armor handed a token to Headstrong, then turned and left. Hey, wait, he hasn't tested yet. Headstrong suddenly stopped him. Hearing this, the man in silver armor raised his eyebrows and said in shock, "Third stage of the Undying Soul Realm? You don't have a realm requirement when you recruit people. You just need to pass the test," said Headstrong. "That's true, but if you take someone of this realm to the test, you'll die 9 times out of 10. Fine, since you want to die, I won't say anything more." The silver-armored man took out the purple crystal again and tested it on Yixian. Yixian was not even 100 years old, let alone 1,000 years old, so he naturally met the requirements. After that, he also obtained a test token and left with Caprice. The Glazed Knights need elites. If you want to pass the assessment, you have to kill an undying 6th-stage spirit beast at least 3 realms above you. Only then can you get the bronze badge. If you can kill a 7th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast, you'll get a silver badge, an 8th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast is a gold badge, and a 9th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast is a platinum badge. Capricious explained to Yixian, "To put it simply, if you succeed in a challenge 3 levels above you, you'll be a bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. The aptitude test will be linked to the Glazed Knight's training in the future." Hearing this, Yixian's expression changed and he said in shock, "Then if you want to pass the assessment, won't you have to challenge a 3rd-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast?" "No, 1 major realm is equivalent to 2 minor realms, so I only need to kill a 2nd-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast." Capricious shook his head. "That won't be easy." Yixian sighed. Challenging a higher realm was extremely easy for him, but for others it was not easy. However, Capricious came from the life-sacred land, and was once a loose immortal expert, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to pass the assessment. "If you want to get close to that little girl, I estimate that you'll have to at least get a gold badge, which means you have to kill an 8th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast. Can you do it?" Capricious suddenly turned his head and asked, "If it's a soul-penetrating heaven beast, it won't be a problem." Yixian nodded. If he wanted to get a gold badge, he would have to fight at least 5 realms above him. Fortunately, the assessment was for soul-penetrating heaven beasts, not humans or fiends, so 5 realms was acceptable. However, during the assessment, Old Tree probably couldn't fight. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian should be able to, so it shouldn't be difficult to pass the assessment. Originally, I wanted to get a gold badge or even a platinum badge, but I just happened to see you and felt that you're more suitable than me to get close to that little girl, so I let you go," Capricious said. Yixian was shocked when he heard this. Capricious was currently at the peak of the 9th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm. If he wanted to get a platinum badge, he would have to challenge a 5th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast. As expected of a loose immortal, so awesome. Soon 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yixian and Capricious gathered outside Blazing Sun City. The silver-armored man was already waiting there. In addition, there were more than 10 fiends, whose realms were between the 5th and 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm. 5th and 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm were very good candidates to participate in the Glazed Knight's assessment. This was because they could learn top-notch undying divine abilities, and have a higher chance of success when challenging someone of a higher realm. There were very few people like Yixian who participated in the assessment at the 3rd stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm, which was why the silver-armored man looked at Yixian strangely. However, under normal circumstances, they would condense a soul seed before coming because once the assessment started, there was no third possibility other than killing or being killed by a soul-penetrating heaven beast. When the other 13 saw Yixian and Yixian, they couldn't help but be surprised. Capricious realm was a little unexpected. Ninth stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm meant that he had to kill a second-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast to pass the assessment. This was no joke. Alright, all 15 of you are here. Let's go. When the silver-armored man saw Yixian and Capricious arrive, he immediately took out a token and waved his right hand, tearing open a spatial crack. Yixian and the other 15 entered and went directly to another city. Then, they were handed over to another knight. These knights are only reserved knights of the glazed knights. Only when they reach the 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm or reach the gold badge can they be promoted to regular knights. Capricious condensed his true energy into a thread, and his voice directly sounded in Yixian's ears. 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm. This glazed knights is really powerful. Yixian couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 1608. About half a day later, a total of 167 examinees had gathered, including 3 super geniuses in the reaching heaven realm. Then, the knight in the lead tore through space again, bringing all 167 examinees to a new place and transferring them up one level at a time. It was unknown what realm the examinees would reach when they reached the final destination. Yixian had to go through this process 6 times. After the 6th time, he was brought to a place called the Preparatory City. At this time, more than 100,000 examinees had gathered here. The scene was extremely magnificent. Oh, this year's preparatory examination is quite impressive. Headstrong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With so many people gathered in a square, everyone's spiritual senses could cover the square, so their realms couldn't be concealed at all. How impressive! Yixian couldn't help but ask curiously. The weakest one is in the 1st tier of the Undying Soul realm, while the strongest is in the 3rd tier of the Reaching Heaven realm, Headstrong replied. 3rd tier of the Reaching Heaven realm? That means they have to kill a 6th tier Reaching Heaven realm beast. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Most of the examinees here were more powerful than him, but this had nothing to do with him. However, with so many examinees, they had to prepare corresponding Reaching Heaven beasts. The glazed knights were really rich. After all, this was a free examination. Soon the examination began. There was no order to this examination. There were small teleportation formations around the square. As long as they were ready, the examination could begin immediately. Let's go. Without saying anything else, Headstrong led Yixian to a teleportation formation and obediently lined up. A regular knight stood beside the formation. His aura was stronger than all the examinees present, and he had already reached the 6th tier of the Reaching Heaven realm. At the same time, a bronze badge was tattooed on his breastplate. The regular knight said to a genius, "What rank do you want to challenge?" This genius was in the 5th tier of the Undying Soul realm. Faced with this question, he directly answered, "Bronze." Good going. The regular knight activated the small teleportation formation and sent this genius to a specific place. The average person would challenge the bronze emblem, and the number of people challenging the silver emblem was not even 1%. As for the gold badge, less than 1 in 10,000 would challenge it. Among these more than 100,000 people, it was estimated that there were less than 20 people who challenged the gold emblem. Moreover, this was only the preparation for the challenge. Who knew how many people could actually take down the gold emblem? As for the super genius who obtained the platinum emblem, there might not even be 1 in 10 batches. The examinees were teleported away one by one, and the number of people in the square gradually decreased. At this time there was a sudden commotion in front of them. Silver emblem. He actually wants to challenge the silver emblem. Amazing. This is a challenge that requires one to surpass 4 levels. Failure means death. So what if I die? Anyway, I have the soul seed. At most I can try again after I revive. Once I succeed, I will be powerful. It turned out that a genius who challenged the silver emblem had appeared in front of them. No wonder it set off a frenzy of discussion. Tisk, it's just a mere silver. Is there a need to make such a fuss? Willful said disdainfully. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Yixian. After all, he wanted Yixian to challenge for the gold emblem. This was a 1 in a million super genius. Soon it was Yixian's turn. What level do you want to challenge? Asked the regular knight, who was at the 6th tier of the Reaching Heaven state. Gold. Yixian paused for a moment before replying. What? As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, there's actually someone who dares to challenge a gold rank expert. This brat has some guts. 3rd stage of the Undying Soul Realm. That means he has to challenge an 8th stage Undying Soul Realm connecting Heaven Beast. Does he really have such powerful battle prowess? You can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe he's a disciple from some big power. If you succeed, then you can be a core member of the Glazed Knights and have a bright future ahead of you. The surrounding people revealed looks of envy. Some of them even regretted not talking to Yi Xian earlier. Once Yi Xian succeeded, he would have a meteoric rise. Even if he failed and died, they would not lose anything. What a huge loss. Not only the passers-by, but even the regular knight couldn't believe it. 3rd stage of the Undying Soul Realm. That means the connecting Heaven Beast that is challenging the 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Alright, you can go in. The regular knight was also a person who had seen great storms and waves. He quickly came back to his senses. After nodding, he began to operate the teleportation array. He had seen many people challenge the gold emblem, but only a few succeeded in the end. Soon Yi Xian left through the teleportation array. Next, it was Capricious' turn. I also challenged the gold emblem. Without waiting for the regular knight to speak, Capricious directly said, "What?" The regular knight was shocked again. He felt Capricious' realm and found that it was actually the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Yi Xian challenged the gold emblem and had to surpass 5 realms. Capricious also challenged the gold emblem. Because he had to surpass a realm, he only needed to surpass 4 realms. However, Capricious was in the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. He had to challenge a 4th stage connecting Heaven Beast. I didn't expect 2 people to challenge the gold emblem in a row. Alright, go in. The regular knight didn't say much and directly operated the teleportation array. Capricious originally wanted to challenge the silver emblem, but he suddenly changed his mind. He was at his peak and he was also a loose immortal. How could he be defeated by Yi Xian? After the teleportation array landed, Yi Xian found that he had arrived at a strange place. Welcome to the Trial Mystic Realm. In front of you is a flaming lion with an 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Kill it and you will pass the trial. In addition, external forces are not allowed in this trial. During the teleportation you have been sealed. Once you are ready, you only need to break the light barrier in front of you. The trial will only end when you kill the flaming lion or are killed by it. A pleasant voice sounded. Sealed? I don't know if this external force is referring to the power of others sealed in my body or something else. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly summoned Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian from the planting space. Just now he had already sealed them. If he could use them, it meant that it was reasonable. However, he was restricted when he summoned the old tree. After all, the old tree was now considered a demon. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian are enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Even without the help of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian, he could complete the trial alone. Chapter 1609. Let's go. Yi Xian calmly stood in place and gave the order. In the next moment, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian attacked together. With a light sweep, they easily broke the light barrier. As soon as the light barrier broke, a scorching aura immediately spread out. A majestic flaming lion entered Yi Xian's eyes. This flaming lion also had intelligence. It knew that it could only survive by killing Yi Xian. Therefore, after a roar, its fiery red fur instantly burst into flames. In an instant, the entire test space was enveloped in flames. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. These 2 bloodlines had extremely high resistance to flames. This level of flames couldn't hurt Yi Xian. At the same time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian rushed towards the flaming lion. Since they shared the support bloodline, they weren't affected by the flames. The flaming lion didn't dare to believe that its flames couldn't burn Yi Xian and the other 2. This was too unreal. In an instant, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian, who were both at the Undying Soul Realm, arrived beside the flaming lion and launched their attacks. Not only that, but Yi Xian also continuously attacked from the same spot. Bang! The flaming lion was bombarded by the attacks of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhantian. It roared in pain. Compared to the races like humans and demons, sky-connecting beasts were too easy to deal with. They couldn't use their true chi and their methods were too simple. In less than 10 rounds, the flaming lion was killed by Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Even its soul was obliterated by Yi Xian's sword. Congratulations on passing the test. After the death of the blazing bright lion, the melodious voice from before resounded in the secret test room. This way, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the gold emblem and successfully enter the Glazed Knights. However, he had passed the test and was still not teleported out. At this time an old voice suddenly sounded. "Young man, you are very talented. You actually managed to subdue the Ghost Dome Great Emperor." When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The one who spoke just now should be a specific program, but now it should be a big shot in the Glazed Knights speaking. "Thank you for your praise, senior," Yi Xian hurriedly said. "You have already passed the gold emblem test, and your reward will be given to you later. However, I would like to ask here, are you willing to challenge the platinum emblem?" The old voice sounded again. "Platinum badge? This?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The mission that Caprice gave him was only to challenge for the gold emblem. This way, he would be valued by the Glazed Knights. With his current realm, challenging the platinum emblem meant that he would have to challenge the 9th stage Undying Soul Connecting Heaven Beast. The flaming lion he had encountered just now happened to be of the fire element, so it was not much of a threat to him. However, if he accepted the challenge, then he would have to challenge a heaven-reaching beast of a higher level. If he accidentally encountered a heaven-reaching beast of the 9th stage Undying Soul Connecting Heaven realm, then it would be a tragedy. Although he still had the possibility of winning if he used his trump cards, the current Bladestorm and Unicorn Descent were both on cooldown, so the chances of winning were not high. "Don't worry, you have already passed the gold emblem test. If you encounter any danger, I will immediately stop the test. Your reward will not change. I am only giving you a chance. It depends on whether you are willing to try." When the mysterious master saw Yi Xian hesitate, he immediately said, "In that case, what do I have to be afraid of?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Since the other party would intervene, then it would be much simpler. At most he would fail. Anyway, he had already passed the gold emblem test. Even if he failed, it would be fine. "Okay, I will arrange it for you immediately." After the old voice finished speaking, a light shield appeared in the next moment. There is a flaming lion inside, but it is the king of the flaming lions. Its strength has reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Connecting Heaven realm. If you can kill it, then you will pass the platinum emblem test and obtain the platinum emblem. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This master seemed to be giving him special treatment. Wasn't the flaming lion king of the fire attribute? Then it would be much easier for him to kill it. Okay. At that moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to break the light shield. Suddenly, a flaming lion king that was bigger than the previous one appeared. Roar! This flaming lion king roared. Immediately, flames soared into the sky and covered the entire test space. The power of the flames this time was more than 5 times stronger than before. Even Yi Xian felt a sense of pressure. If it wasn't for the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, he would have melted long ago. Undying Battle Soul, kill it! Yi Xian immediately ordered the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei awe the heavens. In an instant, the two's attributes increased by 2 folds. Although the Unicorn Descent couldn't be used, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor still had the sky-shattering meteor slash. As for the Sword Storm, Yi Xian didn't want to use it. This Flaming Lion King wasn't weak. It was much stronger than the previous Flaming Lion King. When the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei awe the heavens approached, they were sent flying by its 2 claws. However, when the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was sent flying, he immediately used the sky-shattering meteor slash. A dark gray sword chi slashed out, heading towards the Flaming Lion King. However, this Flaming Lion King was very fast. It instantly went around the sky-shattering meteor slash and opened its mouth, preparing to bite the Ghost Dome Great Emperor into pieces. The sky-shattering meteor slash seemed to have missed, but don't forget that Yi Xian had the Eye of Space. Rip! Suddenly, the space was torn apart. The sky-shattering meteor slash entered the space and came out from the back of the Flaming Lion King. Boom! The sky-shattering meteor slash struck the Flaming Lion King, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. That unique petrification ability also spread out in an instant. The flaming Lion King cried out in pain. The flames on its body suddenly exploded, and the petrified part of its body shattered. Although the sky-shattering meteor/hit, it didn't have much of an effect. This flaming Lion King wasn't that easy to deal with. As for the Eye of Space, it probably wouldn't be that easy to injure this flaming Lion King. After all, Yixian's cultivation realm was too low. As such, it would be a battle of attrition. Although the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian had activated their Undying Battle Soul, the flaming Lion King was at the 9th stage of the Undying Battle Soul realm. Whether it was its speed or strength, it was superior to the two of them. Fortunately, both the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian had the immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline. Their injuries would automatically recover. Boom! 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 In the assessment space, the sounds were unceasing. The battle was very intense. This flaming Lion King had completely ignored Yixian because Yixian's attacks couldn't hit it at all. Chapter 16:10. There was no time limit to the assessment. Furthermore, the flaming Lion King couldn't recover from its injuries. When the Undying Battle Soul's duration was over, its body would be riddled with wounds and blood would flow out continuously. Its blood was also very unique. When it flowed to the ground, it would ignite. The entire assessment space turned into a sea of fire. Roar! The flaming Lion King had roared countless times since the beginning. Although its attacks could severely injure the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian, the two of them were able to recover quickly. Up until now, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian seemed to be fine. The flaming Lion King, who possessed intelligence, suddenly had an idea. Its large eyes suddenly turned and its gaze fell onto Yixian. Roar! After roaring, it suddenly charged towards Yixian. You finally realize that I'm the examiner. As long as you kill me, this assessment will be over. The corner of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. It had to be said that the flaming Lion King's reaction was too slow. It took so long for it to realize. Facing this ferocious beast that was charging towards him, Yixian calmly broke open a void door and arrived beside Wei Zhenqian. Although the flaming Lion King's speed was fast, Yixian could still react. When the former saw Yixian disappear, it was immediately enraged. It turned around and charged towards Yixian again. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian. As a precaution, Yixian left a void locator in the corner of the assessment space. Then he continuously attacked with the Void Flame Sword Wave. After the flaming Lion King broke free from the entanglement of the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian, it charged towards Yixian again. Eye of the Void! Yixian once again broke through the void, left his original location, and returned to his previous location. The flaming Lion King lost Yixian's trace again and roared at the sky in anger. At this moment, the Undying Battle Soul's effect was about to end. As long as the Undying Battle Soul's effect disappeared, it would be difficult to fight. However, the flaming Lion King was also heavily injured. As it moved, its injuries would become more serious and its battle strength would become weaker. For the sake of the Platinum Emblem, so what if he had to fight for 10 days and 10 nights? However, 10 days and 10 nights was impossible. Yixian estimated that in less than an hour, the flaming Lion King would die in his hands. Although the way of fighting was a little despicable in a battle of life and death, to be able to kill the other party no matter what kind of despicable tricks one used, it was still acceptable. Time was ticking away. In the end, heaven-reaching beasts could not reach the top of the food chain. They did not know how to use true qi, nor could they use pills. In the end, they would be trampled under the feet of the strong. Although the duration of the Undying War Soul had passed, the flaming Lion King's injuries had worsened after 10 minutes. Its combat power was only at 80% of its peak. During these 10 minutes, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian couldn't hurt it at all. However, after 10 minutes, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian could do the same. After another 5 minutes, the flaming Lion King's combat power dropped by another 10%. 2 minutes later, the flaming Lion King's combat power dropped to 60%. Now, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian could fight against it. Yixian, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help but smile. It seemed like the flaming Lion King was going to die soon. At this moment, the entire test space was burning with flames. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been torn to pieces or burned to ashes by the flaming Lion King. However, Yixian, who was at the Undying Soul Realm, was able to hold on until the end. Of course, if there were no restrictions in this battle and Old Tree was able to fight, the Flaming Lion King wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 5 minutes. Roar! The Flaming Lion King roared once again. Its voice reverberated in the air. At this moment it no longer had the sharpness of its peak. It looked like it was on its last breath. A dignified king of a tribe was actually exhausted to death by such a despicable method. What a disgrace. Soon, the Flaming Lion King fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Could no longer stand up. Then Ghost Dome Great Emperor swooped down from the sky and stabbed the Flaming Lion King's eyes, penetrating its head. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yixian's killing intent and elegy of souls increased by a lot. An undying soul realm connecting heaven beast was indeed not easy to deal with. Even with Unicorn's deterrence, Yixian couldn't injure it. He could only use such a method to win. After the Flaming Lion King died, an old man in black armor suddenly appeared in the air. Previously, Yixian saw the bronze insignia on the regular knights outside. However, this old man in front of him had a platinum insignia. Platinum Knight. This old man in front of him was actually a platinum knight. Yixian was shocked. He thought to himself, what the F***ck, he's actually a platinum knight. The glazed knights were mainly divided into preparatory knights and regular knights. Regular knights were also divided into ranks according to their insignia. Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, Gold Knight and Platinum Knight. Platinum Knight meant that this old man could challenge opponents who were 6 realms higher than him. It was too terrifying. Young man, don't be surprised. There are many Platinum Knights like me in the Glazed Knights. My strength isn't even in the top 30. The old man chuckled and then landed on the ground. Yixian was shocked. Due to the difference in realms, he couldn't see what realm this old man was at. 7th tier Ascension Realm? 8th tier Ascension Realm? 9th tier Ascension Realm? In any case, his strength definitely left him 18,000 streets behind. Greetings, senior. Yixian hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted. No need for formalities. The old man waved his hand and then said, I saw your battle. Although you used a tactic of attrition to kill the Flaming Lion King, I know that you still have a trump card that you haven't used, right? Yes. Yixian nodded in reply. He did have a trump card and that was the Bladestorm. However, this Bladestorm had a cooldown of 3 days. It was best not to use it unless necessary. In this assessment mystic realm, if you can use it, it means that you can use it. It doesn't violate the rules. Since you can defeat the Flaming Lion King, who is at the 9th tier of the Undying Soul realm, it means that you have passed the Platinum trial. After the old man finished speaking, he took out a platinum insignia from his universe ring and handed it to Yixian. This platinum insignia is not something that can be obtained in 1,000 years. I also rose to this rank after becoming a gold knight. Yixian took the platinum insignia. He was a little excited. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after passing the platinum trial. Although he didn't know how much it would be, it should at least help him level up, right? This platinum insignia, you can bind it with your blood and fuse it with your body. This way you can identify other knights. At the same time, you can use it to send a message to your knight commander. If you are in danger, the knight commander can locate you directly. As long as the distance isn't too far, he can come and save you. Chapter 1611. What's the position of a knight commander? Yixian asked curiously. Anyone who passes the gold test or reaching Heaven LV6 can become a regular knight. When the time comes, they will join a knight commander. Every knight commander is at least a platinum knight. After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly laughed and said, There are a total of 50 knight commanders in the Glazed Knights, and I am one of them. Now Yixian understood why the old man gave him special treatment. He wanted to take him under his wing. I see. Yixian nodded, then dripped his blood on the platinum badge to bind it to him, then put it into his body. Anyone who passes the gold test will be assigned to me. My name is Molly, and I will be your knight commander from now on, said the old man. Greetings, knight commander. Yixian cupped his fists again. Good. I didn't expect anyone to pass the platinum test this time, so I haven't prepared the reward yet. I will give it to you later. Also, anyone who passes the test can choose a mount. However, I don't think you will be interested in mounts below the reaching heaven realm, said Molly. Mount? Yixian raised his eyebrows. There were about 500 reaching heaven realm examinees in the square just now, and the strongest one had reached reaching heaven LV3. Even if they participated in the lowest bronze test, they would need to kill a reaching heaven beast of reaching heaven realm LV6 to pass. If Yixian requested, it wouldn't be a problem to get a reaching heaven beast of reaching heaven realm LV6 as a mount. However, it was impossible to sign a contract with such a huge gap between their realms. But what use would a mount below the reaching heaven realm be to Yixian, who was a platinum knight? Knight Commander, forget about the mount, said Yixian as he looked at Wei Zhentian. A mount could only be powerful for a while, and it couldn't keep up with his cultivation speed, unless it had a special talent. Okay, then I will give you more rewards. Let's go. Molly nodded and waved his hand. He and Yixian appeared in a square. Only those who passed the test could come to this square. Yixian immediately sensed the crowd. There were already more than 10,000 people in the plaza. Most of them had passed the bronze assessment, and there were a few dozen who had passed the silver assessment. As for the golden knights, there were only 5 of them, and there was only one platinum knight, Yixian. These people had also fused with their knight badges. When Yixian appeared, they immediately sensed it and were all shocked. Heavens, it's a platinum knight. Platinum, it's actually a platinum knight. He surpassed 6 realms and succeeded. Anyone who passes the gold exam and above can directly become a regular knight. He actually passed the platinum exam. There are only 5 geniuses in history who passed the platinum exam directly. However, the realm of those who pass the platinum test is usually lower, so it's easier this way. The 3rd level of the Undying Soul realm is truly a good realm. The entire square was in an uproar. Then they turned their attention to Molly, who was also a platinum knight. Most of them were given the badges by regular knights. Only the 5 gold knights were given the badges by powerful people. They didn't expect Yixian to be given the badge by a platinum knight. This was quite impressive. This kid. No wonder the exam was so slow. It turns out that he passed the platinum exam again. Impressive. After passing the gold exam, Headstrong couldn't help but smile when he saw Yixian behind Molly. Originally, he set the requirement for Yixian to pass the gold exam. He didn't expect Yixian to pass the platinum exam. This was really out of his expectations. Of course, with his strength, passing the platinum exam wouldn't be a problem. However, he felt that it was too ostentatious. As for the other 4 gold knights, their realms were lower than his, but it was still not bad. After all, they were from the big forces around. Yixian also noticed Headstrong. When Molly walked up to a high platform, he directly went to Headstrong's side. Not bad, not bad. You passed the platinum exam. You really didn't disappoint me. Headstrong nodded in satisfaction. I won by a battle of attrition. Yixian grinned, then used his true chi thread to send Headstrong a voice transmission. That Knight Commander, what's his realm? Peak Ascension Realm Level 9. These people are all suppressing their realms and haven't broken through. Although they can't ascend without exception, they all have to break through and become rogue immortals. However, rogue immortals have a fatal flaw. Headstrong said. What fatal flaw? Yixian frowned and asked. After breaking through and becoming a rogue immortal, an immortal tribulation will descend once every 1,000 years. Moreover, each tribulation is more dangerous than the last. If you can't withstand it, you'll turn into ashes. Although many people have methods to delay the tribulation, if you can't, then you're dead meat. After Headstrong finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause. Therefore, once you become a rogue immortal, your lifespan will be greatly shortened. Some people only live for 1,000 years before being struck to death by the tribulation. However, if you succeed, then your strength will increase exponentially. Such a short lifespan. Yixian furrowed his brows. One had to know that Ascension Realm powerhouses could live for tens of thousands of years, but once they became a rogue immortal, they could only live for 1,000 years. Therefore, many people suppressed their realms and were determined not to break through. Yixian suddenly thought of another question. Then why is the Immortal Realm passage closed? I'm not sure. No one knows the reason. In any case, no one has ever successfully ascended to the Immortal Realm and become a true immortal. Headstrong shrugged and shook his head helplessly. After hearing this, Yixian fell silent. If he reached the peak of Ascension Realm level 9, he didn't know whether he would directly ascend to the immortal realm or be forced to break through and become a rogue immortal like others. At this time, Molly saw that there were no more gold examinees in the mystic realm, so he directly said, "Those who pass the gold test and above, follow me." Among the thousands of people present, only 5 had passed the gold test, and Yixian had passed the platinum test. Therefore, this sentence was meant for the 6 of them. The rest of the people who passed the bronze and silver tests could only watch enviously as the 6 left. Of course, the one who made them envious the most was Yixian, the Platinum Knight. Platinum Knights were almost the highest-ranked knights in the Glazed Knights. They could obtain a huge amount of resources from the Glazed Knights to cultivate, so their future achievements would naturally not be low. As for those who passed the bronze and silver tests, they still had to join the Reserve Knights. Only by passing the gold test or reaching Ascension Realm level 6 could they become regular knights. Chapter 16:12. Although these people's realms were higher than Yixian in terms of aptitude, they were far behind Yixian. Unless they were promoted to Platinum Knight, they would have to salute Yixian when they saw him. We are now in a city called Linfeng City. Around the headquarters of the Glazed Knights, there are a total of 50 cities like this, with 50 knight commanders acting as the temporary city lord. Molly explained while leading the way. "From now on, you are all knights under my command. You can choose to guard Linfeng City or go out to carry out missions." "Knight Commander, I heard that there are 5 Glazed Knights above Platinum Knights?" At this time, a Gold Knight suddenly asked. "You know quite a lot." "That's right. Glazed Knights are above Platinum Knights. However, there are only 5 Glazed Knights in my Glazed Knights regiment." Molly nodded. "These 5 Glazed Knights are very strong. 4 of them have already passed the immortal tribulation and became loose immortals. The last one, Lord Lin Guangyao, is still in the Ascension Realm, but he has the strength to fight against 10. Although I am at the same level as him, if we fight, I'm afraid I will be killed in an instant." Instant kill. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Yixian heard Run Xingxing say that Knight Commander Molly was already at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer. That Lin Guangyao should also be at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer. However, the latter could instantly kill the former. Wasn't the difference in strength a little too big? "Knight Commander, I heard that you are also at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer. Why is the difference in strength so big?" a Gold Knight asked. "Although I am also at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer like Lord Lin Guangyao, Lord Lin Guangyao has cultivated the Glazed Treasured Body. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can fight against 10. Molly couldn't help but pause. He continued, "This Glazed Treasured Body is the most powerful ability of my Glazed Knights regiment. Once successfully cultivated, one's physique will be greatly improved. Even resisting a spatial crack will not be a problem." Resisting a spatial crack? Everyone was shocked. Even Willful couldn't help but raise his brows. The destructive power of a spatial crack was almost limitless, but it could still be resisted? "No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken it head-on. As long as you cultivate the Glazed Treasure Body, the environment in your body will be extremely stable. If there is a spatial crack that tears your skin, you will be repelled. The Glazed Treasure Body has a repelling effect. Although it is not considered to be a hard hit, it is close." Molly shook his head helplessly. The Glazed Treasure Body is indeed powerful, but one has to be promoted to a Platinum Knight before one can come into contact with it. I've been training for 100 years, but I've only just touched the threshold. Platinum Knight. After hearing this, the 5 Gold Knights, including Capricious, couldn't help but look at Yixian. Yixian had passed the Platinum trial, which meant that he could come into contact with the Glazed Treasure Body. However, so what if they came into contact? After all, Yixian was only at the 3rd level of the Undying Soul Realm. Even the Knight Captain Molly, who was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9th tier, had not been able to master it. So how could Yixian have mastered it? Therefore, the other 4 Golden Knights were not envious at all. They were just looking forward to it. Since Willful had decided to join the Glazed Knights, he had naturally investigated the Glazed Knights. The Glazed Knights had been established 500 years ago. In other words, it only took them 500 years to develop to the point where they could contend with the Penglai demon race in Heaven Extinction Palace. One had to admit that this glazed fairy was very resourceful. Molly brought Yixian's group of 6 to a few courtyards and said, "All right, the 6 of you can find a place to stay first and get used to the environment." At this moment, a silver knight suddenly walked over and handed the ring to Molly. After receiving it, Molly passed it to Yixian and said, "This is your reward for passing the platinum trial. It's enough for you to cultivate to the ascension stage. From now on, you can receive a batch of cultivation resources every month. As for the rest, you'll have to spend merit points. As for merit points, you can get them by completing missions." "Thank you, Knight Captain." Yixian took the interspatial ring and looked at it. His eyes couldn't help but light up. As expected, passing the platinum trial had great benefits. There were so many things in this interspatial ring that he almost jumped up and kissed Molly. "All right, you can get used to the environment for a few days. After that, you can take on some relatively simple missions to practice." After saying this, Molly left directly. As for Yixian's group, they prepared to choose a place to stay. It had to be said that the ranking system in the Knight Regiment was too strict. Yixian was now a Platinum Knight. If he didn't choose a place to stay, the other 4 Gold Knights didn't dare to choose first. "All right, I'll take this one." Wayward pointed at the nearest place and said. The other 4 Gold Knights were surprised, but they thought that Wayward and Yixian seemed to know each other, so they didn't say anything. "I'll take this one." Yixian pointed at the place next to Wayward's. Anyway, people at their level didn't need to sleep. Their residences were usually used for cultivation. But at this moment, a voice suddenly fell into Yixian's ears. "Sir, do you need me to serve you?" It was a woman's voice. Yixian turned his head and saw the female Gold Knight throwing flirtatious glances at him. "No thanks." Yixian also used qi condensation to send his voice directly into the female Gold Knight's ears. But it had to be said that this female Gold Knight was really something. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a cow. She was curvaceous in front and behind. If he could spend time with her, it would definitely be a wonderful thing. However, Yixian already had 2 women at home. It was better not to pluck wild flowers. After hearing Yixian's words, the female Gold Knight revealed a disappointed expression and turned to Wayward. "Go away," Wayward said straightforwardly. This female Gold Knight didn't care about Yixian, but even Wayward wasn't interested in her. She couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. However, she felt that Wayward wasn't a simple person, so she could only suppress her anger. Then, she turned around angrily and walked into a residence. At this moment, Yixian had already returned to his residence. This time he passed the platinum trial and received a huge reward. If he broke through now, it would be too ostentatious. "Let's break through first." Yixian didn't care so much and directly devoured some of it. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 4. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 6. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 6. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 6. 4 system notifications sounded in a row. Yixian's aura immediately skyrocketed. There weren't many ores in this reward, but it was enough for Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor to break through. Chapter 1613. F***CK You broke through again? At this time, a figure suddenly flashed into Yixian's room. Needless to say, it was Capricious. Only he would dare to trespass into Yixian's residence. Almost all the residences here had aura-isolating arrays. After Capricious entered, he discovered that Yixian had broken through. What do we do next? Yixian looked up and asked. Now that they had successfully infiltrated the Glazed Knights, they had completed the first step. Your realm is too low. If you want to get close to the Glazed Knights, you have to be at least at the level of Knight Captain Molly. The second step is to increase your strength, Capricious said. Then should we accept some missions? Yixian suggested. Of course, I also need to earn enough merit points to be promoted to Platinum Knight. But there's no rush, I've set a goal for myself of 100 years, Capricious said calmly. Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a joke, he was only 30 years old. 1 year was too long for him, let alone 100 years. Others needed to cultivate, and perhaps 100 years in seclusion would be 8 to 10 years, or even 100 years, but he had it. Instead of going into seclusion for 10 years, He might as well slit his own throat. At this time, a system notification sounded. Ding, the third round of the Dragon Slayer title quest has been triggered. Kill Guanchengya. Ranked 100 on the Dragon Demon list. Hearing this, Yixian paused. Previously, when he killed Death Demon Dragon Di Hui, the second round of the quest had ended. Now the third round of the quest had finally been triggered. This quest was considered easy to complete because as long as he killed those ranked 100, he would complete the quest. He didn't have to kill Guanchengya. Let's go and accept the quest. Yixian didn't say anything and directly left. The Dragon Slayer title not only doubled the damage to dragons, but also increased all attributes by 30%. Yixian was very envious. Now that he wanted to increase his strength, it was best to take this opportunity to complete the quest. Capricious followed him since he had nothing to do. They first familiarized themselves with the environment, then found the Hall of Merit. The Hall of Merit was a popular place for the Glazed Knights. There were many people here every day. After all, this was where regular knights and probationary knights received missions. Before Yixian and Capricious entered, they saw the probationary and regular knights saluting them. To say, except to say, to become a regular knight, to say, level. Passing by under the gazes of such experts, Yixian felt a sense of superiority. In Linfeng City, there were more than 100,000 reserve knights and close to 10,000 regular knights. However, the number of platinum knights could be counted on one hand. It was normal for these people to bow to Yixian. Brat, did you enjoy it for a while? Capricious couldn't help but ask. To say. Soon, the two of them entered the Merit Hall. B to say. After sensing Yixian's arrival, the knights who were accepting missions immediately stepped aside, letting Platinum Knight Yixian and Gold Knight Capricious take the missions first. Sir, what mission do you want to accept? A Bronze Knight from the Merit Hall asked. Let me see if there are any missions to kill experts on the Dragon Demon list, Yixian said. The Bronze Knight was very efficient. 2 seconds later, he gave Yixian a list of missions, from the 1st to the 200th. Some of the missions showed when and where the other party had appeared. Yixian glanced at the list and finally locked his eyes on the 97th place. A person called Di Kai. Di Kai was the same as Di Hui, a member of the Death Demonic Dragon clan under the Demonic Dragon Palace. His realm was at the peak of the 8th stage of the Undying Soul realm. 3 days ago, he had a battle with someone in Skywave City and had a night mark on him, making it easier to trace. Him. Yixian pointed at the mission and said, Platinum Knight Yixian and Gold Knight Capricious will accept it together. Okay. The Bronze Knight nodded respectfully, then said, Sir, can you choose a retainer knight to follow you? What's a retainer knight? Yixian asked in astonishment. Gold Knights can choose 1 retainer knight to follow every mission, while Platinum Knights can choose 2. The realms of retainer knights change according to the level of the mission. The Bronze Knight glanced at the mission and said, Sir, if you accept this mission, you can choose 3 retainer knights of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm to follow you. They will guarantee your safety, but will not help you complete the mission. 3 of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm. Yixian narrowed his eyes, then shook his head and said, No need. To him, 3 retainer knights of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm were more like a burden. What a joke! Although Capricious Soul was at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm, he was still a loose immortal expert. Even a 6th stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm was an ant in his eyes. Okay. The Bronze Knight didn't say much, and directly took out a sheepskin scroll and gave it to Yixian. The mission was very simple, to kill that Di Kai and bring back his corpse. As for the contribution points, Yixian didn't look at them carefully, so he didn't care. After accepting the mission, Yixian and Capricious left the Hall of Merit under the gazes of thousands of people. The surrounding people also heard about the mission they accepted, and these knights also knew that Yixian was only using this mission to practice. Windfront City could be considered large, and there were transmission arrays leading to every city. After Yixian and Capricious left the Hall of Merit, they arrived at the Transmission Palace, and were then transmitted to Skywave City. Skywave City was about the same as Blazing Sun City from before, and the city lords were all Heavenly Ascension realm experts. When they were teleporting, the two of them put away their knight medallions. After all, a gold knight was arrogant enough to swagger through the streets. If Yixian the Platinum Knight was known by others, there would definitely be experts coming to kill him. That death demon dragon Dekai has a night tracing imprint in his body. The night tracing imprint in our bodies can track him, but my realm is low, so I'll have to rely on you. After leaving the transmission palace, Yixian said to Capricious, "Really, if you want to catch him, then catch him at the Heavenly Ascension realm. He's only at the 8th stage of the Undying Soul realm, so he doesn't need to be so low to practice." Capricious said somewhat helplessly. His realm was higher than Yixian's, and his ability to track people with his night badge was stronger than Yixian's. Moreover, his spiritual sense was countless times stronger than Yixian's. After all, he was a loose immortal before, and although he lost his realm, his soul was still very strong. Chapter 16:14. Found it. Watch me. Without hesitation, Caprice took out an eye of space and used it to break through the void. One had to know that the interior of the city was more stable. It wasn't easy to tear through space. However, Headstrong's eye of space wasn't low. He didn't care about the array of a small city. When they passed through the gate, they sensed the aura of an 8th stage Undying Soul realm expert. Dekai. Rogue immortals were powerful. Even if a Heaven Ascension realm expert tore through space, it was impossible to find Dekai. After all, Dekai had been gone for 3 days. Who is it? Dekai's reaction was quite fast, and he immediately shouted loudly, "A weakling. I'm too lazy to attack. You go." Headstrong didn't have any intention to attack. He took out a fan and sat cross-legged in the air. Even if a 9th stage Heaven Ascension realm expert couldn't enter his eyes, it was too degrading for him to deal with an 8th stage Undying Soul realm expert. "I'm also too lazy to attack. Ribs, you guys go." Yixian showed a tired look and summoned Old Tree's trio. Old Tree's trio were all 6th stage Undying Soul realm experts. Killing Dekai wasn't a problem. Run! When Dekai saw Headstrong, he immediately thought of retreating. Although he had killed a 9th stage Undying Soul realm expert before, his 10,000 years of experience made him understand that Headstrong wasn't an ordinary person. Just the method of breaking through space wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. He didn't have confidence in this battle, so he could only run. "Want to leave? Have you asked this old man?" Old Tree took the lead and rushed over, intercepting Dekai. "A mere 6th stage Undying Soul realm expert dares to wander in front of me?" Dekai was furious. He was afraid of Headstrong, not Yixian's trio. However, he was wrong. Old Tree alone could fight him, not to mention Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Roar! When Dekai realized that something was wrong, he transformed into his deathly demon dragon form and fled frantically. Unfortunately, he could not escape from the grasp of the Old Tree trio. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out as the death demon dragon Dekai fell at the hands of the Old Tree trio, and its soul was harvested by Yixian. Ding! Host has completed the 3rd round of the Dragon Slayer title mission. It's already the 3rd round. I wonder how long it'll take to complete it. Yixian was slightly helpless. However, with his current realm, there was one thing he could accomplish, and that was the upper limit of his killing intent value. Now that he had 7 Devour points, he would be able to fuse 2 combat bloodlines with 2 more points. So he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still at the 4th stage of the Undying Soul realm, to kill his way into the enemy's hinterland. At this time, the pair of Eyes of Death also turned into 2 strands of Will of Death. This time Yixian quickly absorbed the 2 strands of Will of Death. If his Eyes of Death improved, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Will of Death would also improve. His Eyes of Death would also become more powerful. "Wayward, how far is your spacebreaker?" Yixian could not help but ask. If you don't have a positioning system, the 3-day journey with the help of the Eye of Space is already difficult enough. "Where do you want to go?" Wayward answered. After all, he was only in the undead realm now. "I got a strategic map earlier and I'm going to explore it," Yixian said. "Is that so? But it could be fake. If you use the spacebreaker, you might fall into the enemy's space-locking formation. However, it won't be a problem if I bring you along." After Wayward finished speaking, He took out the Eye of Space again and broke through the void. Although he was not in the Ascension realm, he used the Eye of Space to cross the 3-day distance and enter the enemy's territory. Yi Xian took out the map and looked at it to understand where he was. Northwest. There's a group of demons moving northeast, Wayward said. Okay. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately headed northwest. He had actually completed the mission this time, but because of Wayward's pride, he did not plan to take action. From the aura of the demons he found this time, he could tell that they were all from the Giant Dragon clan. Now that the entire Giant Dragon clan had betrayed the Bloodfiend Holy Land, it was normal to kill them on sight. Kid, let's start the slaughter, Wayward said to Yi Xian. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. In the Eye of Revelation he saw thousands of giant dragons migrating past. What Kuboan had found before was the map of the Giant Dragon clan's distribution. Once this map was spread out, experts would immediately descend to exterminate them, so they had no choice but to migrate. This Giant Dragon clan was not weak. The 3 leading giant dragons were all in the undead realm, and they had many experts under their command. With so many killing intent points, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. Go! Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly used the Death Hunt command to mark one of the giant dragons, and then flashed over. Slaughter feast, begin! This place was immediately set off a storm of blood. Although Yi Xian had just passed the Platinum trial and used his undead war soul and other skills, Yi Xian still had Slaughter Feast, which was enough. As Yi Xian and the others charged in, this Giant Dragon clan suffered heavy losses. Countless giant dragon corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Slaughter Feast's buff increased by several times. At the same time, the commotion inside made the entire Giant Dragon clan stop. What's going on? The 3 leading giant dragons frowned when they saw that the middle of the Giant Dragon clan was fighting. Someone broke through the sky and came to kill our clansmen. A giant dragon who was in human form reported. Damn it, I don't know who leaked the clan's distribution and forced us to leave. We were even hunted down several times along the way. The leader of this Giant Dragon clan shouted angrily. They had been hunted down several times before, but their realms were not high. However, this time they were facing the god of slaughter, Yi Xian. 50%, 80% doubled. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Xian's buff doubled and it was still rising rapidly. Originally, the leader of this Giant Dragon clan thought that Yi Xian and the others would be dealt with by the clan's experts. However, after 3 seconds, Yi Xian and the others were still alive and kicking. He knew that he had to personally take action. Courting death. The leader of this Giant Dragon clan roared and directly rushed towards Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Undead Soul Stage 8 and Undead Soul Stage 6. It was only a difference of 2 realms. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was confident that he could kill the other party within 3 rounds. Chapter 16:15. The Patriarch of the Giant Dragons roared and approached Ghost Dome Great Emperor. He grabbed with his dragon claw, preparing to crush Ghost Dome Great Emperor. But at this moment, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly slashed with all his might and chopped off the giant dragon claw. Not only that, but the sword chi also chopped off half of the Dragon Patriarch's neck. As expected, he was almost killed in an instant. However, this was not the end. Wei Zhentian directly transformed into a giant sword and slashed down like Pangu, splitting the heavens and earth. Rip! In an instant, the dragon's head was chopped off, but the Patriarch with an undying soul realm was still alive. Leave it to me. Not far away, Old Tree continuously flashed over and threw a few punches at the dragon's head, directly breaking a large hole in the back of its head. After a few punches, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. An expert with an undying soul realm had fallen. As for his soul, Yi Xian naturally would not let it go. He quickly finished it off and increased the buff once again. Even the Patriarch was killed. This group of giant dragons with raging battle intent instantly felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They hugged their heads and fled. There were close to 10,000 giant dragons. If they wanted to escape, Yi Xian would not be able to intercept them all. Hence, he could only choose to kill those with higher realms. In the distance, Wayward was already lying in the air. He supported his head with one hand and fanned himself with the other. He seemed to be very satisfied. This kid is very fierce when he kills. If he is allowed to grow to the 9th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, I reckon that he can even beat up undying immortals. Wayward nodded in satisfaction. He was secretly praising himself for having a good eye. However, at this moment, a white light suddenly rose from the horizon. Following that, a powerful aura spread out. Wayward raised his eyebrows. His soul and spiritual sense were at the level of an undying immortal. His senses were much stronger than Yi Xian's. He just happened to feel that powerful aura. This is, the Demon Emperor's inheritance has found an inheritor? Wayward was shocked. Before he came to the Penglai sacred land, he naturally heard about the fall of the Penglai Demon Emperor. Who would have thought that someone would inherit the position of Demon Emperor today? What a coincidence! However, Yi Xian was in the midst of his frenzied slaughter and did not notice the pillar of light that shot into the sky, nor did he sense its aura. Yi Xian and the others quickly annihilated this group of giant dragons. All the wandering souls were also obliterated. As for the giant dragons that had fled, their realms were also very low. This battle was more than enough. Yi Xian estimated that it would take a few more attempts before he could reach the maximum killing intent value. There's also a group of demons moving in the north. Do you want to go? Caprice suddenly said to Yi Xian. Of course. Yi Xian nodded in response. However, he couldn't even use Slaughtering Feast right now. It would take a while before he could use it again, so he could only fight normally. It didn't matter whether he had Slaughtering Feast, Undying War Soul and other skills. Anyway, with his strength, it was almost impossible for anyone below the Ascension realm to kill him. At that moment, Caprice directly broke open the void, and Yi Xian and the others rushed in, intercepting another group of giant dragons. Although the duration of Slaughtering Feast had passed, Yi Xian continued to fight. Although he couldn't kill all the giant dragons, it didn't matter. After all, giant dragons were lustful. Their reproductive ability was ranked first among the demons. Moreover, these giant dragons were not even at the Ascension realm, but there were hundreds of millions of them. After a few rounds of torment, Yi Xian finally reached the maximum killing intent value again. Ding! The host's killing intent value has reached the maximum limit. Would you like to exchange it for devouring points? Yes. Ding! The host has obtained 1 devouring point. Now Yi Xian had 8 devouring points. With 1 more point he could fuse 2 battle bloodlines. Caprice again. Just as Yi Xian was about to let Caprice continue searching with his soul sense, an old voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian and Caprice's ears. You two, are you doing a mission outside? This voice belonged to the Knight Captain Molly. The Knight Captain had the Platinum Badge, which could be obtained from the knights under his command. He could even directly locate the location of the knight and then fly over. Knight Captain, we're doing a mission outside. Yi Xian transmitted back using the Platinum Badge. Something happened just now. I reckon that a large number of experts from the evil Holy Lands will soon enter our territory. You must be careful. Molly reminded. Something happened? Yi Xian didn't quite understand the situation. However, Caprice instantly understood. He transmitted back, reassuring Molly. Caprice was a Gold Knight, which meant that he had killed a Ascension Realm LV4 Ascension Realm beast. He was invincible in this area, so Molly was relieved. If there's any danger, inform me immediately. Also, come back a little. I can't help if you're too far away. Molly reminded. After all, Yi Xian was a Platinum Knight. He was the seed with the most potential for the Glazed Knights. Although the soul seed could be resurrected, it would take time. Geniuses had to erupt when they were young. Once they fell silent, they might not be able to recover. Okay. Yi Xian and Caprice looked at each other, then responded. When you were fighting just now, I felt a powerful aura. It came from the direction of the Penglai demons, said Caprice. The Penglai demons? What happened? Asked Yi Xian, frowning. Someone obtained the Penglai Demon Emperor's inheritance, so the Blood Evil Holy Land, Sheung Holy Land, and Shurgu Holy Land will send experts to investigate and see who obtained the inheritance, explained Caprice. Yi Xian was surprised. What does that have to do with us? Isn't this place very far from the Penglai demons? When experts come in, those with lower realms will follow and take the opportunity to do whatever they want. There aren't many Ascension Realm cultivators in this area now, Soon there will be LV2 or LV3 Ascension Realm experts. Willful paused for a moment and said, "Of course, the main battlefield is still the Penglai goblins. Only half of the goblins, only have half of the goblins. Now that someone has obtained half of it, the other half will probably appear soon." "Why is there only half?" asked Yixian, raising his eyebrows. "You really don't know anything. Let me tell you." Willful continued to fan himself and explained, "The Penglai Sacred Land used to have a sacred landmaster, which was the demon emperor of the Penglai demon tribe, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Later, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy knew that she couldn't pass the immortal tribulation, so she left half of her heritage in the Penglai demon tribe, and then another half in the land of the fallen." Chapter 16:16. There were too many people, so she chose to hide. At first, everyone thought she was in seclusion, but later they found out she had died. The half of the inheritance she left in Penglai can guide the other half so that later generations can obtain it. Headstrong continued to explain. Yixian finally understood. "So you're saying that the other 3 holy lands are here for the demonic emperor's inheritance?" "Of course not. The demonic emperor's inheritance is only one of them. The most important thing is the holy leader token." Headstrong shook his head. "Only the master of a holy land can have the holy leader token. As long as you refine the holy leader token, you can become the master of Penglai. I said before that loose immortals can't fight in Penglai. Do you know why?" "I don't know. Is there some kind of agreement?" Yixian guessed. "Yes, it can be considered a tacit agreement. However, the real reason is because the space in the Penglai Holy Land is unstable. If a Heaven Ascension expert were to tear open space, they would be able to repair it. However, if a loose immortal expert were to take action, the torn space would not be repaired. Moreover, the space cracks can continue to expand. In the end, they can even swallow the entire Holy Land and affect other Holy Lands. So loose immortals are not allowed to fight in small Holy Lands. If they break the rules, they will be punished by the Heavenly Tao. The light ones will be severely injured, and the heavy ones will be directly killed," Headstrong explained. "So you're saying that we can fight in the big Holy Lands?" Yixian asked. "There are 4 big Holy Lands: the Life Holy Land, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Holy Emperor of Death, and the Underworld Holy Land. The space in these 4 Holy Lands is very stable. When Ascension Realm fighters tear space, the space cracks will be repaired instantly. When loose immortals fight, the space cracks will be repaired more slowly." After Headstrong finished speaking, he changed the topic. "However, with the Holy Leader token, you can wantonly fight in your own territory. Others can't. So that's how it is. Then the Holy Leader token is very popular. If a loose immortal obtains the Holy Leader token, he will be invincible in his own holy land." Yixian finally understood. The 3 evil holy lands had entered Penglai to fight for the position of Holy Landmaster. Loose immortals from outside couldn't attack, but loose immortals with Holy Master tokens could. Wasn't this invincible? By the way, the Penglai Sacred Land has 6 major powers. Aside from the 3 evil sacred lands and the Penglai demon tribe, there are also the Glazed Knights in Tianjua Palace. Are they also competing for the Sacred Leader token? Yixian suddenly asked. The Glazed Knights, the Penglai Goblin Clan, and the Heavenju Palace. Although the 3 great powers are united against the 3 great evil holy lands, only the Penglai Goblin Clan and the Heavenju Palace are together. Although the Glazed Girl's background is not small, she also wants to fight for the Holy Master token. Headstrong said. Yixian narrowed his eyes and said, "What about Tianju Gong?" Tianju Palace. This name was very similar to a person he knew, and that was old immortal Tianju. Yixian reckoned that there should be something between the two. Tianju Palace's Tianju Old Immortal is the husband of the Penglai demon race's demon emperor, Dragon Sparrow Fairy, so he naturally has to help the Penglai demon race. Capricious said. Old Immortal Tianju? Hearing this, Yixian's heart twitched fiercely. Although he had guessed before, when these 4 words came out from Capricious' mouth, he was still shocked. He did not expect that the Old Immortal Tianju, hidden in the Eastern continent, was actually a loose immortal. At first, Yixian thought that Old Immortal Tianju was just a manifestation realm expert. He did not expect his realm to be so high. Why would such a strong person protect the goblin clan of the great wilderness in the Blood Rock continent? Old Immortal Tianju is the lord of the glazed light sacred ground. However, loose immortals are not allowed to participate in the fight for the Penglai sacred ground this time. Capricious said again. Glazed light sacred ground? Yixian was shocked again. He did not expect that old Immortal Tianju was the lord of the glazed light sacred ground and had such a strong background. Old Immortal Tianju had the Holy Master token of the glazed light sacred ground. As long as he was in the glazed light sacred ground, he was an invincible existence. How terrifying. What do we do now? Yixian suddenly turned his head and asked. Your realm is too low now, it's better to increase your strength first. Don't worry, with me protecting you, you can go anywhere you want, Capricious said confidently. If that's the case, then I'll directly charge into the enemy's territory. Yixian suddenly smiled evilly. He had already obtained 8 Devour points. With one more point he could fuse the 2 battle bloodlines. His plan was to reach the upper limit of 2 killing intent points when his soul was at Undying Stage 4. When the 2 battle bloodlines fused, he would then devour the treasure stored in the Devour space and directly break through. There's one thing I don't understand. You've already reached Undying Stage 4. From the looks of it, you should be able to directly break through to Undying Stage 5. Why are you still stuck? At this time Capricious suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yixian was a little shocked and hurriedly said, I want to complete a special mission. If I don't break through, it'll be easier to complete it. Capricious looked at Yixian skeptically and did not ask further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Since that's the case, I'll bring you directly to kill. Let's go. Capricious directly waved his hand and used the Eye of Space in his hand to break through the void again, directly crossing a large distance. Following that, he spread out his spiritual sense to search and pointed to the northwest direction. There's another deathly demon dragon there, but it's at the peak of Undying Stage 9. At this time it had already been about 8 months since the Platinum assessment. Killing Feast, Undying Battle Soul and other skills could all be used, so Yixian was not afraid. Seeing Yixian nodding, Capricious broke through the void again. After Yixian passed through, he saw a youth in a black robe. Who's there? The black-robed youth immediately reacted and suddenly turned around. He saw Yixian and Capricious coming out of the crack in the void. Ding! The host has triggered the 4th round of the Dragon Slayer title mission. Kill the deathly demon dragon D-Lai in front of you. A system notification sounded. Finally, the 4th round of the mission appeared. This D-Lai was also ranked on the Dragon Demon rankings and his ranking wasn't low, reaching the 85th place. On the Dragon Demon rankings there were many Heaven Ascension Realm experts. The number 1 on the Dragon Demon rankings was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. But this Dragon Demon rankings wasn't ranked according to strength. Those who were on the rankings were all outstanding people of the same level. However, to Yixian it didn't matter who it was. Without waiting for D-Lai to speak again, Yixian got Old Tree and the other 2 to kill directly. The peak of Undying Stage 9 was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. Hence, he directly got Ghost Dome Great Emperor to activate his Undying Battle Soul. He couldn't be bothered to join in this battle. He just watched quietly like this. Chapter 16-17. It was a pity that D-Lai's injuries couldn't be healed. After a while he was defeated. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded. D-Lai, who was at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, was killed. At the same time, Yixian completed the 4th part of the Dragon Slayer title mission. However, what surprised him was that after the 4th part of the mission, the 5th part of the mission appeared. Ding! Host has triggered the 5th part of the Dragon Slayer title mission. Kill the Death Demon Dragon Emperor Dtion. Reward: Dragon Slayer title. The 5th part was actually the last part. What realm is the Death Demon Dragon Emperor Dtion? Yixian didn't understand. This branch of the Dragon Emperor was probably not weak. Wasn't the difference in difficulty between 2 parts a bit too big? Fortunately, he had copied the list of missions in the Hall of Merit when he was accepting them. This Death Demon Dragon Emperor was also on the Dragon Demon list. That's strange. This Death Demon Dragon Emperor is only at the Heaven Ascension realm. Yixian felt that it was strange, so he asked Willful. The Death Demon Dragon bloodline of the Giant Dragons is a new bloodline that appeared after the Giant Dragons submitted to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Although they were born with the Eye of Death, their cultivation is extremely difficult. Moreover, their lifespan is short, and it is extremely difficult for them to reproduce. Willful began to explain. After the Giant Dragons submitted to the Blood Fiend Holy Land, a bloodline called the Bloodthirsty Mad Dragon appeared. This bloodline is very powerful. The first on the dragon demon list, Shuechuanxiu, is a bloodthirsty mad dragon. He claims to be invincible under the loose immortal realm. Shuechuanxiu? After hearing this name, Yixian couldn't help but search for it. He found that this name was indeed in the mission list he had seen before. Shuechuanxiu, the strongest member of the bloodthirsty mad dragon bloodline, used bloodthirstiness to increase his cultivation. He was already at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm. He had once fought the glazed knight Lin Guangyao to a draw. However, this death demon dragon wasn't a bloodthirsty mad dragon. Yixian's target was the Death Demon Dragon Emperor. He searched the mission list he had copied before and found that the Death Demon Dragon Emperor had appeared most recently was half a month ago. This time this was troublesome. Looks like it won't be that easy to find the Death Demon Dragon Emperor. Since that's the case, I'll just have to look for the clan of Death Demon Dragons. Yixian took a closer look and discovered that there was information about the Death Fiend Dragons. This Death Demon Dragon clan was a clan that was attached to the Black Flame Dragon clan, under the Demonic Dragon Palace. This was because the Death Demon Dragons were a special breed of the Black Flame Dragon clan. The leader of the Death Devil Dragon clan was the Death Devil Dragon Emperor. He was at the first level of the Heavenly Completion realm, so Yixian was not afraid of him. However, there seemed to be a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon tribe, who was not someone Yixian could deal with. Heavenly Completion Stage 3? Leave those at that level to me. As for the Death Demon Dragon clan and the rest, I'll leave them to you, Headstrong said with a calm expression. Previously he was a loose immortal. Even if his cultivation level dropped, he was still not someone that ordinary people could fight with. At that moment he continuously used the space eye in his hand to break through the void. A trip through the void could shorten the journey by 3 days. However, every time he broke through the void, if there were any Heavenly Completion realm warriors nearby, they would notice the spatial fluctuations. However, the realms of the people in this area were generally low. Headstrong broke through the void several times, but did not encounter any Heavenly Completion realm warriors. At this time they had arrived near the Death Devil Dragon clan and the Black Flame Dragon clan. Do you still want to continue? I can take you directly to the Death Devil Dragon clan. Headstrong turned and asked, Is the Death Devil Dragon Emperor there? Yixian asked. There is a Heavenly Completion realm Death Devil Dragon, but I don't know if it is, Headstrong replied. Yixian paused. The Black Flame Dragon clan was nearby, so he planned in his heart. I want to kill both clans together, but there is a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan. As Yixian spoke, he turned to look at Headstrong. I can help you get rid of all the reaching Heaven State warriors. If you want, I can use my magical power to intimidate them. I can suppress at least 1 or 2 realms, Headstrong said with a faint smile. Suppress 1 or 2 realms? Yixian was shocked. Don't forget, I am a Platinum Holy Light Dragon. I have a strong deterrent effect on the Black Flame Dragon clan and the Death Devil Dragon clan. Even if I am only in the Undead realm now, I can break through to the Heavenly Completion realm at any time if I want to. It won't be a problem for me to kill 100,000 Death Devil Dragons with one move, Headstrong said with a cold snort, full of arrogance. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. After all, he used to be an itinerant immortal. Even if his realm fell, these people were still ants to him. Then help me suppress them all. I want to kill them myself. Yixian's eyes lit up. As long as he suppressed these people, he might be able to reach the upper limit of killing intent again. After all, there was a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan, while Yixian was only in the LV4 Undead Soul realm. There was a difference of 8 realms. Okay. Then I will let you see what I can do. After saying that, Headstrong's aura suddenly soared several times. This was not because he used a magical power but because he broke through. LV1 reaching Heaven State. He had maintained his undead soul realm in order to keep a low profile. If he wanted to, he could break through several times in a row. Watch carefully. After saying that, Headstrong waved his hand and opened a space crack. This time he did not use the Eye of Space. This time he went directly to the Black Flame Dragon clan. The Death Devil Dragon clan was in a corner of the Black Flame Dragon clan. It was not a big deal. After all, there was only one reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan. If not for the fact that the Death Devil Dragon clan was a descendant of the Black Flame Dragon clan, it would have been driven out long ago. Headstrong and Yixian went through the space crack and arrived at the Black Flame Dragon clan. As the space rippled, some reaching Heaven State warriors noticed them immediately. What's going on? The space in the Black Flame Dragon clan is stable. How can someone break through space and come here? A LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior, and a LV4 Undead Soul Realm warrior. Who is it? Impossible. How can a LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior break through space and come here? Immediately, all the reaching Heaven State warriors in the Black Flame Dragon clan rushed out. Their clan's formation was not bad. Even a LV4 reaching Heaven State warrior would not be able to break through space and come here. However, Headstrong was only a LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior, yet he had such strength. He was definitely not an ordinary person. In an instant, dozens of reaching Heaven State warriors rushed out. At the same time, the reaching Heaven State warrior in the Death Devil Dragon clan also noticed this and flew up to observe. Who are you? Chapter 16:18. The Glazed Knights. Capricious only gave a short reply before he immediately used his own means. He used his true chi to condense a white dragon phantom in his hand, then used the power of all things to enlarge it. When this white dragon soared into the sky, a wave of pressure fell on everyone. The experts of the Black Flame Dragon clan and the Deathly Demon Dragon clan all dropped by 2 realms. What is that? Everyone opened their eyes wide. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. This wasn't a realm suppression, but a bloodline suppression. Yixian couldn't help but look up. He found that the white dragon was a bit similar to Wayward's original form, but the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was much more handsome. This is the Celestial Gold White Dragon. My Platinum Holy Light Dragon was mutated from this. If I wasn't afraid of exposing my identity, I would have suppressed them myself. Wayward explained to Yixian. Yixian didn't care about anything else. He directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. Fortunately, the Celestial Gold White Dragon's phantom suppressed the Deathly Demon Dragon clan and the Black Flame Dragon clan. Ghost Dome Great Emperor wasn't affected. Just now, Yixian felt a huge pressure coming from those Ascension Realm experts. But now he didn't feel any pressure at all. Kill the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor first. Yixian directly ordered Old Tree to kill the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor first. The Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor was originally a Ascension Realm expert. After being suppressed by the Celestial Gold White Dragon's phantom, it was only left with an Undying Soul Stage 7 realm. After all, the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor was Yixian's target. That was why Wayward took special care of it. The Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor died very miserably. His head was smashed by Old Tree's fist. After dying, he returned to his original form. The will of death from the 2 eyes of death was also absorbed by Yixian's eyes of death. Even his soul was destroyed. Ding! The host has completed the Dragon Slayer title mission. The host has obtained the Dragon Slayer title. A system notification sounded. In an instant, Yixian's attributes skyrocketed by 30%. It was a pity that the full attribute bonus of this title had no effect on Old Tree and the other 2. However, it did cause damage to dragons. Might shakes the heavens, storm of swords go forth. Yixian's lips curled up slightly as he roared in his heart. This time he was going to annihilate the entire Black Flame Dragon tribe. Not only would he be able to increase his killing intent value and the buff of Soul's Elegy, but he would also be able to exchange the corpses of these dragons for merit points when he brought them back to the Glazed Knights. For the sake of convenience, Capricious couldn't help but help Yixian and gather all the people who were suppressed together. Sir, please spare my life. No, I don't want to die. We joined the Bloodfiend Holy Land because we were forced to. We had no other choice. The experts from the Black Flame Dragon tribe exclaimed. The strongest expert from the Black Flame Dragon tribe was only at Ascension Realm Stage 3. They had no say in the Dragon tribe. However, they could have chosen to stay in the Penglai Demon tribe. In the end, they left with the Dragon tribe, so they were enemies. The Black Flame Dragon tribe didn't have many members. There were only several tens of thousands of them here. Including the deathly demonic Dragon tribe, there were only about 60,000 of them. With Capricious suppressing them, Yi Xian was having a great time killing them. His killing intent value soared, and the buff of Soul's Elegy also increased rapidly. As for the Ascension Realm experts, they all died under the Storm of Swords. At this time, Yi Xian's killing feast had increased by 4 times, and was close to 5 times. This was the most satisfying killing he had ever done. However, this was due to Capricious. Otherwise, he would only be able to fight against the deathly demonic Dragon tribe, and not the Black Flame Dragon tribe. Soon, almost all the Black Flame Dragon tribe experts at Ascension Realm Stage 7 and above were dead. During this time, Yi Xian's killing intent value naturally reached the upper limit. 9 Devour points. After such a long time, he finally had enough. At this time, Yi Xian consumed the 9 Devour points and merged the Sword God Bloodline and Slaying God Bloodline. Ding! Merging the Sword God Bloodline and Slaying God Bloodline requires 9 Devour points. Confirm? The system prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian replied without thinking. Confirm. Ding! Bloodline merging. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 10%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 20%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 80%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 90%. Soon, the bloodline merging progress was increased to 90%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 100%. Ding! Bloodline merging. Host has obtained the Immortal Slaying Bloodline. Do you want to merge it immediately? Immortal Slaying Bloodline? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Then he replied in his heart. Yes. Ding! Immortal Slaying Bloodline merging. At this time, Yi Xian hurriedly checked the skills of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline. The first advancement path was called the Path of Massacre. It integrated the Slaying God Bloodline's Instant Kill, Assassination Mode, Killer Instinct, Death Hunt Order, Eye of Assassination and Thousand Extinction Flash. Thousand Extinction Flash was the advancement of the Shadow Step. Could be used in battle. As for the Death Hunting Order, it was upgraded to 5 targets a day. The first attack after using the Eye of Assassination also increased the attack power from 30% to 50%. The second advancement path was called the Ultimate Realm. No matter what weapon was used, even if it was a fist, palm or leg, the attack power would be doubled. In addition, all comprehension abilities would be doubled. This was useful for martial arts, magical powers, formations, and alchemy. The third advancement path was a skill called the Massacre Seal. It could be used 3 times a day. Once this Massacre Seal was used, 1 seal would be obtained. The Massacre Seal would gradually condense as one fought and killed. The limit was 5 seals. Every time 1 seal was consumed, the Massacre mode would be activated, and all attributes would be doubled. Consuming 2 seals would triple the attributes and so on. Once this mode was activated, it could be maintained indefinitely unless the host dispelled it, or the killing intent was depleted. Consuming 2 Massacre Seals at one time could summon an Immortal Slaying Puppet to fight for the Master. Consuming 3 Massacre Seals at one time could use the Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Consuming 4 Massacre Seals at one time could summon an Immortal Slashing Arrow to attack the enemy. This Immortal Slashing Arrow would not be destroyed, but it could only attack the target of the Death Hunt Order. Most importantly, this Immortal Slashing Arrow had a 100% chance of killing in 1 hit. Finally, there was a skill that consumed 5 Massacre Seals at one time, and that was the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Chapter 16:19. It had to be said that the Immortal Slaying Bloodline was extremely powerful. Although the Feast of Slaughter was gone, the Slaughter mode appeared. As long as he kept fighting, he could condense new Slaughter Seals and use various skills. The Slaughter Seal could be used 3 times a day. In simple terms, Yi Xian could instantly obtain 3 Slaughter Seals and increase his strength by 3 times. He could also directly use the Immortal Slaying Puppet, or the Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. As for the Sword God Bloodline's Ultimate Realm advancement, it was also indescribably awesome. From now on, Yixian's weapon would no longer be limited to swords. No matter what weapon he used, his attack power would be doubled. In addition, there were various improvements in perception. All in all, the immortal slaying bloodline was well spent. The only thing he didn't know was how powerful the skills of the slaughter seal were. With all three bloodlines fused, if he obtained devouring points, he could directly strengthen those skills. Another advantage of fusing bloodlines was that some skills could be integrated together. This way, one devouring point could be used to strengthen all of them. Now that the bloodlines had been fused, the next step was to deal with the aftermath, such as erasing the soul. However, at this moment, Willful raised his head in surprise because he suddenly felt a disgusting aura. At this moment, an eye of death appeared in the sky. Immediately after, the eye of death gradually condensed into a figure that Yixian and Wayward had seen before. It was actually the long-haired man who appeared after Dehui's death. The aura has become much stronger. Is it because of the distance? Wayward snorted coldly in his heart. Eyes that could cross space were usually related to the distance. The eye of death that appeared in the heavenly dragon tribe last time was very weak. Wayward killed it instantly. However, this time he probably couldn't do it. It's you again. Die. When the long-haired man saw Yixian and Wayward, he didn't even absorb the will of death and directly attacked Wayward. With this long-haired man's realm, even if his body didn't descend, it would be easy for him to kill Ascension Realm martial artists. However, his attack had no effect on the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Of course, it was the same for Yixian, who had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. This aura, so it's the successor of the Emperor of Death. Easy. Wayward suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised expression. Hearing his name, the long-haired man couldn't help but be stunned. Who are you? He didn't expect that this white-haired youth in front of him could recognize him. Why do you care who I am? You must have come to the Penglai Holy Land for the Holy Master Badge, right? Aren't you? What? If you have the guts, why don't you show yourself and fight? Capricious snorted. Simple was filled with disdain. If you don't have the guts, then just say it. If you dare to show yourself, I'll send you to see your senior brother. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Wayward's expression suddenly turned cold. Although it's all thanks to you, he's still my senior brother. Today, I'll avenge my senior brother. When Easy's voice fell, the will of death suddenly began to gather and condense into Easy's illusory body. Even if your true body comes, you can't do anything to me. What can a mere death clone do? Wayward still had a look of disdain on his face. Is that so? Then let's try. Easy suddenly used the will of death to condense a sharp blade and instantly attacked Wayward. Since your true body doesn't dare to come, then scram. Wayward didn't want to be entangled with Easy. Facing the latter who was already attacking, his aura instantly soared. Heaven Ascension Stage 2nd LV. Heaven Ascension Stage 3rd LV. Following that, Willful's body suddenly burst out with a white light. With just one blow, the simple death clone was directly blasted into nothingness. Instant kill. Trash, you still want to test me? Wayward snorted disdainfully. Yixian was helpless as well. This battle came out of nowhere and ended very quickly. However, Huang Xiaolong could feel that the Death Emperor's descendant's avatar was much stronger than the Black Flame Dragon tribe's patriarch. At the very least, it was at the 4th or 5th stage of the Heavenly Connection realm or even higher. However, such an existence was still blown away by the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Wayward. He probably won't come again. Absorb the will of death, Wayward suddenly said to Yixian. Oh. Yixian nodded and immediately used the Eyes of Death to absorb the remaining will of death. At this time, he only felt that it was a pity because there was only a little of the will of death left. Who was that just now? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Holy Land of Death, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Wayward replied. Holy Land of Death. Isn't that one of the 4 great holy lands? Yixian frowned. Wayward nodded. That's right. Easy already has the ability to pass the tribulation, but has been suppressing it to the peak of LV9 of the Heaven Ascension realm. He must be here for the Penglai Holy Land's Holy Leader token. What about you? Yixian asked. I'm not interested in the Holy Leader token. The reason why I can continuously break through is because I was in closed-door cultivation before coming to the Penglai Holy Land. I just suppressed it. If I want to, it won't be a problem for me to continuously break through again, Wayward replied. His mission was to infiltrate the Glazed Knights and investigate the matter of the map. If his realm suddenly increased by too much, it would be a little too high profile. All right. Yi Xian nodded silently. However, at this time, Yi Xian quickly returned to Linfeng City. Suddenly, an old voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. It was the badge's transmission. What's the matter, Head Knight? Yi Xian asked in shock. A big shot wants to see you, Head Knight Molly replied. A big shot? Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. He said, Okay, I'll return immediately. Then he turned to Wayward and said, Head Knight said a big shot wants to see me. Could it be Fairy Luli? That little girl Luli? Wayward was stunned. He said, Maybe it's her. Let's go back and take a look. After that, they cleaned up the battlefield and directly broke through the void, preparing to return to Tianlang City and then teleport to Linfeng City. Chapter 1620. If you can break through now, then hurry up and break through. Although it's only been a little more than a day, there have been cases in history where one could directly soar by a large realm in a single day. The higher your aptitude, the more attention you will receive. He willfully said to Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but pause. In fact, he wanted to reach the upper limit of killing intent again when his soul reached the 4th stage of the Undying Soul realm. He could reach it 3 times at most in a realm, and he had reached it twice now. One more time and he could strengthen all kinds of bloodlines, which would be very helpful to his strength. However, after hearing Headstrong's words, he felt that it made sense. One devouring point was indeed good, but it was only strengthening bloodlines once. The higher his aptitude, the more valuable treasures he could get. Bloodlines were only secondary, realm was the most important. Okay, I'll break through now. Yi Xian nodded, then directly devoured the heavenly and earthly treasures that he'd hoarded earlier. Ding, host has broken through. Current level is the 5th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding, Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding, Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding, Host has broken through. Current level is the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Ding, Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven realm. Ding, Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven realm. After 20 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's realm soared and directly broke through to the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm. The treasures he had obtained through the Platinum level exam were actually not enough to break through to such a high level. At most he had reached the 7th stage of the Undying Soul realm, but now he had reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Don't forget, he had just exterminated the Black Flame Dragon clan. If it wasn't for the soul seeds and the good things hidden away, he probably could have broken through to the Ascending Heaven realm directly. You're already at the 9th level of the Undying Soul realm. Your speed is truly terrifying, Headstrong said with a face full of shock. He had absorbed a large amount of life force in the Life Saint sect, which was why he was able to continuously break through his shackles. However, Yi Xian had actually directly risen from the 4th stage of the Undying Soul realm to the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm. This was a leap of 5 realms. If others were to know of this, they would probably be scared to death. Alright, let's go. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had only been gone for a short while, but he had already jumped 5 levels. If Molly were to find out, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Then they directly entered Tianlang City and teleported back to Linfeng City. Hua! When they returned to the teleportation palace in Linfeng City, a person came to greet them. Sirs, you're back. A silver knight at the 6th tier of the heaven-reaching realm stepped forward and said respectfully. Although Yi Xian and Headstrong's realms were lower than this silver knight, one of them was a platinum knight, while the other was a gold knight. Their statuses were higher than this silver knight. Before Yi Xian could speak, the silver knight said, The Knight Commander and the 5th Army Commander have gone to Jinwu City for an inspection. I'll have to trouble the two sirs to teleport us again. Jinwu City? Hearing this, Yixian and Headstrong both raised their eyebrows. Molly had just asked them to return to Linfeng City. Why did he leave again? However, their attention was focused on the words 5th Army Commander. The Glazed Knights were divided into 5 armies. Yixian was now part of the 5th Army, and the 5th Army Commander was the Glazed Knight Lin Guangyao. I thought it was a glazed girl. I didn't expect it to be a glazed knight. Headstrong said helplessly. Yixian was the same. After a sigh, he said to the Silver Knight, "Help us teleport to Jinwu City." "All right." The Silver Knight nodded and began to operate the teleportation array again. Yixian and Headstrong had just joined the Glazed Knights and didn't know much about the cities under their command, so they didn't suspect anything. However, when they arrived at the teleportation array, they discovered that something was wrong. How had Jinwu City been destroyed? Under the coverage of Yixian's spiritual awareness, there wasn't a single living person. It was like a dead city. Most importantly, when they landed on the teleportation array, several of its eyes suddenly exploded and self-destructed. Yixian's expression immediately changed and he looked at Headstrong. TSK. We fell into a trap. Headstrong immediately reacted and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the teleportation palace. He grinned. At this time, a man wearing a blood-red robe walked in. Even his hair and eyes were red. His aura was very strong. Even Yixian, who had reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, couldn't see through the other party's depth. 8th stage of the Ascension Realm. You should be a bloodthirsty mad dragon, right? Headstrong said with a smile. Bloodthirsty mad dragon? How could there be a bloodthirsty mad dragon in Jinwu City? This time Yixian understood. It turned out that the Silver Knight just now was a traitor who had tricked them into coming to Jinwu City. This was a trap. You can actually recognize me. You're quite capable. The man in blood-red robes walked in, then glanced at Yixian and said, "The 5 Glazed Knights of the Glazed Knights all have outstanding battle strength. They all passed the platinum level exam in one go. I didn't expect that another one would come. I must kill you in the cradle." "You've already set up a space-locking array? Not a bad plan. But with me protecting him, it won't be so easy for you to kill him." Headstrong said calmly. "What right does a 3rd stage Ascension Realm Gold Knight have to speak in front of me?" The man in blood-red robes snorted coldly and directly attacked, preparing to kill Headstrong. He was going to capture Yixian. As for this Gold Knight, he didn't care. Unfortunately, how could he know that Headstrong also had the strength to pass the platinum level exam? "Even if Blood Chuanqiu came, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone you, a mere 8th stage Ascension Realm warrior?" Headstrong snorted coldly, and his aura surged again. 4th stage Ascension Realm. 5th stage Ascension Realm. 6th stage Ascension Realm. 7th stage Ascension Realm. 8th stage Ascension Realm. 9th peak Ascension Realm. In an instant, Headstrong broke through from 3rd stage Ascension Realm to 9th peak Ascension Realm. It only took a moment. When the man in blood-red robes felt this aura, his whole body trembled. How could this be? Before he could react, Headstrong attacked. Swish. Puff. A white light directly pierced through the man's head, killing him instantly. Then the man's soul floated out. At this level of soul, the void fire sword wave couldn't hurt it, so Yixian could only watch as Headstrong destroyed the soul. "How did you?" Yixian turned his head in shock. Chapter 16:21. Then he willfully took out a white dragon token from his universe ring and handed it over to Yixian. "This token is the same as the Night Legion's insignia. You can obtain it from me. I'll go to the Penglai demon race for a stroll." "You haven't told me what map it is?" Yixian asked in surprise. "It's called the Sky-Piercing Treasure Map," Capricious replied. "What? The Sky-Piercing Treasure Map?" Yixian was shocked. He had obtained one before. "Why, you've heard of it?" Capricious turned his head strangely. Yixian had obtained the Sky-Piercing Treasure Map from the Yin-Yang ancestor. In order to repay old immortal Tianju's kindness, he gave it to old immortal Tianju as a reward. He didn't expect it to be so precious. "I've seen it on the Merit Hall's mission list. The Glazed Knights are also looking for it." "What is it?" Yixian didn't say anything. He felt that this was no small matter. If he told Capricious about it, what if old immortal Tianju was unhappy? The sky-piercing treasure map. As long as you gather all the pieces, you can find the passage to the immortal realm. Do you understand? Capricious explained. The passage to the immortal realm? Yixian frowned and nodded. So this sky-piercing treasure map was to find the passage to the immortal realm. As long as the passage to the immortal realm could be opened, then Ascension Realm cultivators could directly ascend to the immortal realm. After all, true immortals were much stronger than rogue immortals. At this time, Capricious put away the bloodthirsty berserk dragon's corpse and said, I can't hide my cultivation anymore. I'll send you to a nearby city. You can teleport back to Linfeng City. I'll go out and take a look. As for the trap just now, it's up to you. Okay. Yixian nodded and directly passed through the spatial rift that Capricious opened and arrived in front of a city. Now he was alone again. He originally wanted to rely on Capricious to get a few devour points, but it seemed that wouldn't work. At that moment he directly rushed into the city. This city was also guarded by the glazed knights. When they felt the aura of the platinum badge on Yixian's body, they were all shocked. Very quickly, he teleported back to Linfeng City. However, the silver knight from before was nowhere to be seen. Head Knight, I'm back. Yixian transmitted his voice to Molly. I'm at the knight's main hall, Molly replied. Yixian didn't tell Molly about what happened just now, so the latter didn't know. Yixian immediately rushed to the knight's main hall. When he arrived, he sensed two powerful auras inside. One of them belonged to Molly, while the other one was more powerful than Molly, but he was stronger than Molly. Yixian walked straight in and performed a knight's salute. Greetings, Knight Commander. The ninth stage of the Undying Soul Realm? How is that possible? When Molly saw Yixian, he immediately realized this and stood up in shock. I was out on a mission yesterday and happened to obtain a stalk of soul heart grass. Yixian casually made up an excuse. Molly didn't ask further. He stroked his beard and said, Not bad, not bad. Not only is your aptitude extremely high, but you also have great luck. At this moment, the other man in silver armor walked over. I'm the 5th Corps Commander Lin Guangyao. The man in silver armor said with a smile. Greetings, Corps Commander. Yixian hurriedly greeted him. The man in front of him was the legendary glazed knight Lin Guangyao. Although he was also at the peak of Heaven Pass Realm LV9 like Molly, his strength was much stronger than Molly's. You're very good. When I heard the news, I wanted to meet you personally, Lin Guangyao said. After me, you're the 6th genius to pass the platinum test in one go. It's very likely that you'll become the 6th glazed knight in the future. After he finished speaking, he took out a wooden scroll from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yixian. This is the glazed treasure body? Yixian glanced at it and quickly copied it down. The glazed treasure body was the reason why Lin Guangyao was so powerful. However, if he wanted to master it, he would need 500 pieces of each of the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. As long as you can master the glazed treasure body, you'll become the 6th glazed knight. Here are 1,000 pieces of each element. Take them first. Lin Guangyao took out a big bag, which contained all kinds of glazed treasured bodies. Many people in the glazed knights had already tried to master the glazed treasured body, but they hadn't succeeded. Some people had even spent tens of thousands of glazed treasured bodies. Yixian only needed 500 pieces of glazed treasured bodies. It was quite easy. Thank you, Corps Commander. Yixian didn't argue. After thanking him, he put away the glazed treasured bodies. If you run out of them, you can ask Molly for more. As long as you can master it, it's worth it no matter how much you spend. By the way, have you condensed a soul seed? Lin Guangyao asked. Well, I accidentally fell 2 years ago. I haven't condensed a soul seed yet. Yixian made up an excuse. If that's the case, try not to go out. There are some spies in the glazed knights from the 3 evil holy lands. They probably already know about you and want to kill you. Lin Guangyao reminded him. Hearing this, Yixian nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, he decided not to tell Molly about what happened just now. He didn't want to arouse Molly's suspicion. Then the 5th Corps Commander Lin Guangyao left, leaving Yixian and Molly behind. Go back and try it out first. I'll send 2 retainer knights to protect you later, Molly said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and immediately left the knight's main hall. Right now, what he wanted the most was to first master the glazed treasure body. Soon, he returned to his residence and closed the door. Ding! You have successfully mastered the glazed treasured body. The system notified. It only took a moment to master the glazed treasured body. When the system notified him, Yi Xian felt that his physique had increased by 3 times. As long as he succeeded, Yi Xian would not be killed by the spatial crack unless there was a huge gap between their realms. Moreover, the stronger his physique, the higher his chances of surviving the immortal tribulation in the future. Most importantly, the glazed treasure body seemed to be divided into several stages. Currently, Yi Xian had mastered the first stage. As long as he collected a certain amount of glazed treasured body, he could upgrade to the second stage. The glazed treasured body had a total of 9 stages. Yi Xian wondered how strong his physique would be after he reached the 9th stage. There were at least thousands of gold knights and dozens of platinum knights in the glazed knights. Among them, 5 had mastered the glazed treasured body and become glazed knights. Chapter 1622. Forget it, I'll stay here for a few days, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly landed outside his courtyard. Both of them had powerful auras and were gold knights of reaching Heaven Realm LV7. Yi Xian knew that they were the 2 retainer knights sent by Molly. The 2 retainer knights saw that Yi Xian's door was closed, so they didn't disturb him and just waited outside obediently. Yi Xian didn't plan to go out either. Instead, he took out the remaining colored glaze. The glaze was a very peculiar thing. Seemed to be some kind of ore. There were 5 types in total: gold glaze, wood glaze, water glaze, fire glaze, and earth glaze. These things were very valuable, so Yi Xian decided to devour them after thinking about it. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Current level is reaching Heaven Realm LV1. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level is reaching Heaven Realm LV3. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. Current level is reaching Heaven Realm LV3. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian had finally broken through to reaching Heaven Realm. Because the glaze was an ore, Old Tree was still reaching Heaven Realm LV2. I've finally broken through to reaching Heaven Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. A spatial crack appeared in front of him. The spatial crack wasn't big, so it quickly returned to normal. Previously, Yi Xian had to use the eyes of the void in space to break through the void. Now he didn't need to. Of course, this didn't mean that the eyes of the void and space were useless. After all, his realm was low, so the distance he could break through the void was smaller than the eyes of the void. The space I could increase the power of tearing through space, so it wasn't bad. With my current bloodline and realm, I should be able to easily challenge those 4 levels above me. With the help of Old Tree and the other 2, it's not impossible for me to challenge those 5 or 6 levels above me. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Of course, if he encountered those geniuses, he probably wouldn't be able to challenge those who were so many levels above him. At this time, he thought of Luoluo. He heard from old immortal Tianju that Luoluo was born in Penglai. Now, I should be strong enough to go to Penglai, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Although old immortal Tianju could guarantee Luoluo's safety, the Demon Emperor's inheritance had been obtained by someone else. The 3 evil Dao holy grounds were going to find trouble with the Penglai demon race. Who knew what would happen? After all, old immortal Tianju was only the sacred master of the Lu Guang sacred land. As a rogue immortal, he could not attack in the Penglai sacred land. Now that Yi Xian had cultivated the glazed treasure body, he was thinking of leaving Linfeng City in a few days and heading to the Penglai demon race. However, on the 3rd day of his seclusion, something happened in Linfeng City. Rumble! Yi Xian opened his eyes when a series of loud noises came from the sky. What happened? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and walked out of his residence. The 2 retainer knights outside the door didn't know what was going on, because they had been waiting here for 3 days. Yi Xian, there's an enemy attack. Hurry and teleport to the 5th main city. Suddenly, the head knight's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. At the same time, the 2 retainer knights outside the door also received the same news. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Someone was attacking Linfeng City? What a joke. One must know that in Linfeng City, other than the head knight Mali, there were several Ascension Realm LV9 experts and 100,000 knights who dared to attack. Moreover, there were many cities around Linfeng City. How did the enemy break through the encirclement? Before he could react, Mali continued. Damn it, the teleportation palace was destroyed by a traitor. Hurry and go to the main night hall. There is a hidden teleportation array under the statue. Use your platinum badge to open the mechanism. It seemed that the enemy had come prepared this time. It was just that he didn't know which faction was attacking Linfeng City. The sounds of battle began to ring continuously. Yixian looked over and saw a black mass of figures in the distance. So it was the Demonic Dragon Palace. The Demonic Dragon Palace was a faction established by the Giant Dragon Clan after they were expelled from the Penglai Demon Clan. It was very strong. Although there were no rogue immortal experts, there were many Ascension Realm LV9 experts. This time they had obviously come prepared. They directly transformed into their true forms and acted recklessly in Linfeng City. At the same time, the Glazed Knights were also orderly. Sir, let's go quickly. The two retainer knights said. In fact, they really wanted to participate in the battle because they were not weak. However, the head knight ordered them to protect Yixian, so they had to stay close to Yixian. Linfeng City is under attack. How can I retreat? Yixian saw that everyone around him was rushing toward the enemy. He directly took out his weapon. However, before they could react, a spatial rift suddenly tore open nearby, and then a few figures flashed out from within it. This is the kid who passed the platinum test at such a young age. If he grows up, he will definitely be a big problem. Kill him. The gazes of the three experts at the 8th level of the Heavenly Ascension stage descended onto Yixian. The news that Yixian passed the platinum test was well known. His portrait naturally fell into the hands of the enemy. Not good. The expression of one of the retainer knights changed greatly. He directly drew a large sword and went to meet them. Another one grabbed Yixian's shoulder and said, Sir, let's go. Obviously, Yixian had become the target of everyone. Many people wanted to kill him. The three experts who broke through space this time were all elders of the Demonic Dragon Palace, Ascension Realm LV8. However, the strength of the Glazed Knights Gold Knights was not to be underestimated. Although they were one realm lower than the enemy and did not have the advantage in terms of numbers, true geniuses could ignore such things. In an instant, the Gold Knight exchanged blows with the enemy. Although it was 1 against 3, he actually had the upper hand. The Glazed Knights are indeed extraordinary. One of the enemies sighed and directly transformed into his true form. Although the people of the Demon Clan could not use their true chi after transforming into their true form, their strength was much stronger. Moreover, they were giant dragons of the Demon Clan. You go and help. Yixian said to the other person. No, I will stay and protect, sir. After the other retainer knight finished speaking, he directly broke open a spatial crack leading to the night main hall. The space in Linfeng City was stable. Originally, it was impossible to break open the void. However, this formation was obviously damaged. Otherwise, how could these three experts of the Giant Dragon Clan break through space and come here? Seeing that Yixian was still pondering, the retainer knight resisted the urge to forcibly take Yixian away and said, Sir, please teleport to the 5th main city first. Only then can I join the battle. In a battle of this level, if he joined even a second later, a large number of his companions would die. Therefore, his blood was already boiling. Alright. Chapter 1623. Although Yixian had a high aptitude, he was only at LV1 of the Ascension Realm. Even with the help of Old Tree and the other two, he could at most fight with LV6 or 7 of the Ascension Realm. If a LV8 or 9 of the Ascension Realm came, he would be dead meat. It should be known that the experts who came this time were at least LV6 of the Ascension Realm. When necessary, it was better to be a coward. As long as there was life, there was hope. Yixian understood this principle. Immediately, he passed through the spatial crack and arrived at the main hall of knights. Whoosh! The spatial crack was repaired. As for the retainer knight, he joined the battle. Just now, the head knight transmitted to him that there was a hidden transmission array under the statue of the main hall of knights. It could lead to the 5th main city, which was the city of Lin Guangyao, the commander of the 5th army. However, what surprised him was that the statue in the main hall of knights was damaged. The hidden transmission array was also destroyed? Yixian's eyes widened. He hurried down to check. As expected, the transmission array was destroyed. Head Knight, this transmission array was also destroyed. Yixian hurriedly transmitted to Mali. As expected, this time the enemy came prepared and attacked dozens of major cities at the same time. The fifth main city is in the same situation as us. After Mali finished speaking, he added, "For this battle we will retreat and fight. You stay in the main hall of knights. But be careful of the others. Don't trust them, even if it's a gold knight." Okay. Yixian nodded. Then he summoned Old Tree and the other two. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Wayward through the White Dragon token. The Glazed Knights were also attacked? The three Holy Lands really went all out this time, Wayward replied. Also, Yixian was a little surprised. Tianjue Palace was also attacked. Of course, the main force went to the Penglai monster tribe to seize the half of the monster emperor's inheritance, Wayward explained. A three-way attack. This is to prevent the Glazed Knights in Tianjue Palace from supporting the Penglai monster tribe? Yixian immediately reacted. That's right. However, the three great evil holy lands have miscalculated this time. The Penglai goblin tribe once had a loose immortal. Before the dragon sparrow fairy died, she made the space in the Penglai goblin tribe extremely stable. Now that old immortal Tianju is guarding the Penglai goblin tribe, no one can charge in. After hearing Caprice's words, Yixian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, Lualua was also in the Penglai demon race. Wait there, I'll be right there. Capricious continued. At this time, Yixian had already changed his face. Unless he was a member of the Glazed Knights, no one should be able to recognize him. However, at this moment, a few people suddenly rushed into the Knights' main hall. However, the strength of these few people was not very strong. They were merely preparatory knights at the third or fourth stage of the heavenly completion realm. Kill! The leading bronze knight raised his eyebrows and charged forward with his weapon. You recognize me? Yixian was a little surprised. He suddenly realized that his disguise was useless. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian had exposed him because he had previously gone with Capricious to exterminate the Black Flame Dragon tribe. Most importantly, he was a Platinum Knight. Even preparatory knights would be able to recognize him. Clearly, these few people were traitors. Kill them all. Yixian immediately gave the order to Old Tree's trio. There were a total of 5 people. The leader was at the 4th stage of the heavenly completion realm, while the other 4 were at the 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm. If they were regular knights, Yixian would be somewhat afraid. However, these were merely preparatory knights at the 3rd and 4th stage of the heavenly completion realm. Although Yixian was only at the 1st level of the Heaven Ascension realm, he had already successfully cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body. Even if he was alone, he would be able to fight against these elite knights, not to mention joining hands with Old Shu and the other 2. In less than 3 rounds, the 5 bronze knights were killed by Yixian's group. Their souls were also scattered. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Current 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm. These 5 universe rings allowed Old Tree to break through to the 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm, increasing his strength by a lot. However, in the next moment, a thorny figure appeared. This person was at the 8th stage of the heavenly completion realm, and was also a gold knight. This time they were in trouble. My apologies, my lord. The gold knight smiled coldly. The head knight, Mali, was already being held back by the vice palace master of the demonic dragon palace. The other experts were also unable to free themselves. Who could protect Yixian now? However, Yixian's expression was very calm. This was because he saw a spatial crack open in front of him. Immediately after, a white-haired youth walked out from it. Peak 9th stage of the heavenly completion realm. Wayward had arrived in time. What? The gold knight was shocked. Wayward's realm was higher than his, and he was also a gold knight. Most importantly, Wayward's face was very unfamiliar to him. There were dozens of platinum knights in the Glazed Knights. In addition, there were hundreds of 9th stage heavenly completion realm gold knights. He knew all of these people. You want to touch him? You're courting death. After Wayward appeared, he did not waste any words and directly attacked. As a former itinerant immortal, Wayward's strength was unquestionable. With just one attack, he finished off the gold knight in front of him. You really came in time. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Yixian smiled awkwardly. If you were dead, who would help me get the heavenly completion treasure map? Wayward smiled and went over to put away the spoils of war. Then he glanced outside. Our main target this time is the Penglai demons, so we're just stalling for time. This battle will probably end soon, Wayward said. Since old immortal Tianju is overseeing the Penglai demons, will there be itinerant immortal experts from the 3 evil holy lands? Yixian asked. Wayward shook his head and said, no, but to my surprise, the Prince of Netherworld from the Netherworld Holy Land is also here. The Prince of Netherworld? Yixian raised an eyebrow. The Prince of Netherworld's status is the same as the successor of the Emperor of Death. But don't worry, the Buddhist Holy Land also sent a bodhisattva. Including me, all 4 holy lands are here, Wayward said. Yixian guessed that the Prince of Netherworld and the Bodhisattva were both peak LV9 Heavenly Completion Realm experts and had come for the Holy Leader token. The commotion outside seemed to have died down. Yixian could not help but go out to take a look. He said, the demonic dragon palace seems to be retreating. They must have received news that they can't defeat the Penglai demons, so they're retreating. After Wayward finished speaking, he threw the interspatial ring of the gold knight to Yixian and said, you can have it. Your cultivation level is too low. You can't even protect yourself. Thank you. Yixian took the interspatial ring. As long as you can help me get the heavenly completion treasure map, it won't be a problem to push you to the peak LV9 heavenly completion realm. Wayward grinned. At this time a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Chapter 1624. Glazed Knights will let you go for now. Let's go. The Vice Palace Master of the Demonic Dragon Palace said a few words before leading the large army away. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Of course, the losses of the 3 evil holy lands were beyond imagination. After all, they didn't know that Elder Immortal Tianju was in the Penglai demon race. Nor did they know that the Penglai demon race had a stable space. At this time Mali directly rushed over. He looked at Caprice with a serious expression and said, who are you? Although Headstrong still had the gold badge in his body, he had broken through from the Undying Soul Realm to the peak of the Connecting Heaven Realm in just a few days. Life Saint Sect Headstrong. After he finished speaking, he transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon form and spoke in human language. The Prince of Netherworld from the Netherworld Sacred Land, the successor of the Emperor of Death from the Death Sacred Land, and the Arhat from the Buddhist sect are all here. How can I not come? Seeing this, Mali was stunned. This was indeed a Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He didn't expect that in addition to the 3 evil holy lands, the people from the 4 holy lands were all here. It seemed that the battle for the holy lands would be very fierce. But all in all, Yixian was safe, which was a blessing in disguise. Yixian, this place is not complete. The Legion commander just sent a message. Once the teleportation formation is repaired, he will take you to the commander. Mali said. Commander? After hearing this, Yixian and Headstrong couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't the commander of the Glazed Knights Fairy Luli? Okay. Yixian nodded immediately. In fact, Mali didn't completely trust Yixian, so he wanted to hand Yixian over to Fairy Luli to see if he was sent by the enemy. However, Yixian was related to the Life Saint sect, so he shouldn't be a member of the evil faction. No matter what, it was right to hand Yixian over to Fairy Luli. Although the experts of the Demonic Dragon Palace had retreated, the atmosphere in Linfeng City was still very strange. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mali found many traders, including many gold knights. Of course, it was impossible to find all the traders. After all, the Glazed Knights were a mixed group of people. In addition to humans and demons, there were also beasts and other races. Soon the teleportation array was repaired, and Linfeng City was connected to the 5th main city. Then Lin Guangyao teleported over. How are the casualties? Lin Guangyao immediately asked when he saw Mali. It's not that serious, Mali replied. That's good. Lin Guangyao nodded, and then his gaze fell on Caprice. Seeing this, Mali immediately explained, he's a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, called Capricious. Why would someone from the Life Saint sect join my Glazed Knights? Lin Guangyao asked in surprise. Can't I just come in and have some fun? He shrugged his shoulders and said, if it weren't for me today, Yi Xian would be dead. There are quite a few traitors in your glazed nights. Although Lin Guangyao was a little unhappy when he heard this, he understood that Capricious was not an ordinary person. Even if he cultivated the glazed treasure body, he was not confident that he could defeat him. Yi Xian, come with me to see the commander. Lin Guangyao directly ignored Capricious and said to Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could speak, Capricious interrupted. Are you going to see your fairy Luli? Bring me along. You? Lin Guangyao frowned. I'm familiar with your commander, Capricious said disdainfully. Lin Guangyao narrowed his eyes and then used the badge to transmit his voice. Bring them over. After receiving this response, Lin Guangyao nodded, and then led Yi Xian and Capricious into the teleportation array. They first teleported to the 5th main city, then to the headquarters of the Glazed Knights, the Glazed Holy Mountain. This was the headquarters of the Glazed Knights. There were countless experts here, and Fairy Luli also lived here. As soon as Lin Guangyao and the others walked out of the teleportation array, 2 female Golden Knights of Ascension Realm LV9 came up to them. This way, please. The 2 female knights with hot figures walked in the front, leading Yi Xian and the others into the Glazed Holy Mountain. These 2 female knights wore relatively little armor, and their fair skin was exposed to the air, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. However, they didn't dare to look directly, because these 2 female knights were Fairy Luli's disciples, and their status was comparable to that of several legion commanders. Soon, under the guidance of these 2 female knights, Yi Xian and the others entered the Glazed Holy Mountain. After passing through layers of spirit arrays, they arrived at the Glazed Holy Temple. At this time, there was a beautiful figure sitting on the Glazed Holy Temple's main seat. This person was Fairy Luli, whom Yi Xian had met once before. She wore a set of pink armor, and her valiant appearance was very different from her appearance that day. When she saw Yi Xian and Capricious behind Lin Guangyao, her expression was slightly surprised. The reason for this change in expression was not because of Capricious, but because of Yi Xian next to Capricious. Greetings, Commander. Lin Guangyao performed a knight's salute. Fairy Luli glanced at him, and then her gaze fell on Yi Xian again, saying, I didn't expect it to be you. Greetings, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted her. Obviously, Fairy Luli recognized him. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao was surprised. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know Fairy Luli. How was this possible? 2 years ago, you didn't even reach the manifestation realm, but 2 years later, you actually broke through to the connecting heaven realm. I'm afraid even a true immortal can't compare to you. Fairy Luli couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this kid's cultivation speed is even inferior to my life holy sex chief disciple. This kid joined your Glazed Knights because of me. How about it? Shouldn't you thank me? Capricious directly found a seat and sat down, as if the Glazed Knights were his home. The grievances between you and me have been written off. What are you doing here? Fairy Luli coldly snorted. If you didn't beat me back to my original form, I'm afraid I would have passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, I have to thank you. If not, I wouldn't have been able to compete for the Holy Leader token, Capricious said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao was shocked again. 1 itinerant immortal tribulation? This Capricious was actually an itinerant immortal before. The peak of the connecting heaven realm's 9th layer was the immortal tribulation. If the immortal world's passage wasn't closed, one would become an immortal after passing the immortal tribulation and could ascend to the immortal tribulation. However, the passage was closed, so one could only become an itinerant immortal after passing the immortal tribulation. Once one became an itinerant immortal, there would be an itinerant immortal tribulation every 1,000 years. It didn't have to be a peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Of course, the stronger one was, the higher the success rate of passing the tribulation. Capricious wanted to pass a itinerant immortal tribulation, which meant that he was a first tribulation itinerant immortal before, and after passing it, he would become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. Humph, it's not that easy for you to get the Holy Leader token. Fairy Luli didn't care about Capricious. Pa! Headstrong suddenly slapped the chair and stood up, saying, I think you should also know that other than the 3 evil holy lands, The Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land have also sent experts over. Although you have the help of the Buddhist Holy Land's Buddhist Holy Land, don't forget that the Penglai Goblin Clan and the Heaven End Palace also want this Holy Master token. Chapter 1625. How about you marry me? I can represent the Life Holy Land and stand on your side. Hearing these words, the other 3 people in the Night Temple were all shocked, as if they had misheard. Willful wanted Fairy Luli to marry him? What wishful thinking! Fairy Luli coldly snorted. That's not necessarily true. If not for the previous incident, no one would have known that Taoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist Holy Land had such a beautiful daughter. So my father proposed marriage to him, and guess what? Capricious suddenly revealed a crafty look, his eyes somewhat wretchedly looking at Fairy Luli. That's impossible. Hearing this, Fairy Luli immediately became anxious. She had never heard of such a thing. Little girl, you will be my Ren family's daughter-in-law sooner or later. You better compromise, or you won't get the Holy Master badge. Willful sat back down. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Fairy Luli calmed down. In that case, let's see who's the real deal. You may not know, but my Life Holy Sect's chief disciple is already on his way. When the time comes, he will join hands with me. Your chances of getting the Holy Master badge will be less than 10%. Willful reminded. The competition for the Holy Master badge of the Penglai Holy Land was very fierce. Apart from the 3 evil Holy Lands, the Life Holy Land, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Death Holy Land, and the Netherworld Holy Land had all sent people. Not only that, but the Penglai monster race in Tianju Palace were also united. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult for Fairy Luli to get the Holy Master badge. Originally, Willful didn't want to fight for the Holy Master badge, but he suddenly thought of something. He could use the Holy Master badge to exchange for the sky-connecting treasure map. Fairy Luli would definitely agree to this deal. Hearing the conversation between Willful and Fairy Luli, Lin Guangyao also broke out in cold sweat, not daring to interrupt. At this time, Fairy Luli suddenly said, Yixian, you've cultivated the colored glass treasured body? Yes. Yixian nodded. Lin Guangyao's expression changed and he said in shock, how is that possible? It had only been 3 days since he gave Yixian the colored glazed treasured body, but Yixian had already mastered the colored glazed treasured body. How is this possible? Breaking through to the connecting heaven realm in 2 years is already a miracle. It's also reasonable for you to cultivate the colored glazed treasured body in 3 days. Fairy Luli said calmly. After her reminder, Lin Guangyao also felt that it made sense. Just now, when Fairy Luli was arguing with Headstrong, she had neglected Yixian. Only now did Fairy Luli discover this point. Headstrong had also heard of the strength of the glazed treasure body, but it was nothing to him. After all, his body was also very strong, and it was not any weaker than the glazed treasure body. Looking at Yixian, Fairy Luli suddenly had a plan in her mind, but before she could open her mouth, a female knight who was waiting outside the door came in. Master, there is a person called Yin waiting outside the colored glass sacred mountain, the female knight said. A single thought. This name had appeared just now. It was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's Holy Land. Let him in. Hearing this name, Fairy Luli's cold face could not help but smile. Oh, this little monk came at the right time, Headstrong said in surprise. Soon, the female knight who had just left came in with a somewhat handsome bald young man. This bald young man was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's Holy Land, Yin. He was wearing a golden kasaya, with one hand clasped together and the other holding a demon-subduing pestle. Greetings, senior sister. After seeing Fairy Luli, Yin nodded slightly. In the Buddhist sect's Holy Land, there were 2 branches of Buddhism and Taoism. The Buddhist branch was led by the Buddhist Supreme, and the Taoist branch was led by Taoist Ling Xiao. However, the 2 branches had a good relationship, so Yin called Fairy Luli senior sister. Junior brother, this time I have to trouble you. After glancing at Headstrong, Fairy Luli said to Yin, quite a handsome little monk. Why did you become a monk? Headstrong touched his handsome white hair, fantasizing in his heart that if he became bald, would he also be so handsome? Shut up. Fairy Luli snorted coldly. This was her territory, and Headstrong treated it as his own home and sat down casually, but now he even ridiculed her junior brother. She obviously couldn't stand it. Greetings, senior. The one-thought monk sensed the life aura in Headstrong's body and immediately recognized him. I heard you have only cultivated for 300 years. Not bad, not bad. Are you interested in joining my life holy sect? I have many beauties there. You can take whichever one you like. If you dual cultivate, your cultivation speed might be faster. Headstrong said with a smile that was not a smile. This time Fairy Luli was completely furious. White-haired dragon, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Right now you only have Lin Guangyao and Yin to fight. Who are you trying to scare? After Headstrong said that, he couldn't help but glance at Fairy Luli. Seeing that Fairy Luli seemed to be really angry, he shrugged and said, Forget it, I won't lower myself to the same level as a woman. Anyway, you will be my Ren family's daughter-in-law sooner or later. In the Penglai Holy Land, loose immortals were not allowed to fight, so Fairy Luli really couldn't do anything to Headstrong. After all, Headstrong was once a loose immortal expert. Even if Lin Guangyao and the one-thought monk worked together, they probably would not be his opponent. Lin Guangyao, arrange a place for him to stay. Fairy Luli said to Lin Guangyao. No need. The chief disciple of my life holy sect is also here. Farewell, Luli. Headstrong suddenly stood up. After glancing at Yixian, he directly left the colored glaze holy land. It had to be said that obtaining a holy leader's token really was not easy. On the life holy sect's side, there was Headstrong's platinum dragon and chief disciple. On the Holy Land of Death side, there was the successor of the Holy Land of Death. The Netherworld Holy Land also had a prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Penglai demon race and Heaven End Palace working together was not just for show. It was basically impossible to steal a holy leader's token from these forces. After all, there were just too many experts. Right now, Fairy Luli was wondering whether she should ask her father to send some people over. However, after thinking about it, she decided to give up on this idea. Inyuan, take your martial uncle to rest. Lin Guangyao, you can go back to your work too. Fairy Luli said to the two of them. Yes, a female knight answered, then left with the one-thought monk. He still had matters to attend to in the fifth main city, so Lin Guangyao also took his leave first. Afterwards, only Fairy Luli and Yixian were left in the colored glaze holy temple. Was it that white dragon who asked you to join the glazed knights? Fairy Luli asked straightforwardly. Sort of. Yixian nodded. Since Headstrong had already been exposed, he did not hide anything. Chapter 1626. Fairy Luli slowly walked down the stairs and said, I also want to get the Holy Lord token, but I can't do it myself, and the people sent by the various forces are not weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the Holy Lord token. So I just want to ask you one thing. Are you sure you can improve your cultivation in a short time and then help me? After hearing Fairy Luli's words, Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly and said, That depends on what price senior is willing to pay. Whatever you want, just say it. Fairy Luli said generously. In this regard, Yixian did not immediately answer but asked, When will the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance appear? Based on the speed of the Demon Emperor's heir, it will take at least 3 days and at most half a month, Fairy Luli replied. At the same time, she had to admit that the Demon Emperor's heir's talent was a bit strong. Even if half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was refined by a loose immortal, it would not be so fast. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. The corners of Yixian's mouth slightly raised. The more urgent the time was, the more Fairy Luli would pay attention to it, so he could ask for an exorbitant price. Although Fairy Luli could not do it, she was still a loose immortal, and the youngest daughter of the Buddhist sect's Holy Land Taoist Ling Shao. Her background was not small. Then, her wealth was probably beyond imagination. Immediately, he made a list of what he needed, which was similar to the things he swallowed. Fire attribute heaven and earth treasures, strange flames, ores and so on, but there was also the 5 attributes Luli, because he wanted to cultivate the Luli treasure body. I have a way to refine heaven and earth treasures in a short time and improve my cultivation. After Yixian finished, he paused and said, However, this is only one of the conditions. I have another condition. What condition? Fairy Luli asked. Yixian said without thinking. Willful said you have a sky-piercing treasure map, so I want to see it. His mission was not to obtain the sky-bearing treasure map, but to confirm whether Fairy Luli had the sky-bearing treasure map. As long as it was confirmed, his mission would be considered complete. After hearing Yixian's words, Fairy Luli's face suddenly turned cold. She didn't expect that in addition to being interested in the Holy Master token, this willful fellow was also coveting her heavenly treasure map. Although he didn't know where Caprice got this information, it wasn't important. Just a glance? Fairy Luli asked in surprise. Yes, I just want to take a look. Senior, just hold it in your hand. Yixian nodded solemnly. Fairy Luli was silent. She didn't know what kind of trick Yixian was playing. Even if she really gave the heaven-reaching treasure map to Yixian, given his cultivation level of heaven-reaching realm tier 1, Yixian wouldn't be able to take it away. Moreover, she would be the one holding the map. All right, I promise you. Fairy Luli responded with a sentence. In any case, she wouldn't be in any danger in this little holy land. After all, even loose immortals couldn't make a move. So who could snatch the heaven-reaching treasure map from her hands? Immediately, she took out a sheepskin scroll from her universe ring and opened it. As soon as I close this scroll, I will instantly forget the things on this scroll. Moreover, you don't know whether it's real or not, Fairy Luli said to Yixian. However, how could he know that Yixian had such a heaven-defying thing? Ding! Copy of the first heaven-reaching treasure map completed. After hearing the system's notification, Yixian couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The heaven-reaching treasure map that he gave old immortal Tianju had already been copied by him. That was the second heaven-reaching treasure map. And the one in front of him now was the first heaven-reaching treasure map. The system's notification meant that the heaven-reaching treasure map was real. Since it was confirmed, his task could be considered completed. He hurriedly passed this information to Caprice. Very good. I will quickly ask my father to send a betrothal gift to Taoist Ling Xiao. Caprice sent a voice transmission to Yixian. Yixian was a little confused and asked directly, "It's just a heaven-reaching treasure map. What's the use of it?" At present, the heaven-reaching treasure map has no other use, but whoever has the heaven-reaching treasure map has the right to speak. Caprice replied. In this regard, Yixian was too lazy to care. Anyway, his task could be considered completed. Senior, this junior has seen enough, Yixian said to Fairy Luli. Hearing this, Fairy Luli quickly closed the heaven-reaching treasure map and then put it back into her universe ring. At this time she had already reacted and asked, "This is what the white-haired dragon asked you to confirm, right?" Yixian nodded slightly. Although the heaven-reaching treasure map had been copied, it couldn't be copied. It could only be looked at, which was useless. Humph. Fairy Luli was very displeased. Originally, her father didn't know about the heaven-reaching treasure map, but now she could only take the initiative to report it, lest Caprice beat her to it. What Caprice said was indeed the truth, and Fairy Luli had already confirmed it from her father. Although the betrothal gifts had not been given, Taoist Ling Xiao had really agreed. This toad, I'll beat you back to your original form later, Fairy Luli said in her heart. Then her gaze fell on Yixian again. I'll have someone send those things to you later. However, if you use ordinary glass to cultivate the treasure body of colored glass, you can only cultivate to the 6th level. After that, you will need to use supreme grade treasures, which I don't have now. Yixian nodded slightly, indifferent to this. Then, another female knight led him out of the colored glass holy temple and arranged a place for him to stay. Now, all he had to do was wait quietly for the big gift package to be delivered. TSK, it hasn't been long since I came to the Penglai Demon Clan, but I've already improved so quickly. Once my realm increases, the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld will have to scram. Yixian was very excited at this moment. Soon the female knight returned with the universe ring and handed it to Yixian. After Yixian checked the universe ring, he couldn't help but shudder. The things in this universe ring were simply beyond his imagination. However, he didn't devour them immediately, because he still had to plan. In the Penglai Divine Land, itinerant immortal experts generally wouldn't make a move. Once they did, they would definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao, which would result in serious injuries or death. As such, the fight for the Divine Leader's token this time mainly relied on experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension realm. the successor of the Emperor of Death, the Prince of Netherworld, the Monk One Thought, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Caprice all had the strength to pass the tribulation, but they suppressed it to the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension realm, so their battle strength was very strong. Chapter 1627. Although Fairy Luli asked for Yixian's help, if he obtained the Sacred Leader token, wouldn't Fairy Luli owe him a favor? Itinerant immortals can't take action, but I wonder if Wei Zhenqian can, Yixian thought to himself. However, the old tree was extremely suitable for snatching the Sacred Leader token, so he was a little hesitant. If he broke through to Ascension Realm level 9, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian would all become itinerant immortals. If he changed the distribution method, then he could have one itinerant immortal battle force, and the other two could stay at Ascension Realm level 9. Alright, that's it. After thinking for a while, Yixian made a decision and began to devour the fire attribute treasures, as well as the corpses of the Ascension beasts. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 2. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 4. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 3. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 5. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 4. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 6. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 5. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 7. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 6. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm level 9. System notifications rang out one after another. Yixian's plan was to first push the old tree to the peak of Ascension Realm level 9. That way, the old tree would no longer have any restrictions. Then she would devour ores and the like to level up, because this way the old tree would not gain any experience points. However, at this moment, ding! Host has devoured the 9-dragon Thunderflame. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has mutated. Spirit of Ashes has mutated into Ashes of Thunder Fire. These two system notifications caught Yixian off guard. There were many ways to upgrade the old tree. For example, the corpse of a heavenly beast, a heavenly treasure of the fire attribute, or even a heavenly flame. There was a dragon-shaped heavenly flame in the interspatial ring. It was the 9-dragon Thunderflame, ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame list. It was this 9-dragon Thunderflame that caused the old tree to mutate. F***ck, what a pleasant surprise. Yixian was shocked and quickly checked the new attributes of the old tree. Spirit of Ashes' name had been changed to Ember of Thunderfire, and the 3 skills of the old tree had all changed. The Flaming Sun Rope turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Astral Chain, the Blazing Fire Dome turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire Dome, and the remaining flames turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Apart from that, there was also another big move, 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. This move had a cooldown of 1 day. Haha, I've made a profit. I've made a huge profit. Yixian's eyes flickered with excitement. He originally only wanted the old tree to be upgraded to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, but he didn't expect such a surprise. He immediately ordered the old tree to fight the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian in the planting space. Remnant Flame could originally split into 2 clones, but this new 9 Dragons Thunder Flash allowed him to create 9 clones. This could confuse others and at the same time increase his speed and range. The first attack power had also increased from 30% to 50%. Most importantly, the old tree's attack was mixed with the lightning attribute, which had a paralyzing effect. He only needed 1 punch to turn the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian into pieces. Of course, the old tree was currently in Heaven Ascension Stage 9, 6 levels higher than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian. It was normal for him to kill them instantly. As the other 3 skills all had cooldowns, Yixian didn't let the old tree use them for the time being. Previously, the old tree had always been 2 levels higher than Yixian. Now that he had poured all his resources into him, he was 3 levels higher than Yixian. Yixian and the old tree had a contract that guaranteed their levels. Therefore, the old tree's level wouldn't be lower than Yixian, but it also wouldn't exceed Yixian by 3 levels. As long as Yixian didn't break through to Heaven Ascension Stage 7, the old tree would at most be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, and wouldn't break through to Loose Immortal. Therefore, Yixian once again devoured some fire attribute heavenly treasures, and the old tree successfully broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After all, he had more than doubled his growth. At this time, Yixian was only in the middle of Heaven Ascension Stage 6. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this old man to reach the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Truly unexpected. The old tree was even more excited than Yixian. Thinking back, he was only a wish-fulfillment realm devil tree battle soldier. After following Yixian, he broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage. Then, the next step would be to become a Loose Immortal. Old tree, I'm going to snatch that Holy Leader token, so don't undergo your tribulation for now, Yixian quickly reminded. No problem. I'll definitely get that Holy Leader token. The old tree was full of confidence. After all, he was now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even facing Lin Guangyao, who had the colored glazed treasure body, the old tree was confident that he could send him flying with a punch. The first step had been completed, so the next step was the second. Ghost Dome Great Emperor Wei Zhentian, it's your turn now. After saying this, Yixian began to devour the ores and weapons. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 7. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 8. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After Yixian devoured a large amount of ores and materials, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had finally reached the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. At this moment, Yixian was thinking whether to continue devouring. The peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9 was just a step away from becoming a rogue immortal. He just didn't know if Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could successfully break through to the rogue immortal realm. Old tree is now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian are also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If the three of them help me, the others won't be able to defeat me. Yixian thought inwardly. However, he was still hesitating. He wanted Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian to break through directly because Wei Zhentian was a weapon. He didn't know if weapons would be punished by the heavens if they attacked in Penglai Divine Land. It's better to be cautious. I'll let them stay at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Yixian decided to give up. Anyway, with the strength of the four of them, they could probably do whatever they wanted in the entire Penglai Divine Land. As long as the rogue immortals didn't interfere, they were almost invincible. Although Yixian hadn't reached Heaven Ascension Stage 9 yet, he didn't care. With his current strength, he had the confidence to fight alone. Chapter 1628. In the planting space, the mutated old tree was already fighting with the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. One had to admit that the mutated old tree was extremely powerful. He had no problem fighting against two opponents at the same time. Previously, he was only stronger than Wei Zhentian and weaker than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor when they were at the same level. Now, he was even stronger than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian combined. Ha ha ha, try this. The old tree looked at the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian who were charging towards him. Suddenly, he threw out 9 lightning fire chains. This was the Lightning Fire Ember's new skill, the 9 Dragon Lightning Chain. There was a total of 9 chains that were locked onto the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The two of them couldn't break free in a short time. The 9 Dragon Lightning Chain had a paralyzing effect, but it didn't have much effect on the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree suddenly turned into 9 dragon shadows and charged towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Rumble. The 9 dragon shadows hit the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Immediately, the sky was filled with lightning, followed by a loud rumbling sound. This was considered one of the old tree's ultimate moves. The power of this attack wasn't small. Even Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't block it completely. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is revived. There was a difference between the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The latter was made of metal, while the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was just a skeleton under the armor. Under the 9-dragon sky roaring strike, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was killed instantly. Of course, if that attack had landed on Wei Zhentian, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it. That 9-dragon lightning flame is really a blessing. Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. The old tree had devoured at least 40 types of mysterious flames. However, none of them could make him mutate. Coincidentally, Fairy Luli gave him a 9-dragon lightning flame. He was really lucky. If that wasn't the case, the old tree would still be the spirit of ash, and its combat power would only be slightly stronger than Wei Zhentian. With these 3 great generals present, it could be said that Yi Xian was determined to obtain this Holy Lord command token. Unfortunately, he had already promised Fairy Luli, otherwise, he would have definitely taken this Holy Lord command token for himself. Very quickly 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Xian did not step out of the house. Otherwise he might scare Fairy Luli to death. Breaking through from the 1st tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm in a single day was too terrifying. Although this was also the case for willfulness, he had once secluded himself in the Life Saint sect. He had merely suppressed his cultivation. As for Yi Xian, he had truly broken through. Yi Xian, how's your cultivation coming along? At noon on the 3rd day, Fairy Luli couldn't help but ask about the situation. Don't worry. I will definitely get the Holy Leader's token this time. Yi Xian did not directly say that he had broken through to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Ascension state. Alright. When Fairy Luli heard this, she was overjoyed. However, she did not disturb Yi Xian. After all, this period of time was very crucial. Time passed little by little. The outside world was calm and peaceful. However, on the 7th day, Yi Xian, just now the Penglai demon tribe sent news that the Demon Emperor's successor has successfully refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Tomorrow we will head directly to the Penglai demon tribe. Fairy Luli transmitted to Yi Xian. Have we arrived? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was not bad, compared to the Holy Leader's token, it was a little insignificant. Although the Glazed Knights also had their eyes on this Holy Leader's token, they knew that no matter who the Holy Leader's token fell into, it could not fall into the hands of the Evil Dao Holy Ground. Otherwise, when the Evil Dao Holy Ground's rogue immortals refined the Holy Leader's token, the Penglai Holy Ground's forces would be massacred. After all, the rogue immortals who refined the Holy Leader's token could fight in the Penglai Holy Ground without being punished by the Heavenly Dao. At that time, who would be able to fight against them? How's your cultivation going now? Fairy Luli asked curiously. Ascension Realm LV8. Yi Xian replied. What? This answer shocked Fairy Luli. Sure enough, she had not misjudged him. In just 7 days, Yi Xian had broken through from Ascension Realm LV1 to Ascension Realm LV8. It was simply inconceivable. If she had not seen Yi Xian before, she would have thought that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Come to the Glazed Holy Temple, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian headed to the Glazed Holy Temple. He knew that Fairy Luli wanted to see his realm with her own eyes. When he arrived, he found that there were already 3 people sitting inside. One of them was Fairy Luli, while the other 2 were one thought monk from the Buddhist Holy Ground and Lin Guangyao, the commander of the 5th Army. In fact, before Yi Xian arrived at the Glazed Holy Temple, the 3 of them had already felt the aura in Yi Xian's body. Ascension Realm LV8. Sure enough, he was Ascension Realm LV8. The 3 of them had already widened their eyes in shock. Moreover, Fairy Luli also sensed that Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th stage, the same as Lin Guangyao. It's truly inconceivable. He actually broke through to Ascension Realm LV8. Lin Guangyao said in disbelief. Could this benefactor be the reincarnation of an immortal, but his inherited memories have yet to awaken? One thought monk could not help but ask. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Yi Xian greeted them respectfully. Not even 100 years old, yet you've cultivated to such a level. Even the Life Saint sect master cannot compare to your talent. Fairy Luli also sighed in amazement. The Life Saint sect master had only spent 200 years to become a loose immortal. This was a legend. In this world only Yixian could compare to him. However, so what if his talent was good? It could not help with the current situation. Yixian, you and Yin Yuan will fight, Fairy Luli suddenly said. Afterwards, a female knight rushed into the glazed holy temple. She was Fairy Luli's eldest disciple, a gold knight at Ascension Realm LV9. Testing my strength? Fine. The corner of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. He turned around and looked at the hot female knight in front of him. Fairy Luli had paid a great price to push him to his current realm. If his battle prowess was insufficient, he would not be able to participate in the upcoming battle for the Holy Lord's token. Therefore, Yixian had to defeat this Yin Yuan. Come. Yixian clenched his fists and said to Yin Yuan, "Excuse me." After Yin Yuan let out a low shout, her aura immediately increased by several times. She directly charged towards Yixian with her bare hands. Yin Yuan did not use any ability with this punch, but it tore open a long spatial crack. Even without the spatial crack, this punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary Ascension Realm LV9 martial artist. This was the strength of a genius. Chapter 1629. Bang! Yixian casually threw out a punch, which collided with Yin Yuan's delicate fist. When the two true qis collided, a shockwave immediately swept out. At this moment, Yixian's fist seemed to have hit a piece of tofu. After all, his current physique was more than 100 times stronger than before. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yin Yuan's arm was fractured, and she was blasted out of the lapis lazuli holy temple, challenging someone of a higher rank victory. Yin Yuan, who was sent flying by Yixian, opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated. However, this was not the end. Bang! Yin Yuan quickly stabilized her body, and then rushed toward Yixian again. This time she used her left hand. Heaven-piercing magic? Lapis gold-shattering fist. This move could be considered her strongest attack. However, Yixian also knew how to use it. Ding! Lapis gold-shattering fist copied successfully. The moment Yixian made his move, Fairy Luli was shocked again. This was because she didn't teach Yixian this magic. How did Yixian learn it? This brat was indeed extraordinary. Boom! This time there was no suspense. Yin Yuan was sent flying again. Her left hand was even more miserable than her right hand. All the bones were shattered and blood flowed out. It had to be said that Yixian really didn't know how to show mercy to women. With just 2 punches he had crippled this hot female knight. However, this kind of injury was nothing to an expert of reaching Heaven Realm LV9. He could recover quickly. Not bad. Amir reaching Heaven Realm LV8 easily defeated Yin Yuan. Your strength is not bad. However, Yin Yuan's strength is at most on par with Commander Mali. If you want to participate in the next battle, you are not qualified. Fairy Luli said to Yixian. In that case, please enlighten me, Legion Commander. Yixian suddenly turned around and cupped his fist toward Lin Guangyao. If he wanted to gain Fairy Luli's approval, he could only fight with Lin Guangyao. Good. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao immediately shouted and stood up. Currently in the Glazed Knights, apart from Fairy Luli and the 4 loose immortal rank commanders, there was no one else who could match them. As long as Yixian was qualified to fight him, the Glazed Knights would have one more powerful helper. Although Lin Guangyao was a realm higher than Yixian, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw how confident Yixian was. Yixian, come on. Lin Guangyao clenched his fists and said to Yixian. All right. Without saying a word, Yixian turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lin Guangyao. This speed was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. One had to know that Yixian's shadow steps had been upgraded to 1000 extinction flash, and could be used in battle. This was a very practical skill. Although it consumed a lot of vital qi, he still had the immortal phoenix bloodline to support it. This consumption could be recovered in an instant. Glazed gold shattering fist. This punch had already torn a long crack in space. Together with the glazed treasure body, its power was enormous. In addition, Yixian had the ultimate realm. Even if he used his fists, his attack power would be doubled. Facing this punch, Lin Guangyao's expression turned solemn. Then he stomped his foot forward and collided with Yixian. Bang! A loud sound spread in the glazed holy temple. Yixian and Lin Guangyao's fists collided. On the surface, the two of them were evenly matched. But don't forget that Yi Xian had Unicorn's vital qi, which had the effect of burning everything in the world. The next moment, Lin Guangyao's right fist caught fire. What? Lin Guangyao was shocked and quickly extinguished the flames with his vital qi. Fortunately, he also had the glazed treasure body. Otherwise, this fist would have burned his bones. This time, Lin Guangyao had to show his true strength. Glazed suppression sky ring. The vital qi in Lin Guangyao's body quickly circulated and suddenly gushed out. 5 types of light illuminated the entire glazed holy temple. This vital qi shook Yi Xian's body at lightning speed. Yi Xian only felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. In terms of magical powers, he was weaker, but in the next moment he made up for this gap. Ding! Glazed suppression sky ring copied successfully. Just as this system notification sounded, Lin Guangyao attacked again. This time, a large saber on the back of a tiger appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed at Yi Xian, who was sent flying. Since the opponent had already revealed his weapon, Yi Xian couldn't hold back. Wei Zhentian, come. Yi Xian directly took out the Sky Quake sword. He hadn't fought side by side with Wei Zhentian for a long time. This slash was Lin Guangyao's strongest attack. If he couldn't block it, his entire body would be cut in half. However, the glazed gold-shattering fist wasn't his strongest attack. Sky-piercing mystique. Nihility flame sword wave. Whoosh! 2 cold lights flashed, and 2 spatial cracks intersected. With a bang, Lin Guangyao's slash was directly shattered by the Nihility flame sword wave. Although the ultimate realm allowed Yi Xian to be proficient in any weapon, he was still used to using swords. After all, the Nihility flame sword wave was exchanged for with 2 devour points. Moreover, he had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline to increase his flame attack. If this attack couldn't destroy Lin Guangyao's saber light, then it would be too wrong. This attack was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. Even Glazed Fairy didn't expect it. However, it wasn't that easy to kill a glazed knight. Glazed suppression sky triple chain. Lin Guangyao used all his strength to perform this move. After all, Yi Xian's Nihility flame sword wave had clashed with the saber light once. After the triple chain shock, the power that fell on Lin Guangyao was not that great. Even so, this Nihility flame sword wave had directly injured Lin Guangyao, who had cultivated the glazed treasure body stage 6. If they continued to fight, Lin Guangyao would definitely lose. This attack had already determined the winner, so Glazed Fairy said, "That's enough, stop. There were more important things to do next. It wouldn't be good if he was injured here. If we continue to fight, I don't think I'm your match. You should still have a trump card that you haven't used, right?" Lin Guangyao quickly healed his injuries and said to Yi Xian, "Yes." Yi Xian nodded without any modesty. He had many trump cards. The Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Any one of them could probably fight with Lin Guangyao. In addition, he still had the Slaughter Mark skill that he hadn't used, and he didn't use the Bladestorm skill. With this strength, he could probably fight with a rogue immortal, let alone Lin Guangyao. "Very good, I didn't misjudge you." Glazed Fairy's cold face couldn't help but reveal a smile. She said, "But you're only at Ascension Stage 8 now. Can you still improve?" Chapter 1630. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Luli gave Yi Xian were enough to create several peak Ascension Stage LV9 experts. Now, if she wanted to raise him from Ascension Stage LV8 to peak Ascension Stage LV9, she would need several times more heavenly treasures than before. However, he knew that Fairy Luli would be willing to part with them. "Okay, I'll give them to you." Fairy Luli gritted her teeth and threw out several rare treasures from her Cosmos ring. These were priceless treasures that even Lin Guangyao would be envious of. This time, Fairy Luli really put in a lot of effort. "This time, I'm betting on you. If you fail, you have to pay me back 10 times. Fairy Luli suddenly said stingily. "Okay." Yi Xian didn't bargain. He could easily defeat Lin Guangyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he broke through again, who could fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guangyao, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people have the ability to pass the immortal tribulation, but they've been suppressing their realms. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to loose immortals. You have to pay special attention to the 2 troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Nether, Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guangyao was peak ascension stage LV9, his cultivation time was too short, and the three evil holy lands probably sent out 10,000-year-old monsters. If one really wanted to compare, Lin Guangyao's strength could only be ranked in the third tier. The second tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the three evil holy lands experts. As for the first tier, it was Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious, Death Emperor's successor Jianyi, Prince of Netherworld, and so on. Although they weren't as old as the second tier, they had great backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. For example, Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would be a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he used his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would be defeated. He had surpassed Lin Guangyao before breaking through, and was probably in the second tier. If he broke through to Ascension Stage LV9, he would definitely be in the first tier. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now in Heaven Ascension Stage LV9. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. Ding! The host has reached the peak of Connecting Heaven State Level 9. Ding! Host has met the Immortal Tribulation requirements. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system notifications rang out. 95% was already a very high success rate. Yi Xian estimated that as long as his 3 doppelgangers fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, even after successfully passing the tribulation, he still couldn't ascend to the immortal world because the passageway to the immortal world was closed. However, most of them had to start cultivating as itinerant immortals. Right now, there were still important matters to attend to. Thus, Yi Xian would not choose to undergo tribulation. He would first obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. He actually broke through from LV8 to the peak of LV9 in an instant. Truly. Fairy Luli and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. With your current realm, I'm afraid I can't even take a punch from you, Lin Guangyao said self-deprecatingly. He knew that Yi Xian's current strength should be in the first tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the third tier, could fight. Very good. With your help, the Glazed Knights have the ability to fight the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld Holy Land, Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Holy Leader Medallion, Yi Xian said confidently. Good. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether Yi Xian could really obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. The next day, they would head to Penglai to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the evil Holy Land. Very soon a day had passed. The Glazed Knights had a teleportation array that led directly to Penglai. It was very convenient. The next day, Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monk One Thought, and Yi Xian to Penglai. Whoosh! The teleportation array began to operate. Yi Xian was a little excited because Luo Luo was born in Penglai. However, she had just been born and hadn't unlocked her inherited memories. She probably wouldn't recognize him. At this time, the vision in front of him shook. Yi Xian's senses suddenly became stronger. Although Luo Luo was reborn, she still had a connection with Yi Xian. When Yi Xian landed, he sensed that Luo Luo was in the north. The distance was very close. However, there was already a group of demons waiting at the teleportation palace. Greetings, Fairy Luli. An old man came up and said, I'm Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time. The other forces have arrived? Fairy Luli asked directly. Yes. Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the appointed time, the Glazed Knights, who had the teleportation array, were the last to arrive. This made them feel a little helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan led Fairy Luli and the other 3 to the conference hall. There were a total of 4 forces participating in the war conference. In addition to the Penglai demons, there was also Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, and Life Sacred Land. Therefore, they were a 4-way alliance. Soon Yi Xian and the other 3 were brought to the conference hall. At this time, there were already many people in the conference hall. Moreover, they weren't weak. The weakest was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. One of them was even a rogue immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table and was an acquaintance of Yi Xian. He was old immortal Tianju. Although he had already guessed it, after seeing old immortal Tianju's real body, Yixian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn, this is a real hidden expert. When he wasn't a supremacy, he had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, crossing the 3 sovereign disasters in Heaven Ascension Stage 9. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who appeared in the remote Blood Rock continent was actually a rogue immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yixian followed Fairy Luli into the conference hall, and immediately became the center of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The one-thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone recognized him. However, where did this stranger Yixian come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yixian in the conference hall. He was the Platinum Radiant Dragon, Headstrong. He had also come. Hey Yixian! When Headstrong saw Yixian, he immediately greeted him. Chapter 1631. Headstrong was an itinerant immortal previously, which was why he could recover to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9 so quickly. However, Yixian had climbed up by himself. It was unbelievable that he could break through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9 in an instant. Headstrong carefully sized up Yixian. He estimated that Yixian's strength was probably not weaker than his. What a monster! At this time, there was a young man beside Headstrong who was also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. He should be the chief disciple of the Life Saint sect, Run Feng. In addition, there was the number 1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, and old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The geniuses of the Penglai demon race, Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, Life Saint sect, and Buddhist sect were all present. Fairy Luli led Yixian and the other two and sat down. At this time, old immortal Tianju's gaze fell on Yixian and said, "You don't look surprised. It seems that you already know my identity." Hearing this, Fairy Luli was shocked. Everyone also turned to look at Yixian. "Greetings, senior." Yixian hurriedly stood up and greeted. "It's fine. I watched you grow from the Blood Rock continent to where you are today. There's no need to be restrained," old immortal Tianju said slowly. When he met Yixian back then, Yixian was fighting with the demon race. Later, he could not bear to see the demon race of the wasteland go extinct, so he stepped in to stop it. At that time, Yixian was only at the Void God realm. He was not even a supremacy. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were surprised. Blood Rock continent? Isn't that the Demon Emperor's hometown? Yes, the Demon Emperor seems to be from the wasteland demon race of the Blood Rock continent. I didn't expect this young man to come from the same place as the Demon Emperor. However, that place is too barren. So old immortal Tianju only condensed an energy clone to guard that place. In the meeting hall, some demon race people were discussing in low voices. Yixian finally understood. The Demon Emperor that these demon race people were talking about was the Dragon Sparrow Fairy, old immortal Tianju's wife. Who would have thought that the Blood Rock continent actually produced such an awesome figure? We'll talk about the little fox later. Let's talk business first. After old immortal Tianju finished speaking, he couldn't help but look around and said, "This time our opponent's background is not small, everyone should know. There are quite a few 9th-tier Heaven Ascension realm experts from the various major powers who can participate, but in terms of top-tier battle prowess, I'm afraid that we're still inferior to them." "That's right. As far as I know, the Evil Path Holy Land has brought a lot of experts, more than us," Fairy Luli said. The surrounding people couldn't help but size him up. The Emperor of Death's successor is one, the Prince of Netherworld is another, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon is another. Although my Penglai demon clans Yao Tian and Tianju Palace's Lin Zhanhao are not bad, they can't compare to them. An elder from the demon race said. They divided their strength into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of the Wayward 3, the second tier consisted of Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao, and the third tier consisted of people like Lin Guangyao. If the 3 echelons were added together, they would be able to gather 30 people. But this time the Corrupt Path Holy Lands had sent at least 50 people, so it was a bit difficult to handle. Yixian sat there silently, listening to the discussions of the others, and sneered in his heart. His strength was definitely in the first tier. When the time came to join forces with Wayward, they could fight the Emperor of Death's successor, and the Prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian were all 9th-tier Heaven Ascension Realm experts. Although their strength wasn't considered top tier, other than Wei Zhenqian, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be in the 2nd tier. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had the planting space. Even if he encountered the Emperor of Death's successor, as long as he caught him off guard, he might be able to kill him in an instant. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't really listen to this meeting. It was nothing more than some strategic deployments, team formation, and so on. In any case, everyone thought that he was on the same level as Lin Guangyao, so they didn't take him to heart. "Kid, you want to help that little girl Lu Li get the Holy Leader token?" Wayward suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. "Yes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm still in the 1st tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. In order to help me break through, she also paid a huge price," Yi Xian replied. "You scammer. If you had said so earlier, I would have just given it to you. Then I could have used the Holy Leader token to force a marriage." Wayward was helpless. "Didn't you want the Heavenspan treasure map?" Yi Xian asked in shock. "The Heavenspan treasure map is what my Life Saint sect needs, but I've changed my mind. Now that we're together, it'll be much more convenient for us to explore the passage to the immortal world in the future." Wayward raised his eyebrows and said, "Now that you've come out of nowhere, you've made things a lot more difficult for me. However, if we really meet, I won't show you any mercy." "Haha. Then let's fight when the time comes." Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in response. Since fusing with the immortal slaying bloodline, he hadn't had a good fight. He couldn't even figure out the power of those skills. This Wayward should be a good opponent. After all, he was once a loose immortal. "Okay, but I suggest we first join hands to deal with the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land. These two forces killed many of my Life Saint sect's disciples," Wayward said. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. Since they were able to hold a meeting here, it meant that they were temporarily on the same side. They would first send the Evil Path Holy Land flying, and then decide the owner of the Holy Leader token. The battle meeting had been going on for a long time, and now it had reached its climax. Suddenly, Fairy Lu Li asked, "That Demon Emperor's successor, we haven't seen him yet. Can he come out and meet us?" The Demon Emperor's successor had already refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to rely on this half of the inheritance to find the other half, so he was the most important person this time. "Okay." Old Immortal Tianju nodded and immediately sent a voice transmission to someone. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian sitting next to Fairy Lu Li. Yi Xian felt a little strange, but in the next moment, his body suddenly trembled. He felt that a familiar aura was quickly approaching the conference hall. Could it be? Yi Xian couldn't believe it and stared blankly at the entrance of the conference hall. Soon, a petite voice walked in under the protection of two 9th-layer Heaven Ascension Realm experts. It was a little girl who seemed to be about 6 years old. Her appearance shocked everyone present. Could it be that this little girl was the Demon Emperor's successor? After everyone felt the aura on her body, they were able to confirm it. This little girl was actually at the peak of 9th-layer Heaven Ascension Realm. However, at this time the most shocked person was Yi Xian because there was some kind of connection between him and this little girl. Luluo. Chapter 1632. How is this possible? How long has it been since Luluo reincarnated? How is this possible? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He was certain that this little girl was Luoluo's reincarnation because he had a master and servant blood contract with Luoluo in his previous life. Even if she reincarnated, it was not broken. However, Yi Xian did not understand how Luoluo had grown so much in just a month's time. Could it be that she was directly born in a body? Or did she use some method to accelerate her growth? The little girl walked in front of Yi Xian and used her big eyes to size up Yi Xian. She asked curiously, "Big brother, why is there something strange between us?" This? Yi Xian did not know how to explain. "Luoluo, come here first." Old Immortal Tianju suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was in disbelief. He did not expect that after Luoluo reincarnated, not only did she enter the monster clan, she was also called Luoluo. Of course, this could be the name that Old Immortal Tianju changed for her. When Luoluo heard Old Immortal Tianju's voice, she glanced at Yi Xian. Then she ran over and intimately sat on Old Immortal Tianju's lap. Then she called out, "Grandfather." This time Yixian was shocked again. Grandfather? Luolua was actually born as old immortal Tianju's granddaughter? Don't misunderstand. I only recognized her as my god-granddaughter. She was born in the Monster Fox clan and obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. Old immortal Tianju transmitted to Yixian. I see. Yixian nodded silently. This matter was not important. However, he did not expect Luoluo to be the Monster Emperor's successor. This was too much of a coincidence. This meant that when the time came, Luoluo would not be looking for the other half of the inheritance. Luoluo obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. When the time comes, she will lead us to find the other half of the Monster Emperor's inheritance and the Holy Lord token. Old immortal Tianju said to everyone. Why is it a child? Yixian asked curiously. Old immortal Tianju explained. She has an extremely high compatibility with the inheritance my wife left behind. After receiving the inheritance, she grew up to look like a 6-year-old child. In fact, she was only born a month ago. Although they didn't know what was going on, they weren't very interested in this topic. Then, will she also join the battle? Fairy Luli asked. Although she has only been born for slightly more than a month, I have already helped her condense a soul seed. Furthermore, it is in my hands. As for fighting strength, it is not any weaker than Yao Tian. Therefore, when the time comes, I will let her form a small team of 3 with Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao. Old immortal Tianju said. Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao were the second echelon in terms of combat strength. If Luolua's strength was similar to Yao Tian's, then they would have one more general. Most importantly, they had the soul seed, which would make them much safer. In fact, Yixian knew that the second half of the sentence was meant for him. If he did not have a soul seed, he would definitely object. In that case, when will we depart? Fairy Luli continued to ask. Those few evil holy lands are probably already prepared. Moreover, they have found a powerful inheritor of the Eye of Space. Even if we leave through the void, we won't be able to hide from them. Therefore, we will depart tomorrow, Old Immortal Tianju replied. Luoluo was the key to finding the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Enemies could easily find her. Most importantly, the Demon Emperor's inheritance was near the Penglai Demon tribe. If it was somewhere else, they could still use the teleportation formation to leave. Alright, tomorrow it is. After Fairy Luli finished speaking, she directly stood up and left with Lin Guangyao and Yin Yan. As for Yixian, he stayed here. Life Saint Sex side sent Yixian and Renfeng, so they could stay in the Penglai Demon tribe. As for the Penglai Demon tribe, Tianjua Palace, and the Glazed Knights, they had to dispatch a large number of experts, and all of them had to be at Heaven Ascension Stage 9. In the Glazed Knights, there were many people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Almost all the Platinum Knights were at this realm. However, they were too weak compared to Lin Guangyao, so Fairy Luli only brought some elites, all of whom were ranked in the top 10. These 10 Platinum Knights, although their individual strength was not as strong as Lin Guangyao, when added together, they could be considered as 2 Lin Guangyao. As for the Penglai Demon tribe and Tianjua Palace, they each sent 10 peak Heaven Ascension Stage 9. The evil Holy Lands attached great importance to this Holy Lord's token battle, so they would send out even more experts. Fairy Luli went back to make arrangements, while Yixian stayed in the Penglai Demon tribe. At this time, only Old Immortal Tianju, Luoluo, and Yixian were left in the assembly hall. Grandfather, why do I have a strange feeling with this big brother? Luoluo asked, puzzled. Although she was only born a month ago, her intelligence was already mature. After all, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. You are actually the reincarnation of his sister, but you have not unlocked your inherited memory, so you do not recognize him. Old Immortal Tianju said kindly. Then grandfather, why don't you help me unlock it? Luoluo asked strangely. Yixian also found it strange. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in Luoluo's body might have been suppressed, so why did Old Immortal Tianju not unlock her inherited memory? This, Old Immortal Tianju paused, then looked at Yixian and said, actually, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body is still there. If she forcefully unlocks her inherited memory, I am afraid it will lead to a heavenly tribulation. What? It didn't succeed? Yixian opened his eyes wide. Previously, the fox ancestor told him that there was a 90% chance. Could it be that his luck was bad and he encountered that 10% chance? Maybe it's because Lualua was born in the fox demon clan. Our demon clan is actually the ancestor of the beast clan, so it might have activated the bloodline in her body, old immortal Tianju said. The beast clan was the descendant of humans and heaven ascension beasts. As for the demon clan, it was born after the heaven ascension beasts cultivated. Therefore, Lualua was born in the demon clan. Her luck was really bad. Senior, what should we do? Yixian could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. If she obtains the other half of the demon emperor's inheritance, then she might be able to unlock her inherited memory. However, if she has the sacred leader token, then she might be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Old immortal Tianju replied. Sacred leader token. Yixian frowned. The person who refined the sacred leader token would become the master of the Penglai divine land. At that time, if Lualua wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation, then her safety would be greatly increased. However, there was only one sacred leader token, and he had promised Fairy Luli to help her get the sacred leader token. Chapter 1633. Thank you, Senior. Yixian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, Lualua's matter was his matter, so he had to obtain the Holy Leader's token and help Lualua undergo her heavenly tribulation first. Although Fairy Glaze also wanted the Holy Leader's token, it shouldn't be a problem if it was delayed. Lualua obtained my wife's inheritance, so we can be considered to be fated. However, many people from the evil sacred grounds have come this time. Just the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators number more than 50, and they have a few more peak combatants than us, old immortal Tianju reminded. No matter what, I won't let them obtain it. Yixian was very confident. Most importantly, if the evil sacred grounds obtain the Holy Leader's token, then the Penglai sacred ground would be their world in the future. At that time there would be no place for them here. After all, the entrance to the secret realm of the Bloodstone continent was in the Penglai sacred ground. Tomorrow, they would set off to search for the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, this time Yixian made another decision. He sent his second clone in the eastern continent to the center of the Penglai sacred ground. Then, he would take advantage of the time when the experts of the evil sacred grounds were mobilizing to uproot all the evil sacred grounds. Although his second clone's battle prowess was insufficient without fusing, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian were all waiting in the planting space. If he couldn't destroy them, then Yixian might as well commit suicide. Very quickly another day had passed. On the second day, the Glazed Knights in Tianju Palace's team arrived. Including the Penglai demons, there were a total of 30 peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators, not including Yixian and the other supercombatants. The Penglai demons supercombatants were the number 1 genius of the demons, Yao Tian and Lualuo. The Tianju Palace's supercombatants were old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The Glazed Knights supercombatants were one thought monk in Yixian. The Life Saint sex members were the Platinum Radiant Dragon Headstrong and chief disciple, Ren Feng. Among them, the Glazed Knights Lin Guangyao cultivated for a short time. Even if he cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body, his strength was about the same as the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators of the Penglai demons in Tianju Palace, so the Glazed Knights were the weakest. Of course, everyone believed he was only a 3rd echelon Heaven Ascension cultivator, Tianju Palace's team. I have to guard the Penglai demon race, so I will lead the team this time. A rogue immortal's spiritual sense is much stronger than a Heaven Ascension realm's. We should try our best to avoid the scouts of the Evil Path Holy Lands, said old immortal Tianju. Yi Tian 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 Tian, Tian Tian Jna. Tian Yiju Tian. Old immortal Tianju, who was leading the team this time, was acting as a radar, allowing this team to avoid the eyes and ears of the Evil Path Holy Lands, and then find the Fiend Emperor's inheritance ground. He just didn't know if things would be as simple as he imagined. As for the Penglai demon race, the one in charge was an itinerant immortal from the Luguang Holy Lands Tianju Palace. He was also old immortal Tianju's disciple and Lin Zhanhao's senior. The space of the Penglai demon clan was relatively stable. It was not a problem for itinerant immortals to make a move. They would not incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, even if the people from the evil Dao Holy Lands came, they would still die. At this time, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli had already led their team away from the Penglai demon clan. There were many eyes and ears of the evil Holy Lands around the Penglai demon race. However, this time they were led by two loose immortals. They easily avoided these spies. After Luo Luo had refined half of the demon emperor's inheritance, she had a feeling that it was coming from the northeast. Hence they were heading in that direction. Although their speed was not fast, it was very safe. Even now, the corrupt path Holy Land spies had not discovered them. However, in the end, paper couldn't wrap up fire. After all, the corrupt path Holy Land didn't only send Heaven Ascension experts this time. There were also loose immortals. Yo Tianju Luli, where are you in such a hurry to go? Suddenly a sarcastic voice rang out. Hearing this, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli's expressions changed. They looked up and saw a scarlet figure flying over from the horizon. This person had red hair and wore red battle armor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. Qi Shui, we were discovered by you. Old immortal Tianju narrowed his eyes and said slowly. This red-haired middle-aged man was a loose immortal from the blood fiend Holy Land. His name was Qi Shui. TSK, with so many people involved, how could we not discover you? You guys are so direct. I thought you would use a diversion tactic. I didn't expect you to act directly. That little girl should be the one who obtained half of the demon emperor's inheritance, right? Immortal Qi Shui grinned and his gaze fell on Luo Luo. At the same time, he took out a signal flare in his hand and released it. No one stopped him. After all, it could only be stopped for a while. As long as immortal Qi Shui went further away, he could still inform the others. Ignore him, let's go. Old immortal Tianju snorted and continued to lead the way. Since they had already been discovered, then even if they used their full speed to rush over, as long as they arrived 5 minutes earlier than the corrupt path Holy Land, it was still worth it. The weakest person on Yixian's side was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Their speed was extremely fast. At full speed, they arrived at their destination in less than a minute. Grandpa, I feel it. The other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance is below, Luo Luo said to old immortal Tianju. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, immortal Qi Shui said in surprise, I didn't expect it to be the place where I was resting. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy is indeed an array expert. Even my spiritual sense couldn't find the entrance. When old immortal Tianju and the others heard this, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. Move, find the entrance to the secret realm. Old immortal Tianju immediately ordered. In an instant, everyone swooped down and began to destroy the mountain. A few minutes later, someone found the defensive array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. This defensive array was very small, not much bigger than a head. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Let me do it. Old immortal Tianju's withered hands quickly formed a seal, and then hit the defensive array. In an instant the array was broken. The weakest person on the scene was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. They were very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. This defensive array was mainly used to cover a certain place in the array. After the array was broken, a wisp of spatial fluctuation was immediately detected by everyone. There was a fingernail-sized spatial crack in the defensive array. This spatial crack couldn't be repaired and existed between heaven and earth. Immediately, the experts closest to the spatial crack used space-breaking techniques to open this spatial crack. It was big enough for several people to pass through. Chapter 1634. Quick, go in. Old immortal Tianju quickly ordered. Dozens of people quickly gathered, and then directly passed through the spatial crack, arriving in front of a sea of flowers. At this time there was a white light in front of the sea of flowers, blocking old immortal Tianju and Fairy Luli. Take advantage of the fact that the evil experts haven't arrived, quickly go in, Fairy Luli urged. Yes. Everyone responded, and then directly passed through the white light, entering the sea of flowers. However, just as they entered, they completely lost the aura of others, and were actually teleported to different places. One by one they all scattered. Then 1 minute later, those evil experts all entered the land of inheritance. Although the heaven-earth yuan qi here is abundant, it's not in the Penglai divine land. It should be a small island hidden around the Penglai divine land. No wonder we couldn't find it. Immortal Qi Shui's eyes flickered. Don't talk nonsense, all of you go in. A man in black armor urged. Yes, my lord. These corrupt Holy Lands experts also quickly entered the white light path and were teleported away. Soon there were only a few people left outside the white light. In addition to old immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli and immortal Qi Shui, there were 6 loose immortals. 2 of them were from the Nibbling Bone Holy Land and the Evil Sun Holy Land, while the other 4 were from the Death Holy Land and the Netherworld Holy Land. Old immortal Tianju, did you see that? You're not even enough for my young master. An old man couldn't help but ridicule. He was a loose immortal from the Death Holy Land, and the young master he mentioned was the successor of the Death Emperor Simple. What a big tone. I'm afraid the successor of the Death Emperor will die twice in a row. Fairy Luli couldn't help but coldly snort. The successor of the Death Emperor had already been decided, but it was done by Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Otherwise, it would never have been Simple's turn. Fairy Luli's words were secretly ridiculing Simple's death. Luli, I advise you to disband your glazed knights as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you die under the loose immortal tribulation, they will be like a group of dragons without a leader. The old man ridiculed her again. After the last incident, Fairy Luli was also known by everyone. Her real name was Luli, and she was the youngest daughter of Taoist Ling Xiao. If we are talking about the loose immortal tribulation, you should be the first to arrive. I heard that you have been suppressing your tribulation for more than 300 years. What, is it very glorious to live an ignoble existence for more than 300 years? Fairy Luli mocked back. Humph! The old man was rendered speechless. As for the other 2 bodiless celestials from the Nether Saint Land, they remained silent. This time, the Netherworld Holy Land had invited the disciple of an expert. They were the most likely force to obtain the Holy Master token. At the same time, Yixian's second doppelganger also began its cleanup operation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he was prepared to get rid of all the people from the evil sacred grounds stationed in the Penglai sacred land. I didn't expect them to scatter after passing through the white light. Yixian, who was in the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, felt a little helpless. At this time he was in a sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, there were no living creatures. However, this sea of flowers was not an ordinary place. The flowers under his feet emitted some white poisonous fog. Some caused people to fall into illusions while others caused people to fall asleep. Fortunately, Yixian had the bloodline of the immortal phoenix divine bloodline, so it did not have any effect on him. Moreover, there was a large amount of white fog in this sea of flowers that obstructed vision and spiritual sense. If Yixian did not have the Eye of Revelation, he would have easily gotten lost. Although we have entered the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, the next step is to find the Fey Emperor's land of inheritance, Yixian thought to himself. Just now, Luoluo had entered this place with him, so Luoluo should have been separated from the others. Fortunately, there was still some distance between him and Luoluo, so he could clearly sense Luoluo's position. Not only that, but Luoluo was also the same. However, just as Yixian was flying through the sea of flowers toward the north where Luoluo was, a figure suddenly swept over. Immortal Eye, Eye of Revelation. Yixian focused his eyes and found that it was a person he did not know. He knew the 30 experts from the Glazed Knights, the Penglai Demon Clan, and the Tianjua Palace, but this person was wearing a black robe and had a very unfamiliar face, so he must be an enemy. Not on the list. Looks like you are a piece of trash. Die. The black-robed man's face turned cold, and he directly launched an attack at Yixian. TSK, you are only in the 3rd echelon. Yixian sneered, and quickly slashed several times with his sword. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Swish. The black sword ray pierced through the air, instantly destroying the opponent's attack, and then cutting his body in half. His brain was cut open, and his soul instantly left his body, which was then dispersed by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. A system notification sounded. Unfortunately, people of the same level did not give Yixian much killing intent. Although there were not many people who entered the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, they were all outstanding people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If Lin Guangyao's strength was ranked, he could only be considered average. Apart from the 10 Platinum Knights who surpassed the Glazed Knights, he only surpassed a few experts from the Tianjua Palace and the Penglai Demon Clan. This person was slightly weaker than Lin Guangyao, so he was directly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the Universe Ring. Unfortunately, the other party came to fight, so he naturally did not bring many things. Then he quickly rushed north. Based on his connection with Luoluo, he knew that Luoluo was also rushing towards him. However, he encountered 2 ignorant experts from the Evil Path Holy Lands on the way, and both of them were instantly killed by him. "Brother!" A voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out. After a short journey, Yi Xian finally saw Luoluo. Because Elder Immortal Tianju said that Yi Xian was her brother in her previous life, and because of her connection with Yi Xian, Luoluo trusted Yi Xian very much. After the two met, Luoluo directly fell into Yi Xian's arms. "Luoluo, did you encounter any danger on the way?" Yi Xian asked. "I met someone I didn't know, but I killed him with one punch." Luoluo nodded. Although she was reincarnated as a fox demon, after inheriting the Demon Emperor's land of heritage, not only did her strength directly soar to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, even her body was extremely strong. Yi Xian estimated that Luoluo's strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the second echelon. "Luoluo, can you sense the specific location of the Demon Emperor's land of heritage?" Yi Xian asked. "No, after I came in, I could only sense you, brother." Luoluo shook her head. "In that case, let's find it." Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he directly summoned the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhenqian, then let Luoluo go with them. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's battle strength was very strong, and he was probably in the top 3 of the second echelon, so Yi Xian was not worried. Chapter 1635. After Luoluo, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhenqian left, Yi Xian summoned the old tree again. "Old tree, they might not recognize you, so just leave when you meet someone from the same faction," Yi Xian said to the old tree. "No problem," the old tree replied, then turned into a bolt of lightning and left. After mutating, he could use the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash without a cooldown. His speed was even faster than Yi Xian's, and his strength could probably squeeze into the first echelon. Even if someone from the second echelon encountered him, they would probably only end up dead. There was no other way. After all, through Fairy Glaze's transmission, Yi Xian knew that more than 60 people from the Wicked Path Holy Land had come this time, and all of them were at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. During the search, Yi Xian also encountered a few people from the same faction. There were Platinum Knights from the Glazed Knights, and also experts from the Yao clan. However, after exchanging a glance with them, Yi Xian directly left to search for the true location of the inheritance. Finally, 10 minutes after Yi Xian entered the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance, an aura suddenly spread out. "Big brother, I feel the aura of the other half of the Yao Emperor's inheritance," Luoluo transmitted. After Yi Xian and Luoluo met yesterday, Luoluo had grasped the ability to transmit her voice through space. Just happened to come in handy. Why didn't I feel it? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "If I'm north, it's northeast of you," Luoluo replied. "Okay, let's go." Yi Xian said nothing and immediately rushed over. He reckoned that someone must have found the Yao Emperor's inheritance. He had to hurry, or he wouldn't know who had taken the inheritance. After hearing this news, Luoluo and the old tree simultaneously rushed over to the location of the Yao Emperor's inheritance. The first to arrive was Yi Xian. He saw a platform in the middle of the sea of flowers, but there was nothing on the platform. Someone had taken it. Fortunately, the person who had taken away the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance did not leave. It was a young man in red. He was holding an interspatial ring in his hand. One had to know that the demonic beast emperor's inheritance was most likely with the holy leader's token. Now that this red-clothed young man had obtained the demonic beast emperor's inheritance, it was very likely that the holy leader's token was also in his hands. This person seems to be the number 1 on the dragon demon list, the bloodthirsty berserk dragon blood spring autumn. With his eye of revelation, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. The bloodthirsty berserk dragon was a new branch of the colossal dragon clan. Their battle prowess was extremely high, and this Shuechuanqiu was a genius of the bloodthirsty berserk dragon clan. At the same time, he was also the strongest. However, this bloodthirsty berserk dragon, Shuechuanqiu, was only in the third echelon. There was nothing to be afraid of. I remember you seemed to be Liuli. Just as Bloodspring Autumn was about to speak, Yixian attacked. Death Warrant. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Streaks of black sword chi tore through the air. These attacks could be considered as Yixian going easy because his goal was to make Bloodspring Autumn lower his guard and then... you don't know what's good for you. Bloodspring Autumn only snorted coldly, preparing to destroy Yixian's attacks. However, the moment he attacked, Yixian's figure suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared behind him. Eye of Assassination. Rip. A crisp sound rang out, and the bloodthirsty berserk dragon Shuechuanqiu, who was ranked first on the demonic dragon list, had his head sliced off by Yixian. Following that, his soul was gone. Instant kill. What rank first on the demonic dragon list? So weak. Yixian disdainfully ridiculed, and then quickly put away Shuechuanqiu's universe ring and the demonic emperor's universe ring. I've finally obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. As long as I give it to Luo, it will be able to cultivate the myriad fiend treasured body. This is something even stronger than the Liuli treasured body. Yixian couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't find the Holy Leader token in this universe ring. It seemed that the Holy Leader token was somewhere else. Luo, I've obtained the other half of the demonic emperor's universe inheritance. I'll give it to you now. After Yixian finished speaking, he quickly flew towards Luo. Ah, big brother, I meant that simple. Luo suddenly transmitted. The successor of the Emperor of Death, simple? Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. He had met Simple before. This guy had tried to steal his will of death time and time again. Later on, when he was at the Black Flame Dragon tribe, he was defeated by Capricious, and never appeared again. Today Yixian was going to take revenge. Unfortunately, the space in this secret realm was still stable. Even if Yixian used the Eye of Space, he couldn't break through the void and enter. Ding! The host is currently unable to use the Eye of the Void. Not only that, but even the Eye of the Void couldn't be used. Ghost Dome Emperor Wei Zhentian, delay that guy for me. The old tree and I will be there soon. Yixian hurriedly reminded them. The successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was a super force in the first echelon. Luo and Ghost Dome Emperor were in the second echelon, and Wei Zhentian was in the third echelon. As long as they could hold on until they arrived, Simple would be dead meat. Ah, that big brother monk is coming to help. At this moment, Luo suddenly transmitted a message. Big brother monk, are you referring to One Thought Monk? Yixian narrowed his eyes. This One Thought Monk was also an expert in the second echelon. Moreover, he was from the holy ground of Buddhism. It would be easier for him to deal with One Thought Monk compared to the others. Ah, another ugly monk in red and gray clothes is here. Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. Ugly monks in red and gray clothes should be the flowery monk and meat monk of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. The master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground was called Evil Buddha. It was said that Evil Buddha was once a disciple of the Buddhist Supreme. Later on, he was expelled from the holy ground of Buddhism. After that, he went to the Evil Sun Holy Ground and became a general under the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground. After the master of the Evil Sun Holy Ground fell, he inherited the Holy Lord token and became the new master of the Holy Ground. In other words, the flowery monk and meat monk were both from the Evil Sun Holy Ground. They were enemies. These two people were experts in the second echelon. Adding on the fact that Simple was here, Luo was in a very dangerous situation. Wei Zhentian, how's the situation on your side? Yixian hurriedly asked. Although he could share his vision, he could only see and not sense the situation. Wei Zhentian sent a message saying that the Buddhist monk One Thought was blocking the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple. As for the other three, they were fighting with the two monks. He also said that the successor of the Emperor of Death, Simple, was not as strong as they imagined. Hang in there, old tree will be here soon. He could sense his and the others' location. Relatively speaking, he was farther away. Moreover, the old tree was faster, so it was naturally the first to arrive. Chapter 1636. In less than 2 seconds, Old Tree arrived at the scene. With his participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. After all, Old Tree could be considered as the third echelon in battle. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang out. Yixian directly received 2 amounts of killing intent. This was from the deaths of the Flower Monk and the Meat Monk. As for the successor of the Emperor of Death, his body was also blown up by a punch from Old Tree. What? So it's just a death clone? Yixian was stunned. No wonder Wei Zhentian said he wasn't as powerful as he imagined. It was just a clone. However, for a mere clone to be able to fight with a single thought, this eBay was indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Yixian arrived at the scene as well. And I thought it was He Yi's original body. I didn't think it was just a death clone. Otherwise, Luoluo and the others might be in danger. Yixian finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he thanked One Thought Monk. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, sir. However, may I take the corpses of the Flower Monk and the Meat Monk with me? Asked One Thought Monk. Go ahead. Yixian nodded. Evil Buddha was the Buddhist Venerable's disciple. The Flower Monk and the Meat Monk were once part of the Buddhist Holy Land, so One Thought wanted to take the corpses back. Luoluo, this is the other half of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Afterwards, Yixian gave the Ring of Cosmos to Luoluo. If I refine it now, it'll probably take me a day, but... Luoluo frowned. Although she had only been born recently, her intelligence was not low. This was not the time to refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. It's fine. Big Brother has a place for you to refine it. Moreover, you might only be able to find the Holy Lord's medallion after you refine the Demon Emperor's legacy. Yixian stroked her hair lovingly before stowing her away in the planting space. If it were anyone else, Yixian would not be able to store them away as long as they resisted. However, he had not yet rescinded his contract with Luoluo. As long as he wanted to, he could store them away. After Luoluo reincarnated, she didn't have any memories, so she was very curious about the planting space. However, she quickly got used to it and began to refine the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, Yixian naturally wouldn't waste the day that Luoluo was refining half of the Fey Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to continue his search. Even if he couldn't find the Holy Leader's token, killing some enemies would still be worth it. One Thought Master, please be careful. Yixian clasped his fist at the One Thought Monk before directly leaving. Before One Thought could ask about the identity of the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Emperor, Yixian had already left. He could only sigh and continue searching for his companions. This mystic realm was also peculiar. Signal flares had no effect and would disappear as soon as they rose into the air. However, those with lower strength would gather together after meeting each other, and the team would continue to grow. Yixian, old immortal Tianju, said that we should only be able to find the Holy Leader token after refining the complete inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Fairy Luli suddenly sent a message. I know. I've already given the other half of the inheritance to Luoluo. She's currently refining it. Yixian nodded. All right. Also, our people are all gathered in the east. You can meet up with them there. Understood. With that, Yixian immediately changed his route and rushed towards the east. Although he could move alone, it would still be very troublesome if he ran into the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld at the same time. A while later, he successfully met up with the others. Yixian quickly glanced around and discovered that less than half of the people had entered. Wayward, Renfeng, Lin Zhanhao, Lin Guangyao, and around a dozen other people. Yixian, did you run into anyone stronger? Wayward could not help but ask when he saw Yixian. I ran into a simple death clone, as well as the Flowery Monk and the Meat Monk from the Sheong Sacred Land. Yixian replied. Did you kill them? Wayward raised an eyebrow. Of course. Yixian nodded. He was not weak, so he obviously had to kill them. Not to mention the death clone, even if it was a simple death clone, he would probably die too. If that's the case, then report the battle situation. Wayward turned to look at the others. Lin Guangyao immediately added. 6 people from the Glazed Knights are known to have died. Among those who entered, the Glazed Knights were the weakest in terms of individual combat strength. Some of them could not even squeeze into the 3rd echelon, so it was expected that they would suffer heavy casualties. 4 people from the Penglai demon tribe have died as well, an expert from the demon tribe said. 3 people from the Tianjua palace have died. Lin Zhanhao, the disciple of the Tianjua palace elder, said. In total they had lost 13 people. The losses were still quite heavy. After all, among the experts from the Penglai demon clan and the Tianjua palace who had died, there were also old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Their combat strength could be squeezed into the second echelon. Yi Xian, that demon emperor's inheritance still needs one more day to refine? Wayward asked again. Yes, Luoluo has already refined it in my space. Yi Xian nodded. Although it's very likely that the Holy Leader token will only appear after we collect the complete Demon Emperor's inheritance, we can't just stay here for one day. Let's move in groups. Wayward looked around. It was fine for him to move alone, but if the others moved alone, they would almost certainly die if they encountered an expert. Now they had gathered together for this purpose. Everyone present nodded slightly, then began to form groups of 2 or 3. Even the experts in the second echelon were the same. Yi Xian, are you interested in doing something big? Wayward suddenly smiled slyly. What do you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You know that my original form is a platinum holy light dragon, so I'm more sensitive to death aura. Although the range of this sea of flowers is small, I can sense the simple one. However, he was with the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless at that time, so I didn't make a move, Wayward said. So you're saying that you want to kill these 2 leaders first? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Clearly he was persuaded. Because they had entered first, otherwise, he would have used the Death Hunt command to mark the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld. That way he could kill them. Now that Wayward had the ability to sense the simple one's location, it was much more convenient. As long as we kill these 2, the remaining people are nothing to be afraid of, Wayward said with a grin. If you can sense the other party, then the simple one can sense you too. When the 2 of them joined forces, why didn't they find trouble with you first? Yi Xian asked curiously. Haha, this you know, Wayward said somewhat shamefully. Now Yi Xian understood. So it turned out that being willful was directly cowardly. Chapter 1637. Alright, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Hearing this, Wayward patted Yi Xian's shoulder and turned to say, Ren Feng, you go with them. Yes, senior. Ren Feng nodded. Then Yi Xian teamed up with Wayward and left. Although it's 2 against 2, don't be careless. That Simple probably has a lot of undead creatures, and the Prince of Netherworld also has some ghost puppets. We'll probably be surrounded, Wayward reminded. It's fine. I like being surrounded. Yi Xian grinned. When they were rushing to this rendezvous point, he and the old tree had already gathered there, so this time the old tree was also there. Moreover, his slaughter seals required killing intent to form. As long as he could form a few slaughter seals and set up the immortal slaying sword formation, even itinerant immortals would die. It's too slow. Sit on my back, Wayward suddenly said. Then transformed into his true form, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. When he reverted to his original form, he was very small and petite. But now his body length had reached 1,000 meters, and his speed had increased significantly. Along the way they encountered many enemies, but all of them were killed by Yi Xian without exception. Among them was a monk Wine under Evil Buddha of the Evil Sun Holy Land. His strength should be above average in the second echelon. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Xian and Wayward. In his true form, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon carried Yi Xian around the sea of flowers. Soon he sensed a nauseating aura. Found it. Wayward's eyes lit up as he reminded. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian did not see anything. It seemed that Simple was outside his field of vision. I'm ready. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He was already holding the highest grade artifact Crimson Flame Sword in his hand. I sense the auras of Simple and Nether Limitless. There are a few others. Do you want to go? Wayward asked. We're already here. How can we not go? Without another word, Yi Xian stomped his feet on the dragon's back and leaped toward the dragon's head. Alright, leave the easy part to me. I'll leave the Prince of Netherworld to you. Willful didn't waste any more words and directly charged over. On the other side, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jian Yi, and the Prince of Netherworld, Nether Limitless, also sensed the willful aura and immediately prepared for battle. When the people behind them saw this, they immediately drew their weapons and waited quietly. In next to no time, Yi Xian and his willful figure appeared before their eyes. Last time you ran away. This time you brought someone with you. Do you think you can fight us? Capricious shouted. If it was a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be able to win against Capricious. However, they were now on the same side as the Netherworld Holy Land. With both sides working together, they had a high chance of winning. But how could they have known that Yi Xian was actually a hidden superpower? Cut the crap. Let me send you to see your senior brother. Willful roared and instantly attacked. At the same time, Yi Xian charged over under the protection of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Slaughter Seal. Yi Xian immediately used the new skill of his immortal slaying bloodline, and immediately condensed a Slaughter Seal. If he wanted, he could double his combat power now. No, triple it. Again. Damn, it can't be used? Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He originally wanted to condense 3 Slaughter Seals. That way, he could directly triple his combat power and kill his enemies without a problem. However, he didn't expect that the Slaughter Seal couldn't be used continuously. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to use the Slaughter Seal skill. Since it can't be used, then let's kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, the attributes of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian soared by 2 times. Undying Battle Soul. Before the battle, Yi Xian and Wayward had already discussed a strategy. If they fought, then Wayward would delay Jianyi and Nether Limitless, and Yi Xian would kill the remaining people. Apart from Jianyi and Nether Limitless, there were 4 other experts. However, they didn't know whether they were in the 2nd or 3rd echelon. However, it didn't matter anymore. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian charged toward the 2 experts. The former swept his sword with all his might and sent one of them flying. Wei Zhentian wasn't weak either. Since this battle was crucial, Yi Xian directly used Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept out and engulfed the 2 experts. On the other hand, Yi Xian quickly dealt with the other 2 experts. Since they were in the same realm, his killing intent didn't increase by much. Since it's like this, then let's use it. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he was fighting with someone of the same level. He reckoned that even if he fought for an hour, it would be difficult for him to condense a single Slaughter Seal. Therefore, he directly activated the Slaughter Seal and used the Slaughter State, causing his combat strength to increase explosively by 2 times. On the other side, Jianyi and Nether Limitless were shocked when they saw the 4 experts being killed instantly. This time, they didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their respective trump cards from their interspatial rings. 2 skeletal dragons. 2 nether puppets. These 2 skeletons were itinerant immortal dragons when they were alive. They could be considered pseudo-immortal beasts. After they died, their combat power was very strong. When the 2 skeletal dragons joined forces, even Jianyi had to be careful. As for the 2 nether puppets, they were personally refined by the Netherworld Emperor. They were also itinerant immortals when they were alive, so they were extremely strong. These 4 undead creatures could all squeeze into the 1st echelon. Therefore, Jianyi and Nether Limitless had the combat power of 6 1st echelon experts. Damn it, I knew you had trump cards, but don't underestimate me. Wayward shouted angrily. A ray of white light shot out from his mouth and rapidly expanded. It was a white pillar with a coiling dragon. The moment it appeared, it shone with boundless light. When this holy white light landed on the skeletal dragons and the nether puppets, they immediately emitted green smoke. The white dragon demon suppression pillar. That thing is actually in his hands. Jianyi was shocked. This thing was the nemesis of the undead creatures. It was the most precious treasure of the Life Saint sect. She didn't expect it to be in Wayward's hands. No, that's just a fake. The sharp-eyed prince of Netherworld saw through the clues. If it was the real white dragon demon suppression pillar, the 4 undead creatures would have been instantly purified. When the white dragon demon suppression pillar appeared, Jianyi and the prince of Netherworld had actually thought of retreating. However, when they saw that the white dragon demon suppression pillar was just a fake, they decided not to leave. After all, there were 6 of them. However, Yi Xian and the others weren't to be trifled with. Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian immediately ordered. At the same time he released the old tree. Chapter 1638. It's finally time for me to make a move. Old tree grinned and transformed into the ember of lightning fire. 9 lightning fire heavenly dragons flew out of his body and attacked the 2 nearest netherworld puppets. 9 dragons sky roaring strike. The power of this move was no weaker than the sword storm. 2 powerful moves were executed at the same time and instantly turned the 2 netherworld puppets into dust. Furthermore, this was not the end. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian directly marked it as simple, then instantly flashed behind him. Together with Old Shu's 9 dragons thunder flash, the 2 of them attacked one after another, connecting seamlessly. Yi Xian, the successor of the Emperor of Death, was shocked and used his trump card again. Immortal Body. Just as Yi Xian and Old Shu's attacks were about to land on his body suddenly enlarged by several times. The Void Flame Sword Wave and Old Shu's Thunder Fire Fist actually didn't cause the slightest bit of damage when they struck his body. The disciple of the Emperor of Death was indeed not easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian and Old Tree's goal this time was not to kill Yi Xian, but to prevent Yi Xian from controlling the 2 bone dragons. Haha, take this. Yi Xian's arrogant voice rang out. In the next moment, he directly spat out a white dragon breath. Innate ability, Sacred Dragon's Breath. This white dragon breath directly blasted onto a bone dragon, instantly blasting it into pieces. The Platinum Sacred Light Dragon's dragon breath increased the damage of undead creatures. It was very normal for it to kill a bone dragon in one hit. Now, 2 netherworld puppets and a bone dragon were instantly destroyed. This caught the 2 of them off guard. Damn it, let's go. The black-armored prince of Netherworld's expression changed drastically as he turned around and left. Old Tree, chase him to death. Yi Xian immediately transmitted his voice to Old Tree. It was impossible to travel through space in this mystic realm, so Yi Xian only used the Death Pursuit Order to mark the Prince of Netherworld. Then Old Tree, who had the 9 dragons thunder flash, chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he would kill him first. Hoo. Tens of thousands of blood swords swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor also attacked from the left and right. On the other hand, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was condensing on the spot, preparing to kill it with a single strike. Go and see your senior brother. At this time the willful condensation was complete. After a warning, it opened its bloody mouth. Easygoing was surrounded from 3 sides and had nowhere to hide. He controlled the bone dragon to stand between him and Caprice. Boom! The holy dragon's breath burst out, and the bone dragon was used as a shield to block the attack. If you dare to touch me, Master will definitely not let you off. She had no other choice but to bring out her background. Even if your senior brother died in my hands, am I not still alive and well? He opened his dragon mouth willfully and sneered. The Life Sacred Land, the Buddhist Sacred Land, the Death Sacred Land, and the Nether Sacred Land were 4 great sacred lands. As for Simple's master, the Emperor of Death, he was the master of the Holy Land of Death and had a deep background. However, Caprice's background was not bad either. His grandfather was the master of the Life Sacred Land, and his strength was even stronger than the Emperor of Death. So what was there to be afraid of? After using the Undying Body, Simple's defense was amazing. Even the Sword Storm and Void Flame Sword ripples could not break through. However, this Undying Body definitely had a time limit. Once the time was up, Simple would be a fish on the chopping board. Caprice had already condensed the 3rd Holy Dragon's breath, but he could not wait and directly released it. Boom! This dragon breath obliterated hundreds of blood swords, and then blasted on Ultraman's transformed body. The Undying Body, which was immune to normal attacks, was directly broken by this holy dragon's breath. Simple was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Emperor of Death's Undying Body is indeed powerful. I want to see how much ability you have. Caprice snorted coldly and condensed the power of the holy light again. At the same time, he controlled the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column to smash it. Simple. Bang! The White Dragon Demon Suppression Column's damage was not high, but it could satisfy Caprice. Get out of my way. Simple was furious. He swung his fist and sent the White Dragon Demon Suppression Column flying. At the same time he looked for an opening to escape. Unfortunately, There were tens of thousands of blood swords surrounding him. As long as he ran in any direction, Yi Xian and the Ghost Dome Emperor would follow. There was no way he could escape. Fortunately, he still had a soul seed in his master's hands, so he was not too desperate. Even if he died this time, he could use the soul seed to revive. This was one of the benefits of not breaking through to itinerant immortal. At this time, Simple's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of a solution. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Simple roared at the sky. Then the chi of heaven and earth suddenly began to circulate wildly and gather above Simple's head. Seeing this, Yi Xian was a little confused. Could it be that Simple was going to use his trump card and die together with them? Damn, this guy is going to undergo the immortal tribulation on the spot. Caprice immediately reacted and exclaimed, "This guy wants to lead the immortal tribulation to attack us. Let's go." Back off. Yi Xian was also shocked and quickly retreated. The immortal tribulation was not a joke, let alone someone else's immortal tribulation. At this time, only by becoming an itinerant immortal could they survive this crisis. The space here was very stable, similar to the space in the Penglai demon tribe. If they broke through to itinerant immortal, they might be able to make a move here. However, what shocked Simple was that he had failed to lead the immortal tribulation this time. Poof! Suddenly, the immortal tribulation thundercloud in the sky dispersed. There was no way to undergo the immortal tribulation here. What? Simple was shocked. This was his last trick, and he did not expect it to fail. Ha ha ha. That's what you get for showing off. Caprice laughed loudly. Simple originally wanted to use the immortal tribulation to scare off Yi Xian and Caprice. Then, he would directly undergo the immortal tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. That way he could escape. He did not expect that he could not undergo the immortal tribulation here. He was done for. If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Simple did not forget to threaten in the end. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shrink. The duration of the immortal body was about to end. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Attack him!" In an instant, tens of thousands of blood swords swept over. The defense of the shrunken immortal body decreased, and it was instantly pierced through. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, which proved that Simple had been killed. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of revelation also captured a wisp of remnant soul. Void flame sword wave. Poof! With a soft thud, Simple's soul was obliterated by Yi Xian. What successor of the Emperor of Death? He was not worth mentioning.